Chapter 20. The Arbiter. True it was that Padre Irene had said, "The question of the Academy of Castilian, so long before broached, was on the road to a solution." Don Custodio, the active Don Custodio, the most active of all the arbiters in the world, according to Ben Zabe, was occupied with it, spending his days reading the petition and falling asleep without reaching any decision, waking on the following day to repeat the same performance, dropping off to sleep again, and so on continuously. How the good man labored, the most active of all the arbiters in the world. He wished to get out of the predicament by pleasing everybody, the friars, the high official, the countess, Padre Irene, and his own liberal principles. He had consulted with Señor Pasta, and Señor Pasta had left him stupefied and confused after advising him to do a million contradictory and impossible things. He had consulted with Pepe the dancing girl, and Pepe, who had no idea what he was talking about, executed a pirouette and asked him for 25 pesos to bury an aunt of hers who had suddenly died for the 5th time, or the 5th aunt who had suddenly died, according to fuller explanations, at the same time requesting that he get a cousin of hers who could read, write, and play the violin, a job as assistant on the public works, all things that were far from inspiring Don Custodio with any saving idea. 2 days after the events in the Quiapo fair, Don Custodio was as usual busily studying the petition, without hitting upon the happy solution. While he yawns, coughs, smokes, and thinks about Pepe's legs and her pirouettes, let us give some account of this exalted personage, in order to understand Padre Sibylla's reason for proposing him as the arbiter of such a vexatious matter, and why the other clique accepted him. Don Custodio de Salazar y Sanchez de Monterredondo, often referred to as good authority, belonged to that class of Manila society which cannot take a step without having the newspapers heap titles upon them, calling each indefatigable, distinguished, zealous, active, profound, intelligent, well-informed, influential, and so on, as if they feared that he might be confused with some idle and ignorant possessor of the same name. Besides, no harm resulted from it, and the watchful censor was not disturbed. The good authority resulted from his friendship with Ben Zabe, when the latter, in his 2 noisiest controversies, which he carried on for weeks and months in the columns of the newspapers about whether it was proper to wear a high hat, a derby, or a salakot, and whether the plural of characters should be characters or caracteras, in order to strengthen his argument, always came out with, "We have this on good authority. We learn this from good authority," later letting it be known, for in Manila everything becomes known, that this good authority was no other than Don Custodio de Salazar y Sanchez de Monterredondo. He had come to Manila very young, with a good position that had enabled him to marry a pretty mestiza belonging to one of the wealthiest families of the city. As he had natural talent, boldness, and great self-possession, and knew how to make use of the society in which he found himself, he launched into business with his wife's money, filling contracts for the government, by reason of which he was made alderman, afterwards alcalde, member of the Economic Society, one counselor of the administration, president of the directory of the Obras Pias, 2 member of the Society of Mercy, director of the Spanish-Filipino Bank, etc., etc. Nor are these etceteras to be taken like those ordinarily placed after a long enumeration of titles. Don Custodio, although never having seen a treatise on hygiene, came to be vice-chairman of the Board of Health, for the truth was that of the 8 who composed this board, only one had to be a physician, and he could not be that one. So also he was a member of the vaccination board, which was composed of 3 physicians and 7 laymen, among these being the archbishop and 3 provincials. He was a brother in all the confraternities of the common and of the most exalted dignity, and, as we have seen, director of the Superior Commission of Primary Instruction, which usually did not do anything, all these being quite sufficient reason for the newspapers to heap adjectives upon him, no less when he traveled than when he sneezed. In spite of so many offices, Don Custodio was not among those who slept through the sessions, contenting themselves, like lazy and timid delegates, in voting with the majority. The opposite of the numerous kings of Europe who bear the title of King of Jerusalem, Don Custodio made his dignity felt and got from it all the benefit possible, often frowning, making his voice impressive, coughing out his words, often taking up the whole session telling a story, presenting a project, or disputing with a colleague who had placed himself in open opposition to him. Although not past 40, he already talked of acting with circumspection, of letting the figs ripen, adding under his breath pumpkins, of pondering deeply and of stepping with careful tread, of the necessity for understanding the country, because the nature of the Indians, because the prestige of the Spanish name, because they were first of all Spaniards, because religion, and so on. Remembered yet in Manila is a speech of his when, for the first time it was proposed to light the city with kerosene in place of the old coconut oil. In such an innovation, far from seeing the extinction of the coconut oil industry, he merely discerned the interests of a certain alderman, because Don Custodio saw a long way, and opposed it with all the resonance of his buccal cavity, considering the project too premature and predicting great social cataclysms, no less celebrated, was his opposition to a sentimental serenade that some wished to tender a certain governor on the eve of his departure. Don Custodio, who felt a little resentment over some slight or other, succeeded in insinuating the idea that the rising star was the mortal enemy of the setting one, whereat the frightened promoters of the serenade gave it up. One day he was advised to return to Spain to be cured of a liver complaint, and the newspapers spoke of him as an Antaeus who had to set foot in the mother country to gain new strength. But the Manila Antaeus found himself a small and insignificant person at the capital. There he was nobody, and he missed his beloved adjectives. He did not mingle with the upper set, and his lack of education prevented him from amounting to much in the academies and scientific centers, while his backwardness and his parish house politics drove him from the clubs disgusted, vexed, seeing nothing clearly, but that there they were forever borrowing money and gambling heavily. He missed the submissive servants of Manila, who endured all his peevishness, and who now seemed to be far preferable. When a winter kept him between a fireplace and an attack of pneumonia, he sighed for the Manila winter during which a single quilt is sufficient, while in summer he missed the easy chair and the boy to fan him. In short, in Madrid he was only one among many, and in spite of his diamonds, he was once taken for a rustic who did not know how to comport himself, and at another time for an Indiano. His scruples were scoffed at, and he was shamelessly flouted by some borrowers whom he offended. Disgusted with the conservatives, who took no great notice of his advice, as well as with the sponges who rifled his pockets, he declared himself to be of the liberal party, and returned within a year to the Philippines, if not sound in his liver, yet completely changed in his beliefs. The 11 months spent at the capital among cafe politicians, nearly all retired half-pay office holders, the various speeches caught here and there, this or that article of the opposition, all the political life that permeates the air. From the barber shop, where amid the scissors clips the Figaro announces his program, to the banquets, where in harmonious periods and telling phrases the different shades of political opinion, the divergences and disagreements are adjusted, all these things awoke in him the farther he got from Europe, like the life-giving sap within the sown seed prevented from bursting out by the thick husk, in such a way that, when he reached Manila, he believed that he was going to regenerate it, and actually had the holiest plans and the purest ideals. During the first months after his return, he was continually talking about the capital, about his good friends, about Minister so-and-so, ex-Minister such-a-one, the delegate C, the author B. And there was not a political event, a court scandal, of which he was not informed to the last detail, nor was there a public man the secrets of whose private life were unknown to him, nor could anything occur that he had not foreseen, nor any reform be ordered, but he had first been consulted. All this was seasoned with attacks on the conservatives in righteous indignation, with apologies of the Liberal Party, with a little anecdote here, a phrase there from some great man, dropped in as one who did not wish offices and employments, which same he had refused in order not to be beholden to the conservatives. Such was his enthusiasm in these first days that various cronies in the grocery store which he visited from time to time affiliated themselves with the Liberal Party and began to style themselves liberals. Don Eulogio Badana, a retired sergeant of carbineers, the honest Armendia, by profession a pilot and a rampant Carlist, Don Eusebio Picote, customs inspector, and Don Bonifacio Tacken, shoe and harness maker. 3. But nevertheless, from lack of encouragement and of opposition, his enthusiasm gradually waned. He did not read the newspapers that came from Spain, because they arrived in packages, the sight of which made him yawn. The ideas that he had caught having been all expended, he needed reinforcement, and his orators were not there. And although in the casinos of Manila there was enough gambling, and money was borrowed as in Madrid, no speech that would nourish his political ideas was permitted in them. But Don Custodio was not lazy. He did more than wish. He worked. Foreseeing that he was going to leave his bones in the Philippines, he began to consider that country his proper sphere and to devote his efforts to its welfare. Thinking to liberalize it, he commenced to draw up a series of reforms or projects, which were ingenious, to say the least. It was he who, having heard in Madrid mention of the wooden street pavements of Paris, not yet adopted in Spain, proposed the introduction of them in Manila by covering the streets with boards nailed down as they are on the sides of houses. It was he who, deploring the accidents to two-wheeled vehicles, planned to avoid them by putting on at least 3 wheels. It was also he who, while acting as vice president of the Board of Health, ordered everything fumigated, even the telegrams that came from infected places. It was also he who, in compassion for the convicts that worked in the sun, and with a desire of saving to the government the cost of their equipment, suggested that they be clothed in a simple breechclout and set to work not by day but at night. He marveled, he stormed, that his projects should encounter objectors, but consoled himself with the reflection that the man who is worth enemies has them, and revenged himself by attacking and tearing to pieces any project, good or bad, presented by others. As he prided himself on being a liberal, upon being asked what he thought of the Indians he would answer, like one conferring a great favor, that they were fitted for manual labor and the imitative arts, meaning thereby music, painting, and sculpture. adding his old postscript that to know them one must have resided many, many years in the country. Yet when he heard of any one of them excelling in something that was not manual labor or an imitative art, in chemistry, medicine, or philosophy, for example, he would exclaim, "Ah, he promises fairly well, he's not a fool," and feel sure that a great deal of Spanish blood must flow in the veins of such an Indian. If unable to discover any in spite of his good intentions, he then sought a Japanese origin, for it was at that time the fashion began of attributing to the Japanese, or the Arabs, whatever good the Filipinos might have in them. For him, the native songs were Arabic music, as was also the alphabet of the ancient Filipinos. He was certain of this, although he did not know Arabic nor had he ever seen that alphabet. Arabic, the purest Arabic, he said to Ben Zabe in a tone that admitted no reply. At best, Chinese. Then he would add with a significant wink, "Nothing can be, nothing ought to be original with the Indians, you understand. I like them greatly, but they mustn't be allowed to pride themselves upon anything, for then they would take heart and turn into a lot of wretches." At other times he would say, "I love the Indians fondly, I've constituted myself their father and defender, but it's necessary to keep everything in its proper place. Some were born to command and others to serve. Plainly, that is a truism which can't be uttered very loudly, but it can be put into practice without many words. For look, the trick depends upon trifles. When you wish to reduce a people to subjection, assure it that it is in subjection. The first day it will laugh, the second protest, the third doubt, and the fourth be convinced. To keep the Filipino docile, he must have repeated to him day after day what he is, to convince him that he is incompetent. What good would it do, besides, to have him believe in something else that would make him wretched? Believe me, it's an act of charity to hold every creature in his place. That is order, harmony. That constitutes the science of government. In referring to his policies, Don Custodio was not satisfied with the word art, and upon pronouncing the word government, he would extend his hand downwards to the height of a man bent over on his knees. In regard to his religious ideas, he prided himself on being a Catholic, very much a Catholic. Ah, Catholic Spain, the land of Maria Santissima. A liberal could be and ought to be a Catholic, when the reactionaries were setting themselves up as gods or saints, just as a mulatto passes for a white man in Kaffirland. But with all that, he ate meat during Lent, except on Good Friday, never went to confession, believed neither in miracles nor the infallibility of the Pope, and when he attended Mass, went to the one at 10 o'clock or to the shortest, the military Mass. Although in Madrid he had spoken ill of the religious orders, so as not to be out of harmony with his surroundings, considering them anachronisms, and had hurled curses against the Inquisition, while relating this or that lurid or droll story wherein the habits danced, or rather friars without habits. Yet in speaking of the Philippines, which should be ruled by special laws, he would cough, look wise, and again extend his hand downwards to that mysterious altitude. The friars are necessary, they are a necessary evil, he would declare. How he would rage when any Indian dared to doubt the miracles, or did not acknowledge the Pope. All the tortures of the Inquisition were insufficient to punish such temerity. When it was objected that to rule or to live at the expense of ignorance has another and somewhat ugly name, and is punished by law when the culprit is a single person, he would justify his position by referring to other colonies. "We," he would announce in his official tone, "can speak out plainly. We're not like the British and the Dutch who, in order to hold people in subjection, make use of the lash. We avail ourselves of other means, milder and surer. The salutary influence of the friars is superior to the British lash. This last remark made his fortune. For a long time, Benzabe continued to use adaptations of it, and with him all Manila. The thinking part of Manila applauded it, and it even got to Madrid, where it was quoted in the Parliament as from a liberal of long residence there. The friars, flattered by the comparison and seeing their prestige enhanced, sent him sacks of chocolate, presents which the incorruptible Don Custodio returned, so that Benzabe immediately compared him to Epaminondas. Nevertheless, this modern Epaminondas made use of the rattan in his choleric moments, and advised its use. At that time, the conventos, fearful that he would render a decision favorable to the petition of the students, increased their gifts, so that on the afternoon when we see him, he was more perplexed than ever. His reputation for energy was being compromised. It had been more than a fortnight since he had had the petition in his hands, and only that morning the high official, after praising his zeal, had asked for decision. Don Custodio had replied with mysterious gravity, giving him to understand that it was not yet completed. The high official had smiled a smile that still worried and haunted him. As we were saying, he yawned and yawned. In one of these movements, at the moment when he opened his eyes and closed his mouth, his attention was caught by a file of red envelopes, arranged in regular order on a magnificent Camagon desk. On the back of each could be read in large letters, "Projects." For a moment, he forgot his troubles and Pepe's pirouettes, to reflect upon all that those files contained, which had issued from his prolific brain in his hours of inspiration. How many original ideas, how many sublime thoughts, how many means of ameliorating the woes of the Philippines. Immortality and the gratitude of the country were surely his. Like an old lover who discovers a moldy package of amorous epistles, Don Custodio arose and approached the desk. The first envelope, thick, swollen, and plethoric, bore the title, "Projects in Project." "No," he murmured. "They're excellent things, but it would take a year to read them over." The second, also quite voluminous, was entitled, "Projects Under Consideration." "No, not those either." Then came the projects nearing completion, projects presented, projects rejected, projects approved, projects postponed. These last envelopes held little, but the least of all was that of the projects executed. Don Custodio wrinkled up his nose. What did it contain? He had completely forgotten what was in it. A sheet of yellowish paper showed from under the flap, as though the envelope were sticking out its tongue. This he drew out and unfolded. It was the famous project for the School of Arts and Trades. "What the devil!" he exclaimed. "If the Augustinian padres took charge of it." Suddenly he slapped his forehead and arched his eyebrows, while a look of triumph overspread his face. "I have reached a decision," he cried with an oath that was not exactly eureka. "My decision is made," repeating his peculiar eureka 5 or 6 times, which struck the air like so many gleeful lashes. He sat down at his desk, radiant with joy, and began to write furiously. Chapter 21. Manila Types. That night there was a grand function at the Teatro de Variedades. Mr. Joy's French operetta company was giving its initial performance, Les Cloches de Cornville. To the eyes of the public was to be exhibited his select troupe, whose fame the newspapers had for days been proclaiming. It was reported that among the actresses was a very beautiful voice, with a figure even more beautiful, and if credit could be given to rumor, her amiability surpassed even her voice and figure. At 7:30 in the evening, there were no more tickets to be had, not even though they had been for Padre Salvi himself in his direct need, and the persons waiting to enter the general admission already formed a long queue. In the ticket office, there were scuffles and fights, talk of filibusterism and races, but this did not produce any tickets, so that by 8:15 fabulous prices were being offered for them. The appearance of the building, profusely illuminated, with flowers and plants in all the doors and windows, enchanted the new arrivals to such an extent that they burst out into exclamations and applause. A large crowd surged about the entrance, gazing enviously at those going in, those who came early from fear of missing their seats. Laughter, whispering, expectation greeted the later arrivals, who disconsolately joined the curious crowd, and now that they could not get in, contented themselves with watching those who did. Yet there was one person who seemed out of place amid such great eagerness and curiosity. He was a tall, meager man, who dragged one leg stiffly when he walked, dressed in a wretched brown coat and dirty checkered trousers that fitted his lean, bony limbs tightly. A straw sombrero, artistic in spite of being broken, covered an enormous head, and allowed his dirty gray, almost red, hair to straggle out long and kinky at the end like a poet's curls. The most notable thing about this man was not his clothing or his European features, guiltless of beard or mustache, but his fiery red face, from which he got the nickname by which he was known, Cameroncasido. One, he was a curious character belonging to a prominent Spanish family, but he lived like a vagabond and a beggar, scoffing at the prestige which he flouted indifferently with his rags. He was reputed to be a kind of reporter, and in fact his gray goggle eyes, so cold and thoughtful, always showed up where anything publishable was happening. His manner of living was a mystery to all, as no one seemed to know where he ate and slept. Perhaps he had an empty hogshead somewhere. But at that moment, Cameroncasido lacked his usual hard and indifferent expression, something like mirthful pity being reflected in his looks. A funny little man accosted him merrily. "Friend," exclaimed the latter in a raucous voice as hoarse as a frog's, while he displayed several Mexican pesos, which Cameroncasido merely glanced at and then shrugged his shoulders. What did they matter to him? The little old man was a fitting contrast to him. Small, very small, he wore on his head a high hat, which presented the appearance of a huge hairy worm, and lost himself in an enormous frock coat, too wide and too long for him, to reappear in trousers too short, not reaching below his calves. His body seemed to be the grandfather and his legs the grandchildren, while as for his shoes he appeared to be floating on the land, for they were of an enormous sailor type, apparently protesting against the hairy worm worn on his head, with all the energy of a convento beside a world's exposition. If Cameroncasido was red, he was brown, while the former, although of Spanish extraction, had not a single hair on his face, yet he, an Indian, had a goatee and mustache, both long, white, and sparse. His expression was lively. He was known as Tío Quico, too, and like his friend lived on publicity, advertising the shows and posting the theatrical announcements, being perhaps the only Filipino who could appear with impunity in a silk hat and frock coat, just as his friend was the first Spaniard who laughed at the prestige of his race. "The Frenchman has paid me well," he said, smiling and showing his picturesque gums, which looked like a street after a conflagration. "I did a good job in posting the bills." Cameroncasido shrugged his shoulders again. "Quico," he rejoined in a cavernous voice, "if they've given you 6 pesos for your work, how much will they give the friars?" Tío Quico, threw back his head in his usual lively manner. "To the friars. Because you surely know," continued Cameroncasito, "that all this crowd was secured for them by the conventos. The fact was that the friars, headed by Padre Salvi, and some lay brethren captained by Don Custodio, had opposed such shows. Padre Camorra, who could not attend, watered at the eyes and mouth, but argued with Ben Zabe, who defended them feebly, thinking of the free tickets they would send his newspaper. Don Custodio spoke of morality, religion, good manners, and the like. But, stammered the writer, if our own farces with their plays on words and phrases of double meaning. But at least they are in Castilian." The virtuous counselor interrupted with a roar, inflamed to righteous wrath. "Obscenities in French, man, Benzabe, for God's sake, in French. Never." He uttered this never with the energy of 3 Guzmans threatened with being killed like fleas if they did not surrender 20 tarifas. Padre Irene naturally agreed with Don Custodio and execrated French operetta. Phew, he had been in Paris, but had never set foot in a theater. The Lord deliver him. Yet the French operetta also counted numerous partisans. The officers of the army and navy, among them the general's aides, the clerks, and many society people, were anxious to enjoy the delicacies of the French language from the mouths of genuine Parisians, and with them were affiliated those who had traveled by the M3, and had jabbered a little French during the voyage, those who had visited Paris, and all those who wished to appear learned. Hence, Manila society was divided into 2 factions, operettists and anti-operettists. The latter were supported by the elderly ladies, wives jealous and careful of their husbands' love, and by those who were engaged, while those who were free and those who were beautiful declared themselves enthusiastic operettists. Notes and then more notes were exchanged. There were goings and comings, mutual recriminations, meetings, lobbyings, arguments, even talk of an insurrection of the natives, of their indolence, of inferior and superior races, of prestige and other humbugs, so that after much gossip and more recrimination, the permit was granted, Padre Salvi at the same time publishing a pastoral that was read by no one but the proofreader. There were questionings whether the general had quarreled with the countess, whether she spent her time in the halls of pleasure, whether His Excellency was greatly annoyed, whether there had been presents exchanged, whether the French consul, and so on and on. Many names were bandied about, Quiroga the Chinamans, Simouns, and even those of many actresses. Thanks to these scandalous preliminaries, the people's impatience had been aroused, and since the evening before, when the troupe arrived, there was talk of nothing but attending the first performance. From the hour when the red posters announced Les Cloches de Cornville, the victors prepared to celebrate their triumph. In some offices, instead of the time being spent in reading newspapers and gossiping, it was devoted to devouring the synopsis and spelling out French novels, while many feigned business outside to consult their pocket dictionaries on the sly. So no business was transacted. Callers were told to come back the next day, but the public could not take offense, for they encountered some very polite and affable clerks, who received and dismissed them with grand salutations in the French style. The clerks were practicing, brushing the dust off their French, and calling to one another, "Oui, monsieur," "Est-il vous plate," and "Pardon," at every turn, so that it was a pleasure to see and hear them. But the place where the excitement reached its climax was the newspaper office. Benzabe, having been appointed critic and translator of the synopsis, trembled like a poor woman accused of witchcraft, as he saw his enemies picking out his blunders, and throwing up to his face his deficient knowledge of French. When the Italian opera was on, he had very nearly received a challenge for having mistranslated a tenor's name, while an envious rival had immediately published an article referring to him as an ignoramus. Him, the foremost thinking head in the Philippines. All the trouble he had had to defend himself. He had had to write at least 17 articles and consult 15 dictionaries. So with these salutary recollections, the wretched Benzabe moved about with leaden hands, to say nothing of his feet, for that would be plagiarizing Padre Camorra, who had once intimated that the journalist wrote with them. "You see, Quico," said Cameroncasito, "one half of the people have come because the friars told them not to, making it a kind of public protest, and the other half because they say to themselves, do the friars object to it? Then it must be instructive. Believe me, Quico, your advertisements are a good thing, but the pastoral was better, even taking into consideration the fact that it was read by no one." "Friend, do you believe," asked Tio Quico uneasily, "that on account of the competition with Padre Salvi my business will in the future be prohibited?" "Maybe so, Quico, maybe so," replied the other, gazing at the sky. "Money's getting scarce." Tio Quico muttered some incoherent words. If the friars were going to turn theatrical advertisers, he would become a friar. After bidding his friend goodbye, he moved away coughing and rattling his silver coins. With his eternal indifference, Cameroncasito continued to wander about here and there with his crippled leg and sleepy looks. The arrival of unfamiliar faces caught his attention, coming as they did from different parts and signaling to one another with a wink or a cough. It was the first time that he had ever seen these individuals on such an occasion, he who knew all the faces and features in the city. Men with dark faces, humped shoulders, uneasy and uncertain movements, poorly disguised, as though they had for the first time put on sack coats, slipped about among the shadows, shunning attention, instead of getting in the front rows where they could see well. Detectives or thieves? Cameroncasito asked himself and immediately shrugged his shoulders. But what is it to me? The lamp of a carriage that drove up lighted in passing a group of 4 or 5 of these individuals, talking with a man who appeared to be an army officer. Detectives? It must be a new corps, he muttered with his shrug of indifference. Soon, however, he noticed that the officer, after speaking to 2 or 3 more groups, approached a carriage and seemed to be talking vigorously with some person inside. Cameroncasito took a few steps forward, and without surprise thought that he recognized the jeweler Simeon, while his sharp ears caught this short dialogue. "The signal will be a gunshot." "Yes, sir." "Don't worry. It's the general who is ordering it, but be careful about saying so. If you follow my instructions, you'll get a promotion." "Yes, sir." "So be ready." The voice ceased, and a second later the carriage drove away. In spite of his indifference, Cameroncasito could not but mutter, "Something's afoot, hands on pockets." But feeling his own to be empty, he again shrugged his shoulders. What did it matter to him, even though the heavens should fall? So he continued his pacing about. On passing near 2 persons engaged in conversation, he caught what one of them, who had rosaries and scapularies around his neck, was saying in Tagalog. "The friars are more powerful than the general. Don't be a fool. He'll go away and they'll stay here. So, if we do well, we'll get rich. The signal is a gunshot." Hold hard," murmured Cameroncasito, tightening his fingers. "On that side the general, on this Padre Salvi. Poor country, but what is it to me? again shrugging his shoulders and expectorating at the same time, two actions that with him were indications of supreme indifference. He continued his observations. Meanwhile, the carriages were arriving in dizzy streams, stopping directly before the door to set down the members of the select society. Although the weather was scarcely even cool, the ladies sported magnificent shawls, silk neckerchiefs, and even light cloaks. Among the escorts, some who were in frock coats with white ties wore overcoats, while others carried them on their arms to display the rich silk linings. In a group of spectators, Taddeo, he who was always taken ill the moment the professor appeared, was accompanied by a fellow townsman of his, the novice whom we saw suffer evil consequences from reading wrongly the Cartesian principle. This novice was very inquisitive and addicted to tiresome questions, and Taddeo was taking advantage of his ingenuousness and inexperience to relate to him the most stupendous lies. Every Spaniard that spoke to him, whether clerkling or underling, was presented as a leading merchant, a marquis or a count, while on the other hand anyone who passed him by was a greenhorn, a petty official, a nobody. When pedestrians failed him in keeping up the novice's astonishment, he resorted to the resplendent carriages that came up. Taddeo would bow politely, wave his hand in a friendly manner, and call out a familiar greeting. "Who's he?" "Bah," was the negligent reply. "The civil governor, the vice-governor, judge, senora, all friends of mine." The novice marveled and listened in fascination, taking care to keep on the left. Taddeo, the friend of judges and governors. Taddeo named all the persons who arrived, when he did not know them, inventing titles, biographies, and interesting sketches. "You see that tall gentleman with dark whiskers, somewhat squint-eyed, dressed in black. He's Judge A, an intimate friend of the wife of Colonel B. One day, if it hadn't been for me, they would have come to blows. Hello, here comes that colonel. What if they should fight?" The novice held his breath, but the colonel and the judge shook hands cordially. The soldier, an old bachelor, inquiring about the health of the judge's family. "Ah, thank heaven," breathed Taddeo. "I'm the one who made them friends." "What if they should invite us to go in?" asked the novice timidly. "Get out, boy. I never accept favors," retorted Taddeo majestically. "I confer them, but disinterestedly." The novice bit his lip and felt smaller than ever, while he placed a respectful distance between himself and his fellow townsmen. Taddeo resumed, "That is the musician H, that one the lawyer J, who delivered as his own a speech printed in all the books and was congratulated and admired for it. Dr. K, that man just getting out of a hansom, is a specialist in diseases of children, so he's called Herod. That's the banker L, who can talk only of his money and his hoards, the poet M, who is always dealing with the stars and the beyond. There goes the beautiful wife of N, whom Padre Q is accustomed to meet when he calls upon the absent husband, the Jewish merchant P, who came to the islands with 1,000 pesos and is now a millionaire. That fellow with the long beard is the physician R, who has become rich by making invalids more than by curing them. Making invalids? Yes, boy, in the examination of the conscripts. Attention! That finely dressed gentleman is not a physician, but a homeopathist sui generis. He professes completely the similes similibus. The young cavalry captain with him is his chosen disciple. That man in a light suit with his hat tilted back is the government clerk, whose maxim is never to be polite, and who rages like a demon when he sees a hat on anyone else's head. They say that he does it to ruin the German hatters. The man just arriving with his family is the wealthy merchant C, who has an income of over 100,000 pesos. But what would you say if I should tell you that he still owes me 4 pesos, 5 reals, and 12 cuartos? But who would collect from a rich man like him? That gentleman in debt to you. Sure, one day I got him out of a bad fix. It was on a Friday at 6:30 in the morning. I still remember because I hadn't breakfasted. That lady who is followed by a Duna is the celebrated Pepe, the dancing girl. But she doesn't dance anymore now that a very Catholic gentleman and a great friend of mine has forbidden it. There's the death's head Z, who's surely following her to get her to dance again. He's a good fellow and a great friend of mine, but has one defect. He's a Chinese mestizo and yet calls himself a peninsular Spaniard. SSSH. Look at Ben Zabe, him with the face of a friar, who's carrying a pencil and a roll of paper in his hand. He's the great writer, Ben Zabe, a good friend of mine. He has talent. You don't say. And that little man with white whiskers. He's the official who has appointed his daughters, those 3 little girls, assistants in his department, so as to get their names on the payroll. He's a clever man, very clever. When he makes a mistake, he blames it on somebody else. He buys things and pays for them out of the treasury. He's clever, very, very clever. Taddeo was about to say more, but suddenly checked himself. And that gentleman who has a fierce air and gazes at everybody over his shoulders, inquired the novice, pointing to a man who nodded haughtily. But Taddeo did not answer. He was craning his neck to see Paulita Gomez, who was approaching with a friend, Doña Victorina and Juanito Peles. The latter had presented her with a box and was more humped than ever. Carriage after carriage drove up. The actors and actresses arrived and entered by a separate door, followed by their friends and admirers. After Paulita had gone in, Taddeo resumed. Those are the nieces of the rich Captain D. Those coming up in a landau. You see how pretty and healthy they are. Well, in a few years they'll be dead or crazy. Captain D is opposed to their marrying, and the insanity of the uncle is appearing in the nieces. That's the Señorita E, the rich heiress whom the world and the conventos are disputing over. Hello, I know that fellow. It's Padre Irene in disguise with a false mustache. I recognize him by his nose, and he was so greatly opposed to this. The scandalized novice watched a neatly cut coat disappear behind a group of ladies. The 3 fates, went on Taddeo, watching the arrival of 3 withered, bony, hollow-eyed, wide-mouthed, and shabbily dressed women. They're called Atropos, ventured the novice, who wished to show that he also knew somebody, at least in mythology. No, boy, they're called the weary waiters, old, censorious, and dull. They pretend to hate everybody, men, women, and children. But look how the Lord always places beside the evil a remedy, only that sometimes it comes late. There behind the fates, the frights of the city, come those 3 girls, the pride of their friends, among whom I count myself. That thin young man with goggle eyes, somewhat stooped, who is wildly gesticulating because he can't get tickets, is the chemist S, author of many essays and scientific treatises, some of which are notable and have captured prizes. The Spaniards say of him, there's some hope for him, some hope for him. The fellow who is soothing him with his Voltairean smile is the poet T, a young man of talent, a great friend of mine, and for the very reason that he has talent, he has thrown away his pen. That fellow who is trying to get in with the actors by the other door is the young physician U, who has effected some remarkable cures. It's also said of him that he promises well. He's not such a scoundrel as Peles, but he's cleverer and slyer still. I believe that he'd shake dice with death and win. And that brown gentleman, with a mustache like hog bristles. Ah, that's the merchant F, who forges everything, even his baptismal certificate. He wants to be a Spanish mestizo at any cost, and is making heroic efforts to forget his native language. But his daughters are very white. Yes, that's the reason rice has gone up in price, and yet they eat nothing but bread. The novice did not understand the connection between the price of rice and the whiteness of those girls, but he held his peace. There goes the fellow that's engaged to one of them, that thin brown youth who is following them with a lingering movement and speaking with a protecting air to the three friends who are laughing at him. He's a martyr to his beliefs, to his consistency. The novice was filled with admiration and respect for the young man. He has the look of a fool, and he is one, continued Taddeo. He was born in San Pedro Macari and has inflicted many privations upon himself. He scarcely ever bathes or eats pork, because, according to him, the Spaniards don't do those things, and for the same reason he doesn't eat rice and dried fish, although he may be watering at the mouth and dying of hunger. Anything that comes from Europe, rotten or preserved, he considers divine. A month ago, Basilio cured him of a severe attack of gastritis, for he had eaten a jar of mustard to prove that he's a European. At that moment, the orchestra struck up a waltz. You see that gentleman, that hypochondriac who goes along turning his head from side to side, seeking salutes. That's the celebrated governor of Pangasinan, a good man who loses his appetite whenever any Indian fails to salute him. He would have died if he hadn't issued the proclamation about salutes to which he owes his celebrity. Poor fellow, it's only been 3 days since he came from the province, and look how thin he has become. Oh, here's the great man, the illustrious, open your eyes. Who? That man with knitted brows. Yes, that's Don Custodio, the liberal Don Custodio. His brows are knit because he's meditating over some important project. If the ideas he has in his head were carried out, this would be a different world. Ah, here comes Macarag, your housemate. It was in fact Macarag, with Pexon, Sandoval, and Isagani. Upon seeing them, Taddeo advanced and spoke to them. Aren't you coming in? Macarag asked him. We haven't been able to get tickets. Fortunately, we have a box, replied Macarag. Basilio couldn't come. Both of you come in with us. Taddeo did not wait for the invitation to be repeated, but the novice, fearing that he would intrude with the timidity natural to the provincial Indian, excused himself, nor could he be persuaded to enter. Chapter 22. The Performance. The interior of the theater presented a lively aspect. It was filled from top to bottom, with people standing in the corridors and in the aisles, fighting to withdraw a head from some hole where they had inserted it, or to shove an eye between a collar and an ear. The open boxes, occupied for the most part by ladies, looked like baskets of flowers, whose petals, the fans, shook in a light breeze, wherein hummed 1,000 bees. However, just as there are flowers of strong or delicate fragrance, flowers that kill and flowers that console, so from our baskets were exhaled like emanations. There were to be heard dialogues, conversations, remarks that bit and stung. 3 or 4 boxes, however, were still vacant, in spite of the lateness of the hour. The performance had been advertised for 8:30, and it was already 9:15, but the curtain did not go up, as His Excellency had not yet arrived. The gallery gods, impatient and uncomfortable in their seats, started a racket, clapping their hands and pounding the floor with their canes. Boom, 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 ring up the curtain, boom, boom, boom. The artillerymen were not the least noisy. Emulators of Mars, as Benzabe called them, they were not satisfied with this music. Thinking themselves perhaps at a bullfight, they made remarks at the ladies who passed before them in words that are euphemistically called flowers in Madrid, although at times they seem more like foul weeds. Without heeding the furious looks of the husbands, they bandied from one to another the sentiments and longings inspired by so many beauties. In the reserved seats, where the ladies seemed to be afraid to venture, as few were to be seen there, a murmur of voices prevailed amid suppressed laughter and clouds of tobacco smoke. They discussed the merits of the players and talked scandal, wondering if His Excellency had quarreled with the friars, if his presence at such a show was a defiance or mere curiosity. Others gave no heed to these matters, but were engaged in attracting the attention of the ladies, throwing themselves into attitudes more or less interesting and statuesque, flashing diamond rings, especially when they thought themselves the foci of insistent opera glasses, while yet another would address a respectful salute to this or that senora or senorita, at the same time lowering his head gravely to whisper to a neighbor, "How ridiculous she is, and such a bore." The lady would respond with one of her most gracious smiles and an enchanting nod of her head, while murmuring to a friend sitting near, amid lazy flourishes of her fan, "How impudent he is! He's madly in love, my dear." Meanwhile, the noise increased. There remained only 2 vacant boxes, besides that of His Excellency, which was distinguished by its curtains of red velvet. The orchestra played another waltz. The audience protested, when fortunately there arose a charitable hero to distract their attention and relieve the manager, in the person of a man who had occupied a reserved seat and refused to give it up to its owner, the philosopher Don Primitivo. Finding his own arguments useless, Don Primitivo had appealed to an usher. "I don't care to," the hero responded to the latter's protests, placidly puffing at his cigarette. The usher appealed to the manager. "I don't care to," was the response as he settled back in the seat. The manager went away, while the artillerymen in the gallery began to sing out encouragement to the usurper. Our hero, now that he had attracted general attention, thought that to yield would be to lower himself, so he held on to the seat, while he repeated his answer to a pair of guards the manager had called in. These, in consideration of the rebels' rank, went in search of their corporal, while the whole house broke out into applause at the firmness of the hero, who remained seated like a Roman senator. Hisses were heard, and the inflexible gentleman turned angrily to see if they were meant for him, but the galloping of horses resounded and the stir increased. One might have said that a revolution had broken out, or at least a riot, but no, the orchestra had suspended the waltz and was playing the royal march. It was His Excellency, the Captain General and Governor of the islands, who was entering. All eyes sought and followed him, then lost sight of him, until he finally appeared in his box. After looking all about him and making some persons happy with a lordly salute, he sat down, as though he were indeed the man for whom the chair was waiting. The artillerymen then became silent, and the orchestra tore into the prelude. Our students occupied a box directly facing that of Pepe, the dancing girl. Her box was a present from Macareg, who had already got on good terms with her in order to propitiate Don Custodio. Pepe had that very afternoon written a note to the illustrious arbiter, asking for an answer and appointing an interview in the theater. For this reason, Don Custodio, in spite of the active opposition he had manifested toward the French operetta, had gone to the theater, which action won him some caustic remarks on the part of Don Manuel, his ancient adversary in the sessions of the Ayuntamiento. "I've come to judge the operetta," He had replied in the tone of a Cado whose conscience was clear. So Macareg was exchanging looks of intelligence with Pepe, who was giving him to understand that she had something to tell him. As the dancing girl's face wore a happy expression, the students augured that a favorable outcome was assured. Sandoval, who had just returned from making calls in other boxes, also assured them that the decision had been favorable, that very afternoon the Superior Commission had considered and approved it. Everyone was jubilant, even Pexon having laid aside his pessimism when he saw the smiling Pepe display a note. Sandoval and Macareg congratulated one another, Isagani alone remaining cold and unsmiling. What had happened to this young man? Upon entering the theater, Isagani had caught sight of Paulita in a box, with Juanito Pelliz talking to her. He had turned pale, thinking that he must be mistaken. But no, it was she herself, she who greeted him with a gracious smile, while her beautiful eyes seemed to be asking pardon and promising explanations. The fact was that they had agreed upon Isagani's going first to the theater to see if the show contained anything improper for a young woman. But now he found her there, and in no other company than that of his rival. What passed in his mind is indescribable. Wrath, jealousy, humiliation, resentment raged within him, and there were moments even when he wished that the theater would fall in. He had a violent desire to laugh aloud, to insult his sweetheart, to challenge his rival, to make a scene, but finally contented himself with sitting quiet and not looking at her at all. He was conscious of the beautiful plans Macareg and Sandoval were making, but they sounded like distant echoes. While the notes of the waltz seemed sad and lugubrious, the whole audience stupid and foolish, and several times he had to make an effort to keep back the tears. Of the trouble stirred up by the hero who refused to give up the seat, of the arrival of the Captain General, he was scarcely conscious. He stared toward the drop curtain, on which was depicted a kind of gallery with sumptuous red hangings, affording a view of a garden in which a fountain played. Yet how sad the gallery looked to him, and how melancholy the painted landscape. 1,000 vague recollections surged into his memory like distant echoes of music heard in the night, like songs of infancy, the murmur of lonely forests and gloomy rivulets, moonlit nights on the shore of the sea spread wide before his eyes. So the enamored youth considered himself very wretched and stared fixedly at the ceiling, so that the tears should not fall from his eyes. A burst of applause drew him from these meditations. The curtain had just risen, and the merry chorus of peasants of Cornville was presented, all dressed in cotton caps, with heavy wooden sabots on their feet. Some 6 or 7 girls, well-rouged on the lips and cheeks, with large black circles around their eyes to increase their brilliance, displayed white arms, fingers covered with diamonds, round and shapely limbs, while they were chanting the Norman phrase, Allez, marche. Allez, marche. They smiled at their different admirers in the reserved seats with such openness that Don Custodio, after looking toward Pepe's box to assure himself that she was not doing the same thing with some other admirer, set down in his notebook this indecency, and to make sure of it lowered his head a little to see if the actresses were not showing their knees. Oh, these Frenchwomen, he muttered, while his imagination lost itself in considerations somewhat more elevated, as he made comparisons and projects. Qua villa tous les cancans de la Semaine, sang Gertrude, a proud damsel who was looking roguishly askance at the Captain General. We're going to have the cancan, exclaimed Taddeo, the winner of the first prize in the French class, who had managed to make out this word. Macareg, they're going to dance the cancan. He rubbed his hands gleefully. From the moment the curtain rose, Taddeo had been heedless of the music. He was looking only for the prurient, the indecent, the immoral in actions and dress, and with his scanty French was sharpening his ears to catch the obscenities that the austere guardians of the fatherland had foretold. Sandoval, pretending to know French, had converted himself into a kind of interpreter for his friends. He knew as much about it as Taddeo, but the published synopsis helped him and his fancy supplied the rest. "Yes," he said, "they're going to dance the cancan. She's going to lead it." Macaraig and Pexon redoubled their attention, smiling in anticipation, while Isagani looked away, mortified to think that Paulita should be present at such a show, and reflecting that it was his duty to challenge Juanito Pelliz the next day. But the young men waited in vain. Sir Paulette came on, a charming girl in her cotton cap, provoking and challenging. "Hein, qui parle de Sir Paulette?" she demanded of the gossips, with her arms akimbo in a combative attitude. Someone applauded, and after him all those in the reserved seats. Without changing her girlish attitude, Sir Paulette gazed at the person who had started the applause and paid him with a smile, displaying rows of little teeth that looked like a string of pearls, in a case of red velvet. Taddeo followed her gaze and saw a man in a false mustache with an extraordinarily large nose. "By the monk's cowl," he exclaimed, "it's Irene." "Yes," corroborated Sandoval. "I saw him behind the scenes talking with the actresses." The truth was that Padre Irene, who was a melomaniac of the first degree and knew French well, had been sent to the theater by Padre Salvi as a sort of religious detective. Or so, at least, he told the persons who recognized him. As a faithful critic, who should not be satisfied with viewing the piece from a distance, he wished to examine the actresses at first hand. So he had mingled in the groups of admirers and gallants, had penetrated into the green room, where was whispered and talked a French required by the situation, a market French, a language that is readily comprehensible for the vendor when the buyer seems disposed to pay well. Sir Paulette was surrounded by 2 gallant officers, a sailor, and a lawyer, when she caught sight of him moving about, sticking the tip of his long nose into all the nooks and corners, as though with it he were ferreting out all the mysteries of the stage. She ceased her chatter, knitted her eyebrows, then raised them, opened her lips, and with the vivacity of a Parisian left her admirers to hurl herself like a torpedo upon our critic. "Tines, Tauru, mon lapin," she cried, catching Padre Irene's arm and shaking it merrily, while the air rang with her silvery laugh. "Tut, tut," objected Padre Irene, endeavoring to conceal himself. "Mais comment, toi isai gross bert, et moi qui t'y croyais." "Ties past de tapage lily, il faudem respecter, suis isai el pape." With great difficulty, Padre Irene made her listen to reason, for Lily was enchantier to meet in Manila an old friend, who reminded her of the coulisses of the Grand Opera House. So it was that Padre Irene, fulfilling at the same time his duties as a friend and a critic, had initiated the applause to encourage her, for Sir Paulette deserved it. Meanwhile, the young men were waiting for the cancan. Pexon became all eyes, but there was everything except cancan. There was presented the scene in which, but for the timely arrival of the representatives of the law, the women would have come to blows and torn one another's hair out, incited thereto by the mischievous peasants, who, like our students, hoped to see something more than the cancan. Sit. Dispute as vous, bad as vous. Sit. News Allen's comterles coupes. The music ceased, The men went away. The women returned, a few at a time, and started a conversation among themselves, of which our friends understood nothing. They were slandering some absent person. "They look like the Chinamen of the Pansiteria," whispered Pexon. "But the Kankan?" asked Macareg. "They're talking about the most suitable place to dance it," gravely responded Sandoval. "They look like the Chinamen of the Pansiteria," repeated Pexon in disgust. A lady accompanied by her husband entered at that moment and took her place in one of the 2 vacant boxes. She had the air of a queen and gazed disdainfully at the whole house, as if to say, "I've come later than all of you, you crowd of upstarts and provincials. I've come later than you." There are persons who go to the theater like the contestants in a mule race. The last one in wins, and we know very sensible men who would ascend the scaffold rather than enter a theater before the first act. But the lady's triumph was of short duration. She caught sight of the other box that was still empty and began to scold her better half, thus starting such a disturbance that many were annoyed. "SSH, SSH." The blockheads, as if they understood French, remarked the lady, gazing with supreme disdain in all directions, finally fixing her attention on Juanito's box, whence she thought she had heard an impudent hiss. Juanito was in fact guilty, for he had been pretending to understand everything, holding himself up proudly and applauding at times, as though nothing that was said escaped him, and this too without guiding himself by the actor's pantomime, because he scarcely looked toward the stage. The rogue had intentionally remarked to Paulita that, as there was so much more beautiful a woman close at hand, he did not care to strain his eyes looking beyond her. Paulita had blushed, covered her face with her fan, and glanced stealthily toward where Isagani, silent and morose, was abstractedly watching the show. Paulita felt nettled and jealous. Would Isagani fall in love with any of those alluring actresses? The thought put her in a bad humor, so she scarcely heard the praises that Doña Victorina was heaping upon her own favorite. Juanito was playing his part well. He shook his head at times in sign of disapproval, and then there could be heard coughs and murmurs in some parts. At other times he smiled in approbation, and a second later applause resounded. Doña Victorina was charmed, even conceiving some vague ideas of marrying the young man the day Don Tiburcio should die. Juanito knew French and do Espadanya didn't. Then she began to flatter him, nor did he perceive the change in the drift of her talk. So occupied was he in watching a Catalan merchant who was sitting next to the Swiss consul. Having observed that they were conversing in French, Juanito was getting his inspiration from their countenances, and thus grandly giving the cue to those about him. Scene followed scene, character succeeded character, comic and ridiculous like the bailiff and Grenishew, imposing and winsome like the Marquis and Germain. The audience laughed heartily at the slap delivered by Gaspard and intended for the coward Grenishew, which was received by the grave bailiff, whose wig went flying through the air, producing disorder and confusion as the curtain dropped. "Where's the cancan?" inquired Taddeo. The curtain rose again immediately, revealing a scene in a servant market, with 3 posts on which were affixed signs bearing the announcements: Cervantes, Cochers, and Domestiques. Juanito, to improve the opportunity, turned to Doña Victorina and said in a loud voice, so that Paulita might hear and be convinced of his learning: Cervantes means servants, domestiques domestics. And in what way do the Cervantes differ from the domestiques? Asked Paulita. Juanito was not found wanting. Domestiques are those that are domesticated. Haven't you noticed that some of them have the air of savages? Those are the Cervantes. That's right, added Doña Victorina. Some have very bad manners, and yet I thought that in Europe everybody was cultivated. But as it happens in France, well, I see. SSH. What was Juanito's predicament when the time came for the opening of the market and the beginning of the sale, and the servants who were to be hired placed themselves beside the signs that indicated their class? The men, some 10 or 12 rough characters in livery, carrying branches in their hands, took their place under the sign domestiques. Those are the domestics, explained Juanito. Really, they have the appearance of being only recently domesticated, observed Doña Victorina. Now let's have a look at the savages. Then the dozen girls headed by the lively and merry Sir Paulette, decked out in their best clothes, each wearing a big bouquet of flowers at the waist, laughing, smiling, fresh and attractive, placed themselves, to Juanito's great desperation, beside the post of the Cervantes. "How's this?" asked Paulita guilelessly. "Are those the savages that you spoke of?" "No," replied the imperturbable Juanito. "There's a mistake. They've got their places mixed, those coming behind. Those with the whips." Juanito nodded assent, but he was rather perplexed and uneasy. "So those girls are the cochers." Here Juanito was attacked by such a violent fit of coughing that some of the spectators became annoyed. "Put him out, put the consumptive out," called a voice. Consumptive. To be called a consumptive before Paulita. Juanito wanted to find the blackguard and make him swallow that consumptive. Observing that the women were trying to hold him back, his bravado increased, and he became more conspicuously ferocious. But fortunately it was Don Custodio who had made the diagnosis, and he, fearful of attracting attention to himself, pretended to hear nothing, apparently busy with his criticism of the play. "If it weren't that I am with you," remarked Juanito, rolling his eyes like some dolls that are moved by clockwork, and to make the resemblance more real he stuck out his tongue occasionally. Thus that night he acquired in Doña Victorina's eyes the reputation of being brave and punctilious, so she decided in her heart that she would marry him just as soon as Don Tiburcio was out of the way. Paulita became sadder and sadder in thinking about how the girls called cochers could occupy Isagani's attention, for the name had certain disagreeable associations that came from the slang of her convent school days. At length the first act was concluded, the Marquis taking away as servants Sir Paulette and Germain, the representative of timid beauty in the troupe, and for coachman the stupid Grenishew. A burst of applause brought them out again holding hands, those who 5 seconds before had been tormenting one another, and were about to come to blows, bowing and smiling here and there to the gallant Manila public, and exchanging knowing looks with various spectators, while there prevailed the passing tumult occasioned by those who crowded one another to get into the green room and felicitate the actresses, and by those who were going to make calls on the ladies in the boxes. Some expressed their opinions of the play and the players. "Undoubtedly, Sir Paulette is the best," said one with a knowing air. "I prefer Germain. She's an ideal blonde. But she hasn't any voice." "What do I care about the voice?" "Well, for shape, the tall one." "Pshaw," said Ben-Zabe. "Not a one is worth a straw, not a one is an artist." Ben-Zabe was the critic for El Grito de la Integridad, and his disdainful air gave him great importance in the eyes of those who were satisfied with so little. "Sir Paulette hasn't any voice, nor Germain grace, nor is that music, nor is it art, nor is it anything. He concluded with marked contempt. To set oneself up as a great critic, there is nothing like appearing to be discontented with everything. Besides, the management had sent only 2 seats for the newspaper staff. In the boxes, curiosity was aroused as to who could be the possessor of the empty one, for that person would surpass everyone in chic, since he would be the last to arrive. The rumor started somewhere that it belonged to Simone, and was confirmed. No one had seen the jeweler in the reserved seats, the green room, or anywhere else. Yet I saw him this afternoon with Mr. Juari, someone said. He presented a necklace to one of the actresses. To which one? Asked some of the inquisitive ladies. To the finest of all, the one who made eyes at His Excellency. This information was received with looks of intelligence, winks, exclamations of doubt, of confirmation, and half-uttered commentaries. "He's trying to play the Monte Cristo," remarked a lady who prided herself on being literary. "Or purveyor to the palace," added her escort, jealous of Simone. In the students' box, Pexon, Sandoval, and Isagani had remained, while Taddeo had gone to engage Don Custodio in conversation about his projects, and Macareg to hold an interview with Pepe. "In no way, as I have observed to you before, friend Isagani," declared Sandoval with violent gestures and a sonorous voice, so that the ladies near the box, the daughters of the rich man who was in debt to Taddeo, might hear him. "In no way does the French language possess the rich sonorousness or the varied and elegant cadence of the Castilian tongue. I cannot conceive, I cannot imagine, I cannot form any idea of French orators, and I doubt that they have ever had any or can have any now in the strict construction of the term orator, because we must not confuse the name orator with the words babbler and charlatan. For these can exist in any country, in all the regions of the inhabited world, among the cold and curt Englishmen as among the lively and impressionable Frenchmen." Thus he delivered a magnificent review of the nations, with his poetical characterizations and most resounding epithets. Isagani nodded assent, with his thoughts fixed on Paulita, whom he had surprised gazing at him with an expressive look which contained a wealth of meaning. He tried to divine what those eyes were expressing, those eyes that were so eloquent and not at all deceptive. "Now you who are a poet, a slave to rhyme and meter, a son of the muses," continued Sandoval with an elegant wave of his hand, as though he were saluting on the horizon the 9 sisters. "Do you comprehend, can you conceive, how a language so harsh and unmusical as French can give birth to poets of such gigantic stature as our Garcilasos, our Herreras, our Esprancetas, our Calderons?" "Nevertheless," objected Pexon, "Victor Hugo, my friend Pexon, if Victor Hugo is a poet, it is because he owes it to Spain, because it is an established fact, it is a matter beyond all doubt, a thing admitted even by the Frenchmen themselves, so envious of Spain, that if Victor Hugo has genius, if he really is a poet, it is because his childhood was spent in Madrid. There he drank in his first impressions, there his brain was molded, there his imagination was colored, his heart modeled, and the most beautiful concepts of his mind born. And after all, who is Victor Hugo? Is he to be compared at all with our modern?" This peroration was cut short by the return of Macareg with a despondent air and a bitter smile on his lips, carrying in his hand a note, which he offered silently to Sandoval, who read, "My dove, your letter has reached me late, for I have already handed in my decision, and it has been approved. However, as if I had guessed your wish, I have decided the matter according to the desires of your pretty gaze. I'll be at the theater and wait for you after the performance. Your duckling. Custodining. How tender the man is, exclaimed Taddeo with emotion. Well, said Sandoval, I don't see anything wrong about this, quite the reverse. Yes, rejoined Macaraeg with his bitter smile, decided favorably. I've just seen Padre Irene. What does Padre Irene say? Inquired Pexon. The same as Don Custodio, and the rascal still had the audacity to congratulate me. The commission, which has taken as its own the decision of the arbiter, approves the idea and felicitates the students on their patriotism and their thirst for knowledge. Well, only that, considering our duties. In short, it says that in order that the idea may not be lost, it concludes that the direction and execution of the plan should be placed in charge of one of the religious corporations, in case the Dominicans do not wish to incorporate the academy with the university. Exclamations of disappointment greeted the announcement. Isagani rose, but said nothing. And in order that we may participate in the management of the academy, Macaraeg went on. We are entrusted with the collection of contributions and dues, with the obligation of turning them over to the treasurer whom the corporation may designate, which treasurer will issue us receipts. Then we're tax collectors, remarked Taddeo. Sandoval, said Pexon, there's the gauntlet, take it up. Huh, that's not a gauntlet. From its odor it seems more like a sock. The funniest part of it, Macaraeg added, is that Padre Irene has advised us to celebrate the event with a banquet or a torchlight procession, a public demonstration of the students en masse to render thanks to all the persons who have intervened in the affair. Yes, after the blow, let's sing and give thanks. Super flumina Babylonis sedimus. Yes, a banquet like that of the convicts, said Taddeo. A banquet at which we all wear mourning and deliver funeral orations, added Sandoval. A serenade with the Marseillaise and funeral marches, proposed Isagani. No, gentlemen, observed Pexon with his clownish grin. To celebrate the event there's nothing like a banquet in a pansateria, served by the Chinamen without camisas. I insist, without camisas. The sarcasm and grotesqueness of this idea won it ready acceptance, Sandoval being the first to applaud it, for he had long wished to see the interior of one of those establishments which at night appeared to be so merry and cheerful. Just as the orchestra struck up for the second act, the young men arose and left the theater, to the scandal of the whole house. Chapter 23. A corpse. Simeon had not, in fact, gone to the theater. Already at 7 o'clock in the evening, he had left his house looking worried and gloomy. His servant saw him return twice, accompanied by different individuals, and at 8 o'clock Macaraeg encountered him pacing along Cal Hospital near the nunnery of St. Clara, just when the bells of its church were ringing a funeral knell. At 9, Cameroncasido saw him again, in the neighborhood of the theater, speak with a person who seemed to be a student, pay the latter's admission to the show, and again disappear among the shadows of the trees. What is it to me? Again muttered Cameroncasido. What do I get out of watching over the populace? Basilio, as Macaraeg said, had not gone to the show. The poor student, after returning from San Diego, whither he had gone to ransom Julie, his future bride from her servitude, had turned again to his studies, spending his time in the hospital, in studying, or in nursing Capitan Tiago, whose affliction he was trying to cure. The invalid had become an intolerable character. During his bad spells, when he felt depressed from lack of opium, the doses of which Basilio was trying to reduce, he would scold, mistreat, and abuse the boy, who bore it resignedly, conscious that he was doing good to one to whom he owed so much, and yielded only in the last extremity. His vicious appetite satisfied, Capitan Tiago would fall into a good humor, become tender, and call him his son, tearfully recalling the youth services, how well he administered the estates, and would even talk of making him his heir. Basilio would smile bitterly and reflect that in this world complacence with vice is rewarded better than fulfillment of duty. Not a few times did he feel tempted to give free rein to the craving and conduct his benefactor to the grave by a path of flowers and smiling illusions, rather than lengthen his life along a road of sacrifice. "What a fool I am," he often said to himself. "People are stupid and then pay for it." But he would shake his head as he thought of Julie, of the wide future before him. He counted upon living without a stain on his conscience, so he continued the treatment prescribed and bore everything patiently. Yet with all his care, the sick man, except for short periods of improvement, grew worse. Basilio had planned gradually to reduce the amount of the dose, or at least not to let him injure himself by increasing it. But on returning from the hospital or some visit, he would find his patient in the heavy slumber produced by the opium, driveling, pale as a corpse. The young man could not explain whence the drug came. The only two persons who visited the house were Simeon and Padre Irene, the former rarely, while the latter never ceased exhorting him to be severe and inexorable with the treatment, to take no notice of the invalid's ravings, for the main object was to save him. "Do your duty, young man," was Padre Irene's constant admonition. "Do your duty." Then he would deliver a sermon on this topic with such great conviction and enthusiasm that Basilio would begin to feel kindly toward the preacher. Besides, Padre Irene promised to get him a fine assignment, a good province, and even hinted at the possibility of having him appointed a professor. Without being carried away by illusions, Basilio pretended to believe in them and went on obeying the dictates of his own conscience. That night, while Les Cloches de Cornville was being presented, Basilio was studying at an old table by the light of an oil lamp, whose thick glass globe partly illuminated his melancholy features. An old skull, some human bones, and a few books carefully arranged covered the table, whereon there was also a pan of water with a sponge. The smell of opium that proceeded from the adjoining bedroom made the air heavy and inclined him to sleep, but he overcame the desire by bathing his temples and eyes from time to time, determined not to go to sleep until he had finished the book, which he had borrowed and must return as soon as possible. It was a volume of the Medicina Legal y Toxicologia of Dr. Freire, the only book that the professor would use, and Basilio lacked money to buy a copy, since, under the pretext of its being forbidden by the censor in Manila, and the necessity for bribing many government employees to get it in, the booksellers charged a high price for it. So absorbed was the youth in his studies that he had not given any attention at all to some pamphlets that had been sent to him from some unknown source, pamphlets that treated of the Philippines, among which figured those that were attracting the greatest notice at the time, because of their harsh and insulting manner of referring to the natives of the country. Basilio had no time to open them, and he was perhaps restrained also by the thought that there is nothing pleasant about receiving an insult or a provocation without having any means of replying or defending oneself. The censorship, in fact, permitted insults to the Filipinos but prohibited replies on their part. In the midst of the silence that reigned in the house, broken only by a feeble snore that issued now and then from the adjoining bedroom, Basilio heard light footfalls on the stairs, footfalls that soon crossed the hallway and approached the room where he was. Raising his head, he saw the door open, and to his great surprise appeared the sinister figure of the jeweler Simão, who since the scene in San Diego had not come to visit either himself or Capitan Tiago. "How is the sick man?" he inquired, throwing a rapid glance about the room and fixing his attention on the pamphlets, the leaves of which were still uncut. "The beating of his heart is scarcely perceptible, his pulse is very weak, his appetite entirely gone," replied Basilio in a low voice with a sad smile. "He sweats profusely in the early morning." Noticing that Simão kept his face turned toward the pamphlets, and fearing that he might reopen the subject of their conversation in the wood, he went on. "His system is saturated with poison. He may die any day, as though struck by lightning. The least irritation, any excitement may kill him." "Like the Philippines," observed Simão lugubriously. Basilio was unable to refrain from a gesture of impatience, but he was determined not to recur to the old subject, so he proceeded as if he had heard nothing. "What weakens him the most is the nightmares, his terrors." "Like the government," again interrupted Simão. "Several nights ago he awoke in the dark and thought that he had gone blind. He raised a disturbance, lamenting and scolding me, saying that I had put his eyes out. When I entered his room with a light, he mistook me for Padre Irene and called me his savior." "Like the government, exactly." "Last night," continued Basilio, paying no attention, "he got up begging for his favorite gamecock, the one that died 3 years ago, and I had to give him a chicken. Then he heaped blessings upon me and promised me many thousands." At that instant, a clock struck 10:30. Simão shuddered and stopped the youth with a gesture. "Basilio," he said in a low, tense voice, "listen to me carefully, for the moments are precious. I see that you haven't opened the pamphlets that I sent you. You're not interested in your country." The youth started to protest. "It's useless," went on Simão dryly. "Within an hour the revolution is going to break out at a signal from me, and tomorrow there'll be no studies, there'll be no university, there'll be nothing but fighting and butchery. I have everything ready and my success is assured. When we triumph, all those who could have helped us and did not do so will be treated as enemies. Basilio, I've come to offer you death or a future." "Death or a future," the boy echoed, as though he did not understand. "With us or with the government," rejoined Simão. "With your country or with your oppressors. Decide, for time presses. I've come to save you because of the memories that unite us." "With my country or with the oppressors," repeated Basilio in a low tone. The youth was stupefied. He gazed at the jeweler with eyes in which terror was reflected. He felt his limbs turn cold, while 1,000 confused ideas whirled about in his mind. He saw the streets running blood. He heard the firing. He found himself among the dead and wounded, and by the peculiar force of his inclinations, fancied himself in an operator's blouse, cutting off legs and extracting bullets. "The will of the government is in my hands," said Simão. "I've diverted and wasted its feeble strength and resources on foolish expeditions, dazzling it with the plunder it might seize. Its heads are now in the theater, calm and unsuspecting, thinking of a night of pleasure, but not one shall again repose upon a pillow. I have men and regiments at my disposition. Some I have led to believe that the uprising is ordered by the general. others that the friars are bringing it about. Some I have bought with promises, with employments, with money. Many, very many, are acting from revenge, because they are oppressed and see it as a matter of killing or being killed. Cabe sang tales is below, he has come with me here. Again I ask you, will you come with us, or do you prefer to expose yourself to the resentment of my followers? In critical moments, to declare oneself neutral is to be exposed to the wrath of both the contending parties. Basilio rubbed his hand over his face several times, as if he were trying to wake from a nightmare. He felt that his brow was cold. Decide, repeated Simão. And what? What would I have to do? Asked the youth in a weak and broken voice. A very simple thing, replied Simão, his face lighting up with a ray of hope. As I have to direct the movement, I cannot get away from the scene of action. I want you, while the attention of the whole city is directed elsewhere, at the head of a company to force the doors of the nunnery of St. Clara, and take from there a person whom only you, besides myself and Captain Tiago, can recognize. You'll run no risk at all. Maria Clara, exclaimed Basilio. Yes, Maria Clara, repeated Simão, and for the first time his voice became human and compassionate. I want to save her. To save her I have wished to live. I have returned. I am starting the revolution because only a revolution can open the doors of the nunneries. I, sighed Basilio, clasping his hands. You've come late, too late. Why? Inquired Simão with a frown. Maria Clara is dead. Simão arose with a bound and stood over the youth. She's dead, he demanded in a terrible voice. This afternoon, at 6. By now she must be. It's a lie, roared Simão, pale and beside himself. It's false. Maria Clara lives, Maria Clara must live. It's a cowardly excuse. She's not dead, and this night I'll free her, or tomorrow you die. Basilio shrugged his shoulders. Several days ago she was taken ill, and I went to the nunnery for news of her. Look, here is Padre Salvi's letter, brought by Padre Irene. Captain Tiago wept all the evening, kissing his daughter's picture and begging her forgiveness, until at last he smoked an enormous quantity of opium. This evening her knell was tolled. Ah! Exclaimed Simão, pressing his hands to his head and standing motionless. He remembered to have actually heard the knell while he was pacing about in the vicinity of the nunnery. Dead, he murmured in a voice so low that it seemed to be a ghost whispering. Dead, dead without my having seen her, dead without knowing that I lived for her, dead. Feeling a terrible storm, a tempest of whirlwind and thunder without a drop of water, sobs without tears, cries without words, rage in his breast and threatened to burst out like burning lava long repressed. He rushed precipitately from the room. Basilio heard him descend the stairs with unsteady tread, stepping heavily. He heard a stifled cry, a cry that seemed to presage death, so solemn, deep, and sad that he arose from his chair pale and trembling, but he could hear the footsteps die away, and the noisy closing of the door to the street. Poor fellow, he murmured while his eyes filled with tears. Heedless now of his studies, he let his gaze wander into space as he pondered over the fate of those two beings. He, young, rich, educated, master of his fortunes, with a brilliant future before him. She fair as a dream, pure, full of faith and innocence, nurtured amid love and laughter, destined to a happy existence, to be adored in the family and respected in the world. And yet of those two beings, filled with love, with illusions and hopes, by a fatal destiny he wandered over the world, dragged ceaselessly through a whirl of blood and tears, sowing evil instead of doing good, undoing virtue and encouraging vice, While she was dying in the mysterious shadows of the cloister, where she had sought peace and perhaps found suffering, where she entered pure and stainless and expired like a crushed flower. Sleep in peace, ill-starred daughter of my hapless fatherland. Bury in the grave the enchantments of youth, faded in their prime. When a people cannot offer its daughters a tranquil home under the protection of sacred liberty, when a man can only leave to his widow blushes, tears to his mother, and slavery to his children, you do well to condemn yourself to perpetual chastity, stifling within you the germ of a future generation accursed. Well for you that you have not to shudder in your grave, hearing the cries of those who groan in darkness, of those who feel that they have wings and yet are fettered, of those who are stifled from lack of liberty. Go with your poet's dreams into the regions of the infinite, spirit of woman dim-shadowed in the moonlight's beam, whispered in the bending arches of the bamboo brakes. Happy she who dies lamented, she who leaves in the heart that loves her a pure picture, a sacred remembrance, unspotted by the base passions engendered by the years. Go, we shall remember you. In the clear air of our native land, under its azure sky, above the billows of the lake set amid sapphire hills and emerald shores, in the crystal streams shaded by the bamboos, bordered by flowers, enlivened by the beetles and butterflies with their uncertain and wavering flight, as though playing with the air, in the silence of our forests, in the singing of our rivers, in the diamond showers of our waterfalls, in the resplendent light of our moon, in the sighs of the night breeze, in all that may call up the vision of the beloved, we must eternally see you as we dreamed of you, fair, beautiful, radiant with hope, pure as the light, yet still sad and melancholy in the contemplation of our woes. Chapter 24. Dreams. Amor, que astro ers. On the following day, Thursday, at the hour of sunset, Isagani was walking along the beautiful promenade of Maria Cristina in the direction of the Mailkin to keep an appointment which Paulita had that morning given him. The young man had no doubt that they were to talk about what had happened on the previous night, and as he was determined to ask for an explanation, and knew how proud and haughty she was, he foresaw an estrangement. In view of this eventuality, he had brought with him the only 2 letters he had ever received from Paulita, 2 scraps of paper, whereon were merely a few hurriedly written lines with various blots, but in an even handwriting, things that did not prevent the enamored youth from preserving them with more solicitude than if they had been the autographs of Sappho and the muse Polyhymnia. This decision to sacrifice his love on the altar of dignity, the consciousness of suffering in the discharge of duty, did not prevent a profound melancholy from taking possession of Isagani, and brought back into his mind the beautiful days, and nights more beautiful still, when they had whispered sweet nothings through the flowered gratings of the entresol, nothings that to the youth took on such a character of seriousness and importance that they seemed to him the only matters worthy of meriting the attention of the most exalted human understanding. He recalled the walks on moonlit nights, the fair, the dark December mornings after the Mass of Nativity, the holy water that he used to offer her, when she would thank him with a look charged with a whole epic of love, both of them trembling as their fingers touched. Heavy sighs, like small rockets, issued from his breast and brought back to him all the verses, all the sayings of poets and writers about the inconstancy of woman. Inwardly he cursed the creation of theaters, the French operetta, and vowed to get revenge on Pellies at the first opportunity. Everything about him appeared under the saddest and somberest colors. The bay, deserted and solitary, seemed more solitary still on account of the few steamers that were anchored in it. The sun was dying behind Mariveles without poetry or enchantment, without the capricious and richly tinted clouds of happier evenings. The Anda monument, in bad taste, mean and squat, without style, without grandeur, looked like a lump of ice cream or at best a chunk of cake. The people who were promenading along the Mailkin, in spite of their complacent and contented air, appeared distant, haughty, and vain. Mischievous and bad-mannered, the boys that played on the beach, skipping flat stones over the surface of the water or searching in the sand for mollusks and crustaceans which they caught for the mere fun of catching and killed without benefit to themselves. In short, even the eternal port works to which he had dedicated more than 3 odes looked to him absurd, a ridiculous child's play. The port, the port of Manila, a bastard that since its conception had brought tears of humiliation and shame to all. If only after so many tears there were not being brought forth a useless abortion. Abstractedly, he saluted 2 Jesuits, former teachers of his, and scarcely noticed a tandem in which an American rode, and excited the envy of the gallants who were in calesses only. Near the Anda monument, he heard Benzabe talking with another person about Simeon, learning that the latter had on the previous night been taken suddenly ill, that he refused to see anyone, even the very aides of the general. "Yes," exclaimed Isagani with a bitter smile, "for him attentions because he is rich. The soldiers return from their expeditions sick and wounded, but no one visits them. Musing over these expeditions, over the fate of the poor soldiers, over the resistance offered by the islanders to the foreign yoke, he thought that, death for death, if that of the soldiers was glorious because they were obeying orders, that of the islanders was sublime because they were defending their homes. 1. A strange destiny, that of some peoples. He mused. Because a traveler arrives at their shores, they lose their liberty and become subjects and slaves, not only of the traveler, not only of his heirs, but even of all his countrymen, and not for a generation, but for all time. A strange conception of justice. Such a state of affairs gives ample right to exterminate every foreigner as the most ferocious monster that the sea can cast up. He reflected that those islanders, against whom his country was waging war, after all were guilty of no crime other than that of weakness. The travelers also arrived at the shores of other peoples, but finding them strong made no display of their strange pretension. With all their weakness, the spectacle they presented seemed beautiful to him, and the names of the enemies, whom the newspapers did not fail to call cowards and traitors, appeared glorious to him, as they succumbed with glory amid the ruins of their crude fortifications, with greater glory even than the ancient Trojan heroes, for those islanders had carried away no Philippine Helen. In his poetic enthusiasm, he thought of the young men of those islands who could cover themselves with glory in the eyes of their women, and in his amorous desperation, he envied them because they could find a brilliant suicide. "Ah, I should like to die," he exclaimed, "be reduced to nothingness, leave to my native land a glorious name, perish in its cause, defending it from foreign invasion, and then let the sun afterwards illumine my corpse, like a motionless sentinel on the rocks of the sea." The conflict with the Germans, too, came into his mind, and he almost felt sorry that it had been adjusted. He would gladly have died for the Spanish-Filipino banner before submitting to the foreigner. Because, after all, he mused, with Spain we are united by firm bonds, the past, history, religion, language. Language, yes, language. A sarcastic smile curled his lips. That very night they would hold a banquet in the Pansiteria to celebrate the demise of the Academy of Castilian. He sighed, provided the liberals in Spain are like those we have here, in a little while the mother country will be able to count the number of the faithful. Slowly the night descended, and with it melancholy settled more heavily upon the heart of the young man, who had almost lost hope of seeing Paulita. The promenaders one by one left the Mailkin for the Lunata, the music from which was borne to him in snatches of melodies on the fresh evening breeze. The sailors on a warship anchored in the river performed their evening drill, skipping about among the slender ropes like spiders. The boats one by one lighted their lamps, thus giving signs of life, while the beach, "Du el viento riza las caladas olas, quican blando murmullo en la ribra, si deslizan veloces por si solas." 3. As Alijos says, exhaled in the distance thin, vapors that the moon, now at its full, gradually converted into mysterious transparent gauze. A distant sound became audible, a noise that rapidly approached. Isagani turned his head and his heart began to beat violently. A carriage was coming, drawn by white horses, the white horses that he would know among 100,000. In the carriage rode Paulita and her friend of the night before, with Doña Victorina. Before the young man could take a step, Paulita had leaped to the ground with sylph-like agility and smiled at him with a smile full of conciliation. He smiled in return, and it seemed to him that all the clouds, all the black thoughts that before had beset him, vanished like smoke. The sky lighted up, the breeze sang, flowers covered the grass by the roadside. But unfortunately Doña Victorina was there, and she pounced upon the young man to ask him for news of Don Tiburcio, since Isagani had undertaken to discover his hiding place, by inquiry among the students he knew. "No one has been able to tell me up to now," he answered, and he was telling the truth, for Don Tiburcio was really hidden in the house of the youth's own uncle, Padre Florentino. "Let him know," declared Doña Victorina furiously, "that I'll call in the civil guard. Alive or dead, I want to know where he is, because one has to wait 10 years before marrying again." Isagani gazed at her in fright. Doña Victorina was thinking of remarrying. Who could the unfortunate be? "What do you think of Juanito Pelliz?" she asked him suddenly. Juanito? Isagani knew not what to reply. He was tempted to tell all the evil he knew of Pelliz, but a feeling of delicacy triumphed in his heart, and he spoke well of his rival, for the very reason that he was such. Doña Victorina, entirely satisfied and becoming enthusiastic, then broke out into exaggerations of Pelliz's merits, and was already going to make Isagani a confidant of her new passion, when Paulita's friend came running to say that the former's fan had fallen among the stones of the beach, near the Mailkin. Stratagem or accident, the fact is that this mischance gave an excuse for the friend to remain with the old woman, while Isagani might talk with Paulita. Moreover, it was a matter of rejoicing to Doña Victorina, since to get Juanito for herself she was favoring Isagani's love. Paulita had her plan ready. On thanking him, she assumed the role of the offended party, showed resentment, and gave him to understand that she was surprised to meet him there when everybody was on the Lunata, even the French actresses. "You made the appointment for me. How could I be elsewhere? Yet last night you did not even notice that I was in the theater. I was watching you all the time, and you never took your eyes off those cochers." So they exchanged parts. Isagani, who had come to demand explanations, found himself compelled to give them and considered himself very happy when Paulita said that she forgave him. In regard to her presence at the theater, he even had to thank her for that. Forced by her aunt, she had decided to go in the hope of seeing him during the performance. Little she cared for Juanito Pelli's. "My aunt's the one who is in love with him," she said with a merry laugh. Then they both laughed, for the marriage of Pelli's with Doña Victorina made them really happy, and they saw it already an accomplished fact, until Isagani remembered that Don Tiburcio was still living and confided the secret to his sweetheart, after exacting her promise that she would tell no one. Paulita promised, with the mental reservation of relating it to her friend. This led the conversation to Isagani's town, surrounded by forests, situated on the shore of the sea which roared at the base of the high cliffs. Isagani's gaze lighted up when he spoke of that obscure spot. A flush of pride overspread his cheeks. His voice trembled. His poetic imagination glowed. His words poured forth burning, charged with enthusiasm, as if he were talking of love to his love, and he could not but exclaim, "Oh, in the solitude of my mountains I feel free, free as the air, as the light that shoots unbridled through space. 1,000 cities, 1,000 palaces would I give for that spot in the Philippines, where, far from men, I could feel myself to have genuine liberty. There, face to face with nature, in the presence of the mysterious and the infinite, the forest and the sea, I think, speak, and work like a man who knows not tyrants. In the presence of such enthusiasm for his native place, an enthusiasm that she did not comprehend, for she was accustomed to hear her country spoken ill of, and sometimes joined in the chorus herself, Paulita manifested some jealousy, as usual making herself the offended party. Isagani very quickly pacified her. "Yes," he said, "I loved it above all things before I knew you. It was my delight to wander through the thickets, to sleep in the shade of the trees, to seat myself upon a cliff to take in with my gaze the Pacific which rolled its blue waves before me, bringing to me echoes of songs learned on the shores of free America. Before knowing you, that sea was for me my world, my delight, my love, my dream. When it slept in calm with the sun shining overhead, it was my delight to gaze into the abyss hundreds of feet below me, seeking monsters in the forests of madrepores and coral that were revealed through the limpid blue, enormous serpents that the country folk say leave the forests to dwell in the sea, and their take on frightful formless evening, they say, is the time when the sirens appear, and I saw them between the waves. So great was my eagerness that once I thought I could discern them amid the foam, busy in their divine sports. I distinctly heard their songs, songs of liberty, and I made out the sounds of their silvery harps. Formerly I spent hours and hours watching the transformations in the clouds, or gazing at a solitary tree in the plain or a high rock, without knowing why, without being able to explain the vague feelings they awoke in me. My uncle used to preach long sermons to me, and fearing that I would become a hypochondriac, talked of placing me under a doctor's care. But I met you, I loved you, and during the last vacation it seemed that something was lacking there. The forest was gloomy, sad the river that glides through the shadows, dreary the sea, deserted the sky. Ah, if you should go there once, if your feet should press those paths, if you should stir the waters of the rivulet with your fingers, if you should gaze upon the sea, sit upon the cliff, or make the air ring with your melodious songs, my forest would be transformed into an Eden. The ripples of the brook would sing, light would burst from the dark leaves, into diamonds would be converted the dewdrops, and into pearls the foam of the sea. But Paulita had heard that to reach Isagani's home, it was necessary to cross mountains where little leeches abounded, and at the mere thought of them, the little coward shivered convulsively. Humored and petted, she declared that she would travel only in a carriage or a railway train. Having now forgotten all his pessimism and seeing only thornless roses about him, Isagani answered, "Within a short time all the islands are going to be crossed with networks of iron rails. Por donde rápidas, y voladoras, locomotoras, corriendo irán, for," as someone said, "then the most beautiful spots of the islands will be accessible to all." "Then's but when I'm an old woman." "Ah, you don't know what we can do in a few years," replied the youth. "You don't realize the energy and enthusiasm that are awakening in the country after the sleep of centuries. Spain heeds us. Our young men in Madrid are working day and night, dedicating to the fatherland all their intelligence, all their time, all their strength. Generous voices there are mingled with ours, statesmen who realize that there is no better bond than community of thought and interest. Justice will be meted out to us, and everything points to a brilliant future for all. It's true that we've just met with a slight rebuff, we students, but victory is rolling along the whole line. It is in the consciousness of all. The traitorous repulse that we have suffered indicates the last gasp, the final convulsions of the dying. Tomorrow we shall be citizens of the Philippines, whose destiny will be a glorious one, because it will be in loving hands. Ah, yes, the future is ours. I see it rose-tinted. I see the movement that stirs the life of these regions, so long dead, lethargic. I see towns arise along the railroads, and factories everywhere, edifices like that of Mandalorian. I hear the steam hiss, the trains roar, the engines rattle. I see the smoke rise, their heavy breathing. I smell the oil, the sweat of monsters busy at incessant toil. This port, so slow and laborious of creation, this river where commerce is in its death agony, we shall see covered with masts, giving us an idea of the forests of Europe in winter. This pure air, and these stones, now so clean, will be crowded with coal, with boxes and barrels, the products of human industry. But let it not matter, for we shall move about rapidly in comfortable coaches to seek in the interior other air, other scenes on other shores, cooler temperatures on the slopes of the mountains. The warships of our navy will guard our coasts. The Spaniard and the Filipino will rival each other in zeal to repel all foreign invasion, to defend our homes, and let you bask in peace and smiles, loved and respected, free from the system of exploitation, without hatred or distrust. The people will labor because then labor will cease to be a despicable thing. It will no longer be servile, imposed upon a slave. Then the Spaniard will not embitter his character with ridiculous pretensions of despotism, but with a frank look and a stout heart we shall extend our hands to one another. And commerce, industry, agriculture, the sciences, will develop under the mantle of liberty, with wise and just laws, as in prosperous England. 5. Paulita smiled dubiously and shook her head. Dreams, dreams, she sighed. I've heard it said that you have many enemies. Aunt says that this country must always be enslaved. Because your aunt is a fool, because she can't live without slaves. When she hasn't them, she dreams of them in the future, and if they are not obtainable, she forces them into her imagination. True it is that we have enemies, that there will be a struggle, but we shall conquer. The old system may convert the ruins of its castle into formless barricades, but we will take them singing hymns of liberty, in the light of the eyes of you women, to the applause of your lovely hands. But do not be uneasy. The struggle will be a pacific one. Enough that you spur us to zeal, that you awake in us noble and elevated thoughts and encourage us to constancy, to heroism, with your affection for our reward. Paulita preserved her enigmatic smile and seemed thoughtful, as she gazed toward the river, patting her cheek lightly with her fan. "But if you accomplish nothing?" she asked abstractedly. The question hurt Isagani. He fixed his eyes on his sweetheart, caught her lightly by the hand, and began. "Listen, if we accomplish nothing." He paused in doubt, then resumed. "You know how I love you, how I adore you. You know that I feel myself a different creature when your gaze enfolds me, when I surprise in it the flash of love. But yet if we accomplish nothing, I would dream of another look of yours and would die happy, because the light of pride could burn in your eyes when you pointed to my corpse and said to the world, 'My love died fighting for the rights of my fatherland. Come home, child, you're going to catch cold,'" screeched Doña Victorina at that instant, and the voice brought them back to reality. It was time to return, and they kindly invited him to enter the carriage, an invitation which the young man did not give them cause to repeat. As it was Paulita's carriage, naturally Doña Victorina and the friend occupied the back seat, while the two lovers sat on the smaller one in front. To ride in the same carriage, to have her at his side, to breathe her perfume, to rub against the silk of her dress, to see her pensive with folded arms, lighted by the moon of the Philippines that lends to the meanest things idealism and enchantment, were all dreams beyond Isagani's hopes. What wretches they who were returning alone on foot and had to give way to the swift carriage. In the whole course of the drive, along the beach and down the length of La Sabana, across the bridge of Spain, Isagani saw nothing but a sweet profile, gracefully set off by beautiful hair, ending in an arching neck that lost itself amid the gauzy piña. A diamond winked at him from the lobe of the little ear, like a star among silvery clouds. He heard faint echoes inquiring for Don Tiburcio de Espadaña, the name of Juanito Peles, but they sounded to him like distant bells, the confused noises heard in a dream. It was necessary to tell him that they had reached Plaza Santa Cruz. Chapter 25. Smiles and Tears. The sala of the Pansiteria Machinista de Buen Gusto, one that night presented an extraordinary aspect. 14 young men of the principal islands of the archipelago, from the pure Indian, if there be pure ones, to the peninsular Spaniard, were met to hold the banquet advised by Padre Irene in view of the happy solution of the affair about instruction in Castilian. They had engaged all the tables for themselves, ordered the lights to be increased, and had posted on the wall beside the landscapes and Chinese kakemonos this strange versicle. Glory to Custodio for his cleverness and Pansit on Ibth, to the youths of good will. In a country where everything grotesque is covered with a mantle of seriousness, where many rise by the force of wind and hot air, in a country where the deeply serious and sincere may do damage on issuing from the heart and may cause trouble. Probably this was the best way to celebrate the ingenious inspiration of the illustrious Don Custodio. The mocked replied to the mockery with a laugh, to the governmental joke with a plate of Pansit, and yet they laughed and jested, but it could be seen that the merriment was forced. The laughter had a certain nervous ring, eyes flashed, and in more than one of these a tear glistened. Nevertheless, these young men were cruel, they were unreasonable. It was not the first time that their most beautiful ideas had been so treated, that their hopes had been defrauded with big words and small actions. Before this Don Custodio there had been many, very many others. In the center of the room under the red lanterns were placed 4 round tables, systematically arranged to form a square. Little wooden stools, equally round, served as seats. In the middle of each table, according to the practice of the establishment, were arranged 4 small colored plates with 4 pies on each one and 4 cups of tea, with the accompanying dishes, all of red porcelain. Before each seat was a bottle and 2 glittering wine glasses. Sandoval was curious and gazed about, scrutinizing everything, tasting the food, examining the pictures, reading the bill of fare. The others conversed on the topics of the day, about the French actresses, about the mysterious illness of Simone, who, according to some, had been found wounded in the street, while others averred that he had attempted to commit suicide. As was natural, all lost themselves in conjectures. Taddeo gave his particular version, which according to him came from a reliable source. Simone had been assaulted by some unknown person in the old Plaza Vivac, to the motive being revenge, in proof of which was the fact that Simone himself refused to make the least explanation. From this they proceeded to talk of mysterious revenges, and naturally of monkish pranks, each one relating the exploits of the curate of his town. A notice in large black letters crowned the frieze of the room with this warning: De Estefanda el Cabsilla, al publico advirt, que nada digen absolutamente, saber alguna mesa o acute silla. 3. What a notice! Exclaimed Sandoval. As if he might have confidence in the police, eh? And what verses! Don Tiburcio converted into a quatrain 2 feet, one longer than the other, between 2 crutches. If Isagani sees them, he'll present them to his future aunt. Here's Isagani, called a voice from the stairway. The happy youth appeared radiant with joy, followed by 2 Chinese, without camises, who carried on enormous waiters' tureens that gave out an appetizing odor. Merry exclamations greeted them. Juanito Pelli's was missing, but the hour fixed had already passed, so they sat down happily to the tables. Juanito was always unconventional. If in his place we had invited Basilio, said Taddeo, we should have been better entertained. We might have got him drunk and drawn some secrets from him. What, does the prudent Basilio possess secrets? I should say so, replied Taddeo. Of the most important kind. There are some enigmas to which he alone has the key. The boy who disappeared, the nun. Gentlemen, the pancit lang-lang is the soup par excellence, cried Macareg. As you will observe, Sandoval, it is composed of vermicelli, crabs or shrimps, egg paste, scraps of chicken, and I don't know what else. As first fruits, let us offer the bones to Don Custodio to see if he will project something with them. A burst of merry laughter greeted this sally. If he should learn, he'd come running, concluded Sandoval. This is excellent soup. What is it called? Pancit lang-lang. That is, Chinese pancit, to distinguish it from that which is peculiar to this country. Bah, that's a hard name to remember. In honor of Don Custodio, I christen it the Soup Project. Gentlemen, said Macareg, who had prepared the menu, there are 3 courses yet. Chinese stew made of pork, which should be dedicated to Padre Irene. Get out. Padre Irene doesn't eat pork unless he turns his nose away, whispered a young man from Iloilo to his neighbor. Let him turn his nose away. Down with Padre Irene's nose, cried several at once. Respect, gentlemen, more respect, demanded Pexon with comic gravity. The 3rd course is a lobster pie, which should be dedicated to the friars, suggested he of the Visayas. For the lobster's sake, added Sandoval. Right, and call it friar pie. The whole crowd took this up, repeating in concert, friar pie. I protest in the name of one of them, said Isagani. And I, in the name of the lobsters, added Taddeo. Respect, gentlemen, more respect, again demanded Pexon with a full mouth. The 4th is stewed pancit, which is dedicated to the government and the country. All turned toward Macareg, who went on. Until recently, gentlemen, the pantsit was believed to be Chinese or Japanese, but the fact is that, being unknown in China or Japan, it would seem to be Filipino, yet those who prepare it and get the benefit from it are the Chinese. The same, the very, very same that happens to the government and to the Philippines. They seem to be Chinese, but whether they are or not, the Holy Mother has her doctors. All eat and enjoy it, yet characterize it as disagreeable and loathsome, the same as with the country, the same as with the government. All live at its cost, all share in its feast, and afterwards there is no worse country than the Philippines, there is no government more imperfect. Let us then dedicate the pantsit to the country and to the government. Agreed, many exclaimed. I protest, cried Isagani. Respect for the weaker, respect for the victims, called Pexon in a hollow voice, waving a chicken bone in the air. Let's dedicate the pantsit to Quiroga the Chinaman, one of the 4 powers of the Filipino world, proposed Isagani. No, to his black eminence. Silence, cautioned one mysteriously. There are people in the plaza watching us, and walls have ears. True it was that curious groups were standing by the windows, while the talk and laughter in the adjoining houses had ceased altogether, as if the people there were giving their attention to what was occurring at the banquet. There was something extraordinary about the silence. Tadio, deliver your speech, a Macareg whispered to him. It had been agreed that Sandoval, who possessed the most oratorical ability, should deliver the last toast as a summing up. Tadio, lazy as ever, had prepared nothing, so he found himself in a quandary. While disposing of a long string of vermicelli, he meditated how to get out of the difficulty, until he recalled a speech learned in school and decided to plagiarize it with adulterations. Beloved brethren in project, he began, gesticulating with 2 Chinese chopsticks. Brute, keep that chopstick out of my hair, cried his neighbor. Called by you to fill the void that has been left in. Plagiarism. Sandoval interrupted him. That speech was delivered by the president of our lyceum. Called by your election, continued the imperturbable Tadio, to fill the void that has been left in my mind, pointing to his stomach, by a man famous for his Christian principles and for his inspirations and projects worthy of some little remembrance. What can one like myself say of him, I who am very hungry, not having breakfasted? Have a neck, my friend, called a neighbor, offering that portion of a chicken. There is one course, gentlemen, the treasure of a people who are today a tale and a mockery in the world, wherein have thrust their hands the greatest gluttons of the western regions of the earth. Here he pointed with his chopsticks to Sandoval, who was struggling with a refractory chicken wing. And eastern, retorted the latter, describing a circle in the air with his spoon, in order to include all the banqueters. No interruptions. I demand the floor. I demand pickles, added Isagani. Bring on the stew. All echoed this request, so Tadio sat down, contented with having got out of his quandary. The dish consecrated to Padre Irene did not appear to be extra good, as Sandoval cruelly demonstrated thus, shining with grease outside and with pork inside. Bring on the 3rd course, the friar pie. The pie was not yet ready, although the sizzling of the grease in the frying pan could be heard. They took advantage of the delay to drink, begging Pexon to talk. Pexon crossed himself gravely and arose, restraining his clownish laugh with an effort, at the same time mimicking a certain Augustinian preacher, then famous, and beginning in a murmur, as though he were reading a text. Si tripa plena laudal diem, tripa famelica laudabit fraters. If the full stomach praises God, the hungry stomach will praise the friars. Words spoken by the Lord Custodio through the mouth of Ben Zabe, in the journal El Grito de la Integridad, the second article, Absurdity the 157th. Beloved brethren in Christ, evil blows its foul breath over the verdant shores of Freyalandia, commonly called the Philippine Archipelago. No day passes but the attack is renewed, but there is heard some sarcasm against the reverend, venerable, infallible corporations, defenseless and unsupported. Allow me, brethren, on this occasion to constitute myself a knight-errant to sally forth in defense of the unprotected, of the holy corporations that have reared us, thus again confirming the saving idea of the adage, a full stomach praises God, which is to say, a hungry stomach will praise the friars. Bravo, bravo. Listen, said Isagani seriously. I want you to understand that, speaking of friars, I respect one. Sandoval was getting merry, so he began to sing a shady couplet about the friars. Hear me, brethren, continued Pexon. Turn your gaze toward the happy days of your infancy, endeavor to analyze the present and ask yourselves about the future. What do you find? Friars, friars, and friars. A friar baptized you, confirmed you, visited you in school with loving zeal. A friar heard your first secret. He was the first to bring you into communion with God, to set your feet upon the pathway of life. Friars were your first, and friars will be your last teachers. A friar it is who opens the hearts of your sweethearts, disposing them to heed your sighs. A friar marries you, makes you travel over different islands to afford you changes of climate and diversion. He will attend your deathbed, and even though you mount the scaffold, there will the friar be to accompany you with his prayers and tears, and you may rest assured that he will not desert you until he sees you thoroughly dead. Nor does his charity end there. Dead, he will then endeavor to bury you with all pomp. He will fight that your corpse pass through the church to receive his supplications, and he will only rest satisfied when he can deliver you into the hands of the Creator, purified here on earth, thanks to temporal punishments, tortures, and humiliations, learned in the doctrines of Christ, who closes heaven against the rich. They, our redeemers and genuine ministers of the Savior, seek every means to lift away our sins and bear them far, far off, there where the accursed Chinese and Protestants dwell, to leave us this air, limpid, pure, healthful, in such a way that even should we so wish afterwards, we could not find a reel to bring about our condemnation. If, then, their existence is necessary to our happiness, if wheresoever we turn we must encounter their delicate hands, hungering for kisses, that every day smooth the marks of abuse from our countenances, why not adore them and fatten them? Why demand their impolitic expulsion? Consider for a moment the immense void that their absence would leave in our social system. Tireless workers, they improve and propagate the races. Divided as we are, thanks to our jealousies and our susceptibilities, the friars unite us in a common lot, in a firm bond, so firm that many are unable to move their elbows. Take away the friar, gentlemen, and you will see how the Philippine edifice will totter. Lacking robust shoulders and hairy limbs to sustain it, Philippine life will again become monotonous, without the merry note of the playful and gracious friar, without the booklets and sermons that split our sides with laughter, without the amusing contrast between grand pretensions and small brains, without the actual, daily representations of the tales of Boccaccio and La Fontaine. Without the girdles and scapularies, what would you have our women do in the future? Save that money and perhaps become miserly and covetous. Without the masses, novenaries, and processions, where will you find games of penguingui to entertain them in their hours of leisure? They would then have to devote themselves to their household duties, and instead of reading diverting stories of miracles, we should then have to get them works that are not extant. Take away the friar and heroism will disappear. The political virtues will fall under the control of the vulgar. Take him away and the Indian will cease to exist, for the friar is the father, the Indian is the word. The former is the sculptor, the latter the statue, because all that we are, think, or do, we owe to the friar, to his patience, his toil, his perseverance of 3 centuries to modify the form nature gave us. The Philippines without the friar and without the Indian. What then would become of the unfortunate government in the hands of the Chinamen? It will eat lobster pie, suggested Isagani, whom Peckson's speech bored. And that's what we ought to be doing. Enough of speeches. As the Chinese who should have served the courses did not put in his appearance, one of the students arose and went to the rear, toward the balcony that overlooked the river. But he returned at once, making mysterious signs. We're watched. I've seen Padre Sibylla's pet. Yes, ejaculated Isagani, rising. It's no use now. When he saw me, he disappeared. Approaching the window, he looked toward the plaza, then made signs to his companions to come nearer. They saw a young man leave the door of the pansiteria, gaze all about him, then with some unknown person enter a carriage that waited at the curb. It was Simeon's carriage. Ah, exclaimed Macaraeg, the slave of the vice-rector attended by the master of the general. Chapter 26. Pasquinades. Very early the next morning, Basilio arose to go to the hospital. He had his plans made, to visit his patients, to go afterwards to the university to see about his licentiateship, and then have an interview with Macaraeg about the expense this would entail. For he had used up the greater part of his savings in ransoming Julie, and in securing a house where she and her grandfather might live, and he had not dared to apply to Capitan Tiago, fearing that such a move would be construed as an advance on the legacy so often promised him. Preoccupied with these thoughts, he paid no attention to the groups of students who were at such an early hour returning from the walled city, as though the classrooms had been closed, nor did he even note the abstracted air of some of them, their whispered conversations, or the mysterious signals exchanged among them. So it was that, when he reached San Juan de Dios and his friends asked him about the conspiracy, he gave a start, remembering what Simeon had planned, but which had miscarried, owing to the unexplained accident to the jeweler. Terrified, he asked in a trembling voice, at the same time endeavoring to feign ignorance, "Ah, yes, what conspiracy?" "It's been discovered," replied one, "and it seems that many are implicated in it." With an effort, Basilio controlled himself. "Many implicated," he echoed, trying to learn something from the looks of the others. "Who?" "Students, a lot of students." Basilio did not think it prudent to ask more, fearing that he would give himself away. So on the pretext of visiting his patients, he left the group. One of the clinical professors met him and placing his hand mysteriously on the youth's shoulder. The professor was a friend of his, asked him in a low voice, "Were you at that supper last night?" In his excited frame of mind, Basilio thought the professor had said night before last, which was the time of his interview with Simeon. He tried to explain. "I assure you," he stammered, "that as Capitan Tiago was worse, and besides I had to finish that book." "You did well not to attend it," said the professor, "but you're a member of the Students' Association." "I pay my dues." "Well then, a piece of advice. Go home at once and destroy any papers you have that may compromise you." Basilio shrugged his shoulders. He had no papers, nothing more than his clinical notes. "Has Señor Simão?" "Simão has nothing to do with the affair, thank God," interrupted the physician. "He was opportunely wounded by some unknown hand and is now confined to his bed. No, other hands are concerned in this, but hands no less terrible." Basilio drew a breath of relief. Simão was the only one who could compromise him, although he thought of cabesang tales. "Are there Chalisanes?" "No, man, nothing more than students." Basilio recovered his serenity. "What has happened then?" he made bold to ask. "The seditious pasquinades have been found. Didn't you know about them?" "Where?" "In the university." "Nothing more than that." "Phew, what more do you want?" asked the professor, almost in a rage. "The pasquinades are attributed to the students of the association, but keep quiet." The professor of pathology came along, a man who had more the look of a sacristan than of a physician. Appointed by the powerful mandate of the vice-rector, without other merit than unconditional servility to the corporation, he passed for a spy and an informer in the eyes of the rest of the faculty. The first professor returned his greeting coldly and winked to Basilio as he said to him, "Now I know that Capitan Tiago smells like a corpse. The crows and vultures have been gathering around him." So saying, he went inside. Somewhat calmed, Basilio now ventured to inquire for more details, but all that he could learn was that pasquinades had been found on the doors of the university, and that the vice-rector had ordered them to be taken down and sent to the civil government. It was said that they were filled with threats of assassination, invasion, and other braggadocio. The students made their comments on the affair. Their information came from the janitor, who had it from a servant in Santo Tomas, who had it from an usher. They prognosticated future suspensions and imprisonments, even indicating who were to be the victims, naturally the members of the association. Basilio then recalled Simão's words. "The day in which they can get rid of you, you will not complete your course." Could he have known anything? He asked himself. We'll see who is the most powerful. Recovering his serenity, he went on toward the university, to learn what attitude it behooved him to take, and at the same time to see about his licentiateship. He passed along Cal Legazpi, then down through Bitirio, and upon arriving at the corner of this street, and Cal Solana saw that something important must indeed have happened. Instead of the former lively, chattering groups on the sidewalks were to be seen civil guards making the students move on, and these latter issuing from the university silent, some gloomy, some agitated, to stand off at a distance or make their way home. The first acquaintance he met was Sandoval, but Basilio called to him in vain. He seemed to have been smitten deaf. Effect of fear on the gastrointestinal juices, thought Basilio. Later he met Taddeo, who wore a Christmas face. At last that eternal holiday seemed to be realized. What has happened, Taddeo? We'll have no school, at least for a week, old man. Sublime, magnificent. He rubbed his hands in glee. But what has happened? They're going to arrest all of us in the association. And are you glad of that? There'll be no school. There'll be no school. He moved away almost bursting with joy. Basilio saw Juanito Pelli's approaching, pale and suspicious. This time his hump had reached its maximum, so great was his haste to get away. He had been one of the most active promoters of the association while things were running smoothly. "Hey, Pelli's, what's happened?" "Nothing, I know nothing. I didn't have anything to do with it," he responded nervously. "I was always telling you that these things were quixotismus, it's the truth. You know I've said so to you." Basilio did not remember whether he had said so or not, but to humor him replied, "Yes, man, but what's happened?" "It's the truth, isn't it? Look, you're a witness. I've always been opposed, you're a witness, don't forget it." "Yes, man, but what's going on?" "Listen, you're a witness. I've never had anything to do with the members of the association, except to give them advice. You're not going to deny it now. Be careful, won't you?" No, I won't deny it, but for goodness sake, what has happened?" But Juanito was already far away. He had caught a glimpse of a guard approaching and feared arrest. Basilio then went on toward the university to see if perhaps the secretary's office might be open, and if he could glean any further news. The office was closed, but there was an extraordinary commotion in the building. Hurrying up and down the stairways were friars, army officers, private persons, old lawyers and doctors, there doubtless to offer their services to the endangered cause. At a distance, he saw his friend Isagani, pale and agitated, but radiant with youthful ardor, haranguing some fellow students with his voice raised, as though he cared little that he be heard by everybody. "It seems preposterous, gentlemen, it seems unreal, that an incident so insignificant should scatter us and send us into flight like sparrows at whom a scarecrow has been shaken. But is this the first time that students have gone to prison for the sake of liberty? Where are those who have died, those who have been shot? Would you apostatize now? But who can the fool be that wrote such pasquinades?" demanded an indignant listener. "What does that matter to us?" rejoined Isagani. "We don't have to find out, let them find out. Before we know how they are drawn up, we have no need to make any show of agreement at a time like this. There where the danger is, there must we hasten, because honor is there. If what the pasquinades say is compatible with our dignity and our feelings, be he who he may that wrote them, he has done well, and we ought to be grateful to him and hasten to add our signatures to his. If they are unworthy of us, our conduct and our consciences will in themselves protest and defend us from every accusation." Upon hearing such talk, Basilio, although he liked Isagani very much, turned and left. He had to go to Macaraig's house to see about the loan. Near the house of the wealthy student, he observed whisperings and mysterious signals among the neighbors, but not comprehending what they meant, continued serenely on his way and entered the doorway. 2 guards advanced and asked him what he wanted. Basilio realized that he had made a bad move, but he could not now retreat. "I've come to see my friend Macaraig," he replied calmly. The guards looked at each other. "Wait here," one of them said to him. "Wait till the corporal comes down." Basilio bit his lips and Simeon's words again recurred to him. Had they come to arrest Macaraig? Was his thought, but he dared not give it utterance. He did not have to wait long, for in a few moments Macaraig came down, talking pleasantly with the corporal. The 2 were preceded by a warrant officer. "What you 2, Basilio?" he asked. "I came to see you." "Noble conduct," exclaimed Macaraig laughing. "In time of calm you avoid us." The corporal asked Basilio his name, then scanned a list. "Medical student Cal Anlogue?" he asked. Basilio bit his lip. You've saved us a trip, added the corporal, placing his hand on the youth's shoulder. You're under arrest. What I also... Macarig burst out into laughter. Don't worry, friend. Let's get into the carriage while I tell you about the supper last night. With a graceful gesture, as though he were in his own house, he invited the warrant officer and the corporal to enter the carriage that waited at the door. To the civil government, he ordered the cochero. Now that Basilio had again regained his composure, he told Macarig the object of his visit. The rich student did not wait for him to finish, but seized his hand. Count on me, and to the festivities celebrating our graduation we'll invite these gentlemen, he said, indicating the corporal and the warrant officer. Chapter 27. The Friar and the Filipino. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. We left Isagani haranguing his friends. In the midst of his enthusiasm, an usher approached him to say that Padre Fernandez, one of the higher professors, wished to talk with him. Isagani's face fell. Padre Fernandez was a person greatly respected by him, being the one always accepted by him whenever the friars were attacked. What does Padre Fernandez want? He inquired. The usher shrugged his shoulders, and Isagani reluctantly followed him. Padre Fernandez, the friar whom we met in Los Baños, was waiting in his cell, grave and sad, with his brows knitted as if he were in deep thought. He arose as Isagani entered, shook hands with him, and closed the door. Then he began to pace from one end of the room to the other. Isagani stood waiting for him to speak. Señor Isagani, he began at length with some emotion. From the window I've heard you speaking, for though I am a consumptive I have good ears, and I want to talk with you. I have always liked the young men who express themselves clearly and have their own way of thinking and acting, no matter that their ideas may differ from mine. You young men, from what I have heard, had a supper last night. Don't excuse yourself. I don't intend to excuse myself, interrupted Isagani. So much the better. It shows that you accept the consequences of your actions. Besides, you would do ill in retracting, and I don't blame you. I take no notice of what may have been said there last night. I don't accuse you, because after all you're free to say of the Dominicans what seems best to you. You are not a pupil of ours. Only this year have we had the pleasure of having you, and we shall probably not have you longer. Don't think that I'm going to invoke considerations of gratitude. No, I'm not going to waste my time in stupid vulgarismus. I've had you summoned here, because I believe that you are one of the few students who act from conviction. And as I like men of conviction, I'm going to explain myself to Señor Isagani. Padre Fernandez paused, then continued his walk with bowed head, his gaze riveted on the floor. You may sit down if you wish, he remarked. It's a habit of mine to walk about while talking because my ideas come better then. Isagani remained standing, with his head erect, waiting for the professor to get to the point of the matter. For more than 8 years I have been a professor here, resumed Padre Fernandez, still continuing to pace back and forth. And in that time I've known and dealt with more than 2,500 students. I've taught them. I've tried to educate them. I've tried to inculcate in them principles of justice and of dignity. And yet in these days, when there is so much murmuring against us, I've not seen one who has the temerity to maintain his accusations when he finds himself in the presence of a friar, not even allowed in the presence of any numbers. Young men there are who behind our backs calumniate us and before us kiss our hands, with a base smile begging kind looks from us. Bah, What do you wish that we should do with such creatures? The fault is not all theirs, Padre, replied Isagani. The fault lies partly with those who have taught them to be hypocrites, with those who have tyrannized over freedom of thought and freedom of speech. Here every independent thought, every word that is not an echo of the will of those in power, is characterized as filibusterism, and you know well enough what that means. A fool would he be who to please himself would say aloud what he thinks, who would lay himself liable to suffer persecution. What persecution have you had to suffer? Asked Padre Fernandez, raising his head. Haven't I let you express yourself freely in my class? Nevertheless, you are an exception that, if what you say is true, I must correct, so as to make the rule as general as possible and thus avoid setting a bad example. Isagani smiled. I thank you, but I will not discuss with you whether I am an exception. I will accept your qualification so that you may accept mine. You also are an exception, and as here we are not going to talk about exceptions, nor plead for ourselves, at least, I'm not. I beg of my professor to change the course of the conversation. In spite of his liberal principles, Padre Fernandez raised his head and stared in surprise at Isagani. That young man was more independent than he had thought. Although he called him professor, in reality he was dealing with him as an equal, since he allowed himself to offer suggestions. Like a wise diplomat, Padre Fernandez not only recognized the fact, but even took his stand upon it. Good enough, he said, but don't look upon me as your professor. I'm a friar and you are a Filipino student, nothing more nor less. Now I ask you, what do the Filipino students want of us? The question came as a surprise. Isagani was not prepared for it. It was a thrust made suddenly while they were preparing their defense, as they say in fencing. Thus startled, Isagani responded with a violent stand, like a beginner defending himself. That you do your duty, he exclaimed. Fray Fernandez straightened up. That reply sounded to him like a cannon shot. That we do our duty, he repeated, holding himself erect. Don't we then do our duty? What duties do you ascribe to us? Those which you voluntarily placed upon yourselves on joining the order, and those which afterwards, once in it, you have been willing to assume. But, as a Filipino student, I don't think myself called upon to examine your conduct with reference to your statutes, to Catholicism, to the government, to the Filipino people, and to humanity in general. Those are questions that you have to settle with your founders, with the Pope, with the government, with the whole people, and with God. As a Filipino student, I will confine myself to your duties toward us. The friars in general, being the local supervisors of education in the provinces, and the Dominicans in particular, by monopolizing in their hands all the studies of the Filipino youth, have assumed the obligation to its 8 millions of inhabitants, to Spain, and to humanity, of which we form a part, of steadily bettering the young plant, morally and physically, of training it toward its happiness, of creating a people honest, prosperous, intelligent, virtuous, noble, and loyal. Now I ask you in my turn, have the friars fulfilled that obligation of theirs? We're fulfilling. Ah, Padre Fernandez, interrupted Isagani, you with your hand on your heart can say that you are fulfilling it, but with your hand on the heart of your order, on the heart of all the orders, you cannot say that without deceiving yourself. Ah, Padre Fernandez, when I find myself in the presence of a person whom I esteem and respect, I prefer to be the accused rather than the accuser. I prefer to defend myself rather than take the offensive. But now that we have entered upon the discussion, let us carry it to the end. How do they fulfill their obligation, those who look after education in the towns? By hindering it. And those who here monopolize education, those who try to mold the mind of youth to the exclusion of all others whomsoever, how do they carry out their mission? By curtailing knowledge as much as possible, by extinguishing all ardor and enthusiasm, by trampling on all dignity, the soul's only refuge, by inculcating in us worn-out ideas, rancid beliefs, false principles, incompatible with a life of progress. Ah, yes, when it is a question of feeding convicts, of providing for the maintenance of criminals, the government calls for bids in order to find the purveyor who offers the best means of subsistence, he who at least will not let them perish from hunger. But when it is a question of morally feeding a whole people, of nourishing the intellect of youth, the healthiest part, that which is later to be the country and the all, the government not only does not ask for any bid, but restricts the power to that very body which makes a boast of not desiring education, of wishing no advancement. What should we say if the purveyor for the prisons, after securing the contract by intrigue, should then leave the prisoners to languish in want, giving them only what is stale and rancid, excusing himself afterwards by saying that it is not convenient for the prisoners to enjoy good health, because good health brings merry thoughts, because merriment improves the man, and the man ought not to be improved, because it is to the purveyor's interest that there be many criminals. What should we say if afterwards the government and the purveyor should agree between themselves that of the 10 or 12 cuartos which one received for each criminal, the other should receive 5? Padre Fernandez bit his lip. "Those are grave charges," he said, "and you are overstepping the limits of our agreement." "No, Padre, not if I continue to deal with the student question. The friars, and I do not say you friars, since I do not confuse you with the common herd, the friars of all the orders have constituted themselves our mental purveyors, yet they say and shamelessly proclaim that it is not expedient for us to become enlightened, because some day we shall declare ourselves free. That is just the same as not wishing the prisoner to be well fed, so that he may improve and get out of prison. Liberty is to man what education is to the intelligence, and the friar's unwillingness that we have it is the origin of our discontent. Instruction is given only to those who deserve it, rejoined Padre Fernandez dryly. To give it to men without character and without morality is to prostitute it. Why are there men without character and without morality? The Dominican shrugged his shoulders. Defects that they imbibe with their mother's milk, that they breathe in the bosom of the family. How do I know? Ah, no, Padre Fernandez, exclaimed the young man impetuously. You have not dared to go into the subject deeply. You have not wished to gaze into the depths from fear of finding yourself there in the darkness of your brethren. What we are, you have made us. A people tyrannized over is forced to be hypocritical. A people denied the truth must resort to lies, and he who makes himself a tyrant breeds slaves. There is no morality, you say, so let it be. Even though statistics can refute you in that here are not committed crimes like those among other peoples, blinded by the fumes of their moralizers. But, without attempting now to analyze what it is that forms the character and how far the education received determines morality, I will agree with you that we are defective. Who is to blame for that? You who for 3 centuries and a half have had in your hands our education, or we who submit to everything. If after 3 centuries and a half the artist has been able to produce only a caricature, stupid indeed he must be. Or bad enough the material he works upon. Stupider still then, when, knowing it to be bad, he does not give it up, but goes on wasting time. Not only is he stupid, but he is a cheat and a robber, because he knows that his work is useless, yet continues to draw his salary. Not only is he stupid and a thief, he is a villain in that he prevents any other workman from trying his skill to see if he might not produce something worthwhile. The deadly jealousy of the incompetent. The reply was sharp, and Padre Fernandez felt himself caught. To his gaze, Isagani appeared gigantic, invincible, convincing, and for the first time in his life he felt beaten by a Filipino student. He repented of having provoked the argument, but it was too late to turn back. In this quandary, finding himself confronted with such a formidable adversary, he sought a strong shield and laid hold of the government. You impute all the faults to us, because you see only us who are near, he said in a less haughty tone. It's natural and doesn't surprise me. A person hates the soldier or policeman who arrests him and not the judge who sends him to prison. You and we are both dancing to the same measure of music. If at the same note you lift your foot in unison with us, don't blame us for it. It's the music that is directing our movements. Do you think that we friars have no consciences, and that we do not desire what is right? Do you believe that we do not think about you, that we do not heed our duty, that we only eat to live and live to rule? Would that it were so! But we, like you, follow the cadence, finding ourselves between Scylla and Charybdis. Either you reject us or the government rejects us. The government commands, and he who commands, commands, and must be obeyed. From which it may be inferred, remarked Isagani with a bitter smile, that the government wishes our demoralization. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. What I meant to say is that there are beliefs, there are theories, there are laws which, dictated with the best intention, produce the most deplorable consequences. I'll explain myself better by citing an example. To stamp out a small evil, there are dictated many laws that cause greater evils still corruptissima in republica plurimi leges, said Tacitus. To prevent one case of fraud, there are provided 1.5 million preventive or humiliating regulations, which produce the immediate effect of awakening in the public the desire to elude and mock such regulations. To make a people criminal, there's nothing more needed than to doubt its virtue. Enact a law, not only here, but even in Spain, and you will see how the means of evading it will be sought. And this is for the very reason that the legislators have overlooked the fact that the more an object is hidden, the more a sight of it is desired. Why are rascality and astuteness regarded as great qualities in the Spanish people, when there is no other so noble, so proud, so chivalrous as it? Because our legislators, with the best intentions, have doubted its nobility, wounded its pride, challenged its chivalry. Do you wish to open in Spain a road among the rocks? Then place there an imperative notice forbidding the passage, and the people, in order to protest against the order, will leave the highway to clamber over the rocks. The day on which some legislator in Spain forbids virtue and commands vice, then all will become virtuous. The Dominican paused for a brief space, then resumed. But you may say that we are getting away from the subject, so I'll return to it. What I can say to you, to convince you, is that the vices from which you suffer ought to be ascribed by you neither to us nor to the government. They are due to the imperfect organization of our social system. Qui multum probat, nihil probat. One loses himself through excessive caution, lacking what is necessary, and having too much of what is superfluous. If you admit those defects in your social system, replied Isagani, why then do you undertake to regulate alien societies, instead of first devoting your attention to yourselves? We're getting away from the subject, young man. The theory in accomplished facts must be accepted. So let it be. I accept it because it is an accomplished fact, but I will further ask, Why, if your social organization is defective, do you not change it, or at least give heed to the cry of those who are injured by it? We're still far away. Let's talk about what the students want from the friars. From the moment when the friars hide themselves behind the government, the students have to turn to it. This statement was true, and there appeared no means of ignoring it. I'm not the government, and I can't answer for its acts. What do the students wish us to do for them within the limits by which we are confined? Not to oppose the emancipation of education, but to favor it. The Dominican shook his head. Without stating my own opinion, that is asking us to commit suicide, he said. On the contrary, it is asking you for room to pass in order not to trample upon and crush you. Ahem, coughed Padre Fernandez, stopping and remaining thoughtful. Begin by asking something that does not cost so much, something that any one of us can grant without abatement of dignity or privilege. For if we can reach an understanding and dwell in peace, why this hatred, why this distrust? Then let's get down to details. Yes, because if we disturb the foundation, we'll bring down the whole edifice. Then let's get down to details. Let's leave the region of abstract principles, rejoined Isagani with a smile. And also without stating my own opinion, the youth accented these words. The students would desist from their attitude and soften certain asperities if the professors would try to treat them better than they have up to the present. That is in their hands. What? Demanded the Dominican. Have the students any complaint to make about my conduct? Padre, we agreed from the start not to talk of yourself or of myself. We're speaking generally. The students, besides getting no great benefit out of the years spent in the classes, often leave there remnants of their dignity, if not the whole of it. Padre Fernandez again bit his lip. No one forces them to study. The fields are uncultivated, he observed dryly. Yes, there is something that impels them to study, replied Isagani in the same tone, looking the Dominican full in the face. Besides the duty of everyone to seek his own perfection, there is the desire innate in man to cultivate his intellect, a desire the more powerful here in that it is repressed. He who gives his gold and his life to the state has the right to require of it opportunity better to get that gold and better to care for his life. Yes, Padre, there is something that impels them, and that something is the government itself. It is you yourselves who pitilessly ridicule the uncultured Indian and deny him his rights, on the ground that he is ignorant. You strip him and then scoff at his nakedness. Padre Fernandez did not reply, but continued to pace about feverishly, as though very much agitated. You say that the fields are not cultivated, resumed Isagani in a changed tone, after a brief pause. Let's not enter upon an analysis of the reason for this, because we should get far away. But you, Padre Fernandez, you, a teacher, you, a learned man, do you wish a people of peons and laborers? In your opinion, is the laborer the perfect state at which man may arrive in his development? Or is it that you wish knowledge for yourself and labor for the rest? No, I want knowledge for him who deserves it, for him who knows how to use it, was the reply. When the students demonstrate that they love it, when young men of conviction appear, young men who know how to maintain their dignity and make it respected, then there will be knowledge, then there will be considerate professors. If there are now professors who resort to abuse, it is because there are pupils who submit to it. When there are professors, there will be students. Begin by reforming yourselves, you who have need of change, and we will follow. Yes, said Isagani with a bitter laugh. Let us begin it, because the difficulty is on our side. Well, you know what is expected of a pupil who stands before a professor. You yourself, with all your love of justice, with all your kind sentiments, have been restraining yourself by a great effort while I have been telling you bitter truths. You yourself, Padre Fernandez. What good has been secured by him among us who has tried to inculcate other ideas? What evils have not fallen upon you because you have tried to be just and perform your duty? Señor Isagani, said the Dominican, extending his hand, although it may seem that nothing practical has resulted from this conversation, yet something has been gained. I'll talk to my brethren about what you have told me, and I hope that something can be done. Only I fear that they won't believe in your existence. I fear the same, returned Isagani, shaking the Dominican's hand. I fear that my friends will not believe in your existence as you have revealed yourself to me today. 1. Considering the interview at an end, the young man took his leave. Padre Fernandez opened the door and followed him with his gaze until he disappeared around a corner in the corridor. For some time he listened to the retreating footsteps, then went back into his cell and waited for the youth to appear in the street. He saw him and actually heard him say to a friend who asked where he was going, "To the civil government. I'm going to see the Pasquinades and join the others." His startled friend stared at him as one would look at a person who is about to commit suicide, then moved away from him hurriedly. "Poor boy," murmured Padre Fernandez, feeling his eyes moisten. "I grudge you to the Jesuits who educated you." But Padre Fernandez was completely mistaken. The Jesuits repudiated Isagani too when that afternoon they learned that he had been arrested, saying that he would compromise them. "That young man has thrown himself away. He's going to do us harm. Let it be understood that he didn't get those ideas here. Nor were the Jesuits wrong. No, those ideas come only from God through the medium of nature." Chapter 28. Tattoo-cut. With prophetic inspiration, Ben Zabe had been for some days past maintaining in his newspaper that education was disastrous, very disastrous for the Philippine Islands. And now, in view of the events of that Friday of Pasquinades, the writer crowed and chanted his triumph, leaving belittled and overwhelmed his adversary Horatius, who in the Pirotechnia had dared to ridicule him in the following manner. From our contemporary, El Grito, education is disastrous, very disastrous, for the Philippine Islands. Admitted. For some time, El Grito has pretended to represent the Filipino people. Ergo, as Fray Ibanez would say, if he knew Latin. But Fray Ibanez turns Mussulman when he writes, and we know how the Mussulmans dealt with education. In witness whereof, as a royal preacher said, the Alexandrian library. Now he was right, he, Ben Zabe. He was the only one in the islands who thought, the only one who foresaw events. Truly, the news that seditious Pasquinades had been found on the doors of the university not only took away the appetite from many and disturbed the digestion of others, but it even rendered the phlegmatic Chinese uneasy, so that they no longer dared to sit in their shops with one leg drawn up as usual, from fear of losing time in extending it in order to put themselves into flight. At 8 o'clock in the morning, although the sun continued on its course, and His Excellency, the Captain General, did not appear at the head of his victorious cohorts, still the excitement had increased. The friars who were accustomed to frequent Quiroga's bazaar did not put in their appearance, and this symptom presaged terrific cataclysmus if the sun had risen a square, and the saints appeared only in pantaloons. Quiroga would not have been so greatly alarmed, for he would have taken the sun for a gaming table, and the sacred images for gamblers who had lost their chamises, but for the friars not to come, precisely when some novelties had just arrived for them. By means of a provincial friend of his, Quiroga forbade entrance into his gaming houses to every Indian who was not an old acquaintance, as the future Chinese consul feared that they might get possession of the sums that the wretches lost there. After arranging his bazaar in such a way that he could close it quickly in case of need, he had a policeman accompany him for the short distance that separated his house from Simeon's. Quiroga thought this occasion the most propitious for making use of the rifles and cartridges that he had in his warehouse, in the way the jeweler had pointed out, so that on the following days there would be searches made, and then how many prisoners, how many terrified people would give up their savings? It was the game of the old carbineers, in slipping contraband cigars and tobacco leaves under a house, in order to pretend a search and force the unfortunate owner to bribery or fines. Only now the art had been perfected, and the tobacco monopoly abolished, resort was had to the prohibited armis. But Simeon refused to see anyone, and sent word to the Chinese that he should leave things as they were, whereupon he went to see Don Custodio to inquire whether he should fortify his bazaar, but neither would Don Custodio receive him, being at the time engaged in the study of a project for defense in case of a siege. He thought of Benzabe as a source of information, but finding the writer armed to the teeth, and using 2 loaded revolvers for paperweights, took his leave in the shortest possible time, to shut himself up in his house and take to his bed under pretense of illness. At 4 in the afternoon the talk was no longer of simple pasquinades. There were whispered rumors of an understanding between the students and the outlaws of San Mateo. It was certain that in the Pansiteria they had conspired to surprise the city. There was talk of German ships outside the bay to support the movement, of a band of young men who, under the pretext of protesting and demonstrating their Hispanism, had gone to the palace to place themselves at the general's orders, but had been arrested because it was discovered that they were armed. Providence had saved His Excellency, preventing him from receiving those precocious criminals, as he was at the time in conference with the provincials, the vice-rector, and with Padre Irene, Padre Salvi's representative. There was considerable truth in these rumors, if we have to believe Padre Irene, who in the afternoon went to visit Capitan Tiago. According to him, certain persons had advised His Excellency to improve the opportunity in order to inspire terror and administer a lasting lesson to the filibusters. A number shot, one had advised. Some 24 reformers deported at once, in the silence of the night, would extinguish forever the flames of discontent. No, rejoined another, who had a kind heart. Sufficient that the soldiers parade through the streets, a troop of cavalry, for example, with drawn sabers. Sufficient to drag along some cannon, that's enough. The people are timid and will all retire into their houses. No, no, insinuated another. This is the opportunity to get rid of the enemy. It's not sufficient that they retire into their houses, they should be made to come out, like evil humors by means of plasters. If they are inclined to start riots, they should be stirred up by secret agitators. I am of the opinion that the troops should be resting on their arms and appearing careless and indifferent, so the people may be emboldened, and then in case of any disturbance, out on them. Action. The end justifies the means, remarked another. Our end is our holy religion and the integrity of the fatherland. Proclaim a state of siege, and in case of the least disturbance, arrest all the rich and educated, and clean up the country. If I hadn't got there in time to counsel moderation, I added Padre Irene, speaking to Capitan Tiago, it's certain that blood would now be flowing through the streets. I thought of you, Capitan. The partisans of force couldn't do much with the general, and they missed Simeon. Ah, if Simeon had not been taken ill. With the arrest of Basilio and the search made later among his books and papers, Capitan Tiago had become much worse. Now Padre Irene had come to augment his terror with hair-raising tales. Ineffable fear seized upon the wretch, manifesting itself first by a light shiver, which was rapidly accentuated, until he was unable to speak. With his eyes bulging and his brow covered with sweat, he caught Padre Irene's arm and tried to rise, but could not, and then, uttering 2 groans, fell heavily back upon the pillow. His eyes were wide open and he was slavering, but he was dead. The terrified Padre Irene fled, and as the dying man had caught hold of him, in his flight he dragged the corpse from the bed, leaving it sprawling in the middle of the room. By night, the terror had reached a climax. Several incidents had occurred to make the timorous believe in the presence of secret agitators. During a baptism, some cuartos were thrown to the boys, and naturally there was a scramble at the door of the church. It happened that at the time there was passing a bold soldier, who, somewhat preoccupied, mistook the uproar for a gathering of filibusters and hurled himself, sword in hand, upon the boys. He went into the church, and had he not become entangled in the curtains suspended from the choir, he would not have left a single head on shoulders. It was but the matter of a moment for the timorous to witness this, and take to flight, spreading the news that the revolution had begun. The few shops that had been kept open were now hastily closed, there being Chinese who even left bolts of cloth outside, and not a few women lost their slippers in their flight through the streets. Fortunately, there was only one person wounded and a few bruised, among them the soldier himself, who suffered a fall fighting with the curtain, which smelt to him of filibusterism. Such prowess gained him great renown, and a renown so pure that it is to be wished all fame could be acquired in like manner. Mothers would then weep less, and earth would be more populous. In a suburb, the inhabitants caught 2 unknown individuals burying arms under a house, whereupon a tumult arose, and the people pursued the strangers in order to kill them, and turn their bodies over to the authorities. But someone pacified the excited crowd by telling them that it would be sufficient to hand over the corpora delictorum, which proved to be some old shotguns that would surely have killed the first person who tried to fire them. "All right," exclaimed one braggart, "if they want us to rebel, let's go ahead." But he was cuffed and kicked into silence, the women pinching him as though he had been the owner of the shotguns. In Ermita the affair was more serious, even though there was less excitement, and that when there were shots fired. A certain cautious government employee, armed to the teeth, saw at nightfall an object near his house, and taking it for nothing less than a student, fired at it twice with a revolver. The object proved to be a policeman, and they buried him Pax Christi, muties. In Dulimbayan, various shots also resounded, from which there resulted the death of a poor old deaf man, who had not heard the sentinels quien vive, and of a hog that had heard it and had not answered España. The old man was buried with difficulty, since there was no money to pay for the obsequies, but the hog was eaten. In Manila, one in a confectionery near the university much frequented by the students, the arrests were thus commented upon. "And have they arrested Taddeo?" too asked the proprietress. "Bah," answered a student who lived in Parian, "he's already shot." "Shot, Naku. He hasn't paid what he owes me." Don't mention that, or you'll be taken for an accomplice. I've already burnt the book 3 you lent me. There might be a search and it would be found. Be careful. Did you say that Isagani is a prisoner? Crazy fool, too, that Isagani, replied the indignant student. They didn't try to catch him, but he went and surrendered. Let him bust himself. He'll surely be shot. The senora shrugged her shoulders. He doesn't owe me anything. And what about Paulita? She won't lack a husband. Sure, she'll cry a little and then marry a Spaniard. The night was one of the gloomiest. In the houses, the rosary was recited, and pious women dedicated paternosters and requiems to each of the souls of their relatives and friends. By 8 o'clock hardly, a pedestrian could be seen. Only from time to time was heard the galloping of a horse against whose sides a saber clanked noisily, then the whistles of the watchmen, and carriages that whirled along at full speed, as though pursued by mobs of filibusters. Yet terror did not reign everywhere. In the house of the silversmith, where Placido Penitent boarded, the events were commented upon and discussed with some freedom. I don't believe in the Pasquinades, declared a workman, lank and withered from operating the blowpipe. To me, it looks like Padre Salvi's doings. Ahem, coughed the silversmith, a very prudent man who did not dare to stop the conversation from fear that he would be considered a coward. The good man had to content himself with coughing, winking to his helper, and gazing toward the street as if to say, "They may be watching us." On account of the operetta, added another workman. "Aha," exclaimed one who had a foolish face, "I told you so." "Ahem," rejoined a clerk in a tone of compassion. "The affair of the Pasquinades is true, Chichoy, and I can give you the explanation." Then he added mysteriously, "It's a trick of the Chinaman Quirogas." Ahem. Again coughed the silversmith, shifting his quid of buyo from one cheek to the other. "Believe me, Chichoy, of Quiroga the Chinaman. I heard it in the office." "Naku, it's certain then," exclaimed the simpleton, believing it at once. "Quiroga," explained the clerk, "has 100,000 pesos in Mexican silver out in the bay. How is he to get it in? Very easily. Fix up the Pasquinades, availing himself of the question of the students, and while everybody is excited, grease the officials' palms, and in the cases come." Just it, cried the credulous fool, striking the table with his fist. "Just it. That's why Quiroga did it. That's why." But he had to relapse into silence as he really did not know what to say about Quiroga. "And we must pay the damages?" asked the indignant Chichoy. Ahem, ahem, coughed the silversmith, hearing steps in the street. The footsteps approached, and all in the shop fell silent. "Saint Pascual Balon is a great saint," declared the silversmith hypocritically, in a loud voice, at the same time winking to the others. Saint Pascual Balon. At that moment there appeared the face of Placido Penitent, who was accompanied by the pyrotechnician that we saw receiving orders from Simeon. The newcomers were surrounded and importuned for news. "I haven't been able to talk with the prisoners," explained Placido. "There are some 30 of them." "Be on your guard," cautioned the pyrotechnician, exchanging a knowing look with Placido. "They say that tonight there's going to be a massacre." "Aha, thunder!" exclaimed Chichoy, looking about for a weapon. Seeing none, he caught up his blowpipe. The silversmith sat down, trembling in every limb. The credulous simpleton already saw himself beheaded and wept in anticipation over the fate of his family. "No," contradicted the clerk, There's not going to be any massacre. The advisor of, he made a mysterious gesture, is fortunately sick. Simone. Ahem, ahem. Placido and the pyrotechnician exchanged another look. If he hadn't got sick, it would look like a revolution, added the pyrotechnician negligently as he lighted a cigarette in the lamp chimney. And what should we do then? Then we'd start a real one, now that they're going to massacre us anyhow. The violent fit of coughing that seized the silversmith prevented the rest of this speech from being heard. But Chichoy must have been saying terrible things, to judge from his murderous gestures with the blowpipe and the face of a Japanese tragedian that he put on. Rather say that he's playing off sick because he's afraid to go out, as may be seen. The silversmith was attacked by another fit of coughing so severe that he finally asked all to retire. Nevertheless, get ready, warned the pyrotechnician. If they want to force us to kill or be killed. Another fit of coughing on the part of the poor silversmith prevented further conversation, so the workmen and apprentices retired to their homes, carrying with them hammers and saws and other implements, more or less cutting, more or less bruising, disposed to sell their lives dearly. Placido and the pyrotechnician went out again. Prudence, prudence, cautioned the silversmith in a tearful voice. You'll take care of my widow and orphans, begged the credulous simpleton in a still more tearful voice, for he already saw himself riddled with bullets and buried. That night the guards at the city gates were replaced with peninsular artillerymen, and on the following morning as the sun rose, Ben Zabe, who had ventured to take a morning stroll to examine the condition of the fortifications, found on the glacis near the Lunara the corpse of a native girl, half naked and abandoned. Ben Zabe was horrified, but after touching it with his cane and gazing toward the gates proceeded on his way, musing over a sentimental tale he might base upon the incident. However, no allusion to it appeared in the newspapers on the following days, engrossed as they were with the falls and slippings caused by banana peels. In the dearth of news, Ben Zabe had to comment at length on a cyclone that had destroyed in America whole towns, causing the death of more than 2,000 persons. Among other beautiful things, he said, the sentiment of charity, more prevalent in Catholic countries than in others, and the thought of him who, influenced by that same feeling, sacrificed himself for humanity, moves, sick us to compassion over the misfortunes of our kind, and to render thanks that in this country, so scourged by cyclones, there are not enacted scenes so desolating as that which the inhabitants of the United States must have witnessed. Horatius did not miss the opportunity, and also without mentioning the dead, or the murdered native girl, or the assaults, answered him in his Audioekniga. After such great charity and such great humanity, Fray Ibanez, Ben Zabe, brings himself to pray for the Philippines. But he is understood. Because he is not Catholic, and the sentiment of charity is most prevalent, etc. 4. Chapter 29. Exit Capitan Tiago. Holly's Vita, Finis Ira. Capitan Tiago had a good end. That is, a quite exceptional funeral. True it is that the curate of the parish had ventured the observation to Padre Irene that Capitan Tiago had died without confession, but the good priest, smiling sardonically, had rubbed the tip of his nose and answered, "Why say that to me? If we had to deny the obsequies to all who die without confession, we should forget the de profundis. These restrictions, as you well know, are enforced when the impenitent is also insolvent. But Capitan Tiago, Out on you. You've buried infidel Chinamen and with a requiem mass. Capitan Tiago had named Padre Irene as his executor and willed his property in part to St. Clara, part to the Pope, to the Archbishop, the religious corporations, leaving 20 pesos for the matriculation of poor students. This last clause had been dictated at the suggestion of Padre Irene, in his capacity as protector of studious youths. Capitan Tiago had annulled a legacy of 25 pesos that he had left to Basilio, in view of the ungrateful conduct of the boy during the last few days. But Padre Irene had restored it, and announced that he would take it upon his own purse and conscience. In the dead man's house, where were assembled on the following day many old friends and acquaintances, considerable comment was indulged in over a miracle. It was reported that, at the very moment when he was dying, the soul of Capitan Tiago had appeared to the nuns surrounded by a brilliant light. God had saved him, thanks to the pious legacies, and to the numerous masses he had paid for. The story was commented upon, it was recounted vividly, it took on particulars, and was doubted by no one. The appearance of Capitan Tiago was minutely described. Of course, the frock coat, the cheek bulged out by the quid of bouillot, without omitting the gamecock and the opium pipe. The senior sacristan, who was present, gravely affirmed these facts with his head, and reflected that, after death, he would appear with his cup of white taju, for without that refreshing breakfast he could not comprehend happiness either on earth or in heaven. On this subject, because of their inability to discuss the events of the preceding day, and because there were gamblers present, many strange speculations were developed. They made conjectures as to whether Capitan Tiago would invite St. Peter to a soltada, whether they would place bets, whether the gamecocks were immortal, whether invulnerable, and in this case who would be the referee, who would win, and so on. Discussions quite to the taste of those who found sciences, theories, and systems, based on a text which they esteem infallible, revealed, or dogmatic. Moreover, there were cited passages from novenas, books of miracles, sayings of the curates, descriptions of heaven, and other embroidery. Don Primitivo, the philosopher, was in his glory quoting opinions of the theologians. Because no one can lose, he stated with great authority. To lose would cause hard feelings, and in heaven there can't be any hard feelings. But someone has to win, rejoined the gambler Aristornas. The fun lies in winning. Well, both win, that's easy. This idea of both winning could not be admitted by Aristornas, for he had passed his life in the cockpit and had always seen one cock lose and the other win. At best, there was a tie. Vainly Don Primitivo argued in Latin. Aristornas shook his head, and that too when Don Primitivo's Latin was easy to understand, for he talked of in Gallus Talisanus, acutotari armatus, and Gallus bedi petri bulicus sassabungus sit, one and so on, until at length he decided to resort to the argument which many use to convince and silence their opponents. You're going to be damned, friend Martin, you're falling into heresy. Cave nicadas. I'm not going to play Monty with you anymore and will not set up a bank together. You deny the omnipotence of God, peccatum mortale. You deny the existence of the Holy Trinity. 3 are 1 and 1 is 3. Take care. You indirectly deny that 2 natures, 2 understandings, and 2 wills can have only 1 memory. Be careful. Quicumque non crederit anathema sit. Martin Aristornas shrank away pale and trembling, while Quiroga, who had listened with great attention to the argument, with marked deference offered the philosopher a magnificent cigar, at the same time asking in his caressing voice, "Surely, one can make a contract for a cockpit with Callisto, too, ha? When I die, I'll be the contractor, ha. Among the others, they talked more of the deceased. At least they discussed what kind of clothing to put on him. Capitan Tinong proposed a Franciscan habit, and fortunately, he had one, old, threadbare, and patched, a precious object which, according to the friar who gave it to him as alms in exchange for 36 pesos, would preserve the corpse from the flames of hell, and which reckoned in its support various pious anecdotes taken from the books distributed by the curates. Although he held this relic in great esteem, Capitan Tinong was disposed to part with it for the sake of his intimate friend, whom he had not been able to visit during his illness. But a tailor objected, with good reason, that since the nuns had seen Capitan Tiago ascending to heaven in a frock coat he should be dressed here on earth, nor was there any necessity for preservatives and fireproof garments. The deceased had attended balls and fiestas in a frock coat, and nothing else would be expected of him in the skies. And, wonderful to relate, the tailor accidentally happened to have one ready, which he would part with for 32 pesos, 4 cheaper than the Franciscan habit, because he didn't want to make any profit on Capitan Tiago, who had been his customer in life and would now be his patron in heaven. But Padre Irene, trustee and executor, rejected both proposals and ordered that the Capitan be dressed in one of his old suits of clothes, remarking with holy unction that God paid no attention to clothing. The obsequies were, therefore, of the very first class. There were responsories in the house, and in the street 3 friars officiated, as though one were not sufficient for such a great soul. All the rites and ceremonies possible were performed, and it is reported that there were even extras, as in the benefits for actors. It was indeed a delight. Loads of incense were burned. There were plenty of Latin chants, large quantities of holy water were expended, and Padre Irene, out of regard for his old friend, sang the Dies Irae in a falsetto voice from the choir, while the neighbors suffered real headaches from so much knell ringing. Doña Patrocinio, the ancient rival of Capitan Tiago in religiosity, actually wanted to die on the next day, so that she might order even more sumptuous obsequies. The pious old lady could not bear the thought that he, whom she had long considered vanquished forever, should in dying come forward again with so much pomp. Yes, she desired to die, and it seemed that she could hear the exclamations of the people at the funeral. This indeed is what you call a funeral. This indeed is to know how to die. Doña Patrocinio. Chapter 30. Julie. The death of Capitan Tiago and Basilio's imprisonment were soon reported in the province, and to the honor of the simple inhabitants of San Diego, let it be recorded that the latter was the incident more regretted and almost the only one discussed. As was to be expected, the report took on different forms. Sad and startling details were given. What could not be understood was explained, the gaps being filled by conjectures, which soon passed for accomplished facts, and the phantoms, thus created, terrified their own creators. In the town of Tiani, it was reported that at the very least, the young man was going to be deported and would very probably be murdered on the journey. The timorous and pessimistic were not satisfied with this, but even talked about executions and courts-martial. January was a fatal month. In January, the Cavite affair had occurred, and they won even though curates had been garroted, so a poor Basilio without protectors or friends. I told him so, sighed the justice of the peace, as if he had at some time given advice to Basilio. I told him so. It was to be expected, commented Sister Penshang. He would go into the church, and when he saw that the holy water was somewhat dirty, he wouldn't cross himself with it. He talked about germs and disease. Abba, it's the chastisement of God. He deserved it and he got it, as though the holy water could transmit diseases. Quite the contrary, Abba. She then related how she had cured herself of indigestion by moistening her stomach with holy water, at the same time reciting the Sanctus Deus, and she recommended the remedy to those present when they should suffer from dysentery or an epidemic occurred, only that then they must pray in Spanish. Santo Dios, Santo Fuerte, Santo Inmortal, Libranos, Señor de la Peste. Why to do mal, too? It's an infallible remedy, but you must apply the holy water to the part affected, she concluded. But there were many persons who did not believe in these things, nor did they attribute Basilio's imprisonment to the chastisement of God. Nor did they take any stock in insurrections and pasquinades, knowing the prudent and ultra-pacific character of the boy, but preferred to ascribe it to revenge on the part of the friars, because of his having rescued from servitude Julie, the daughter of a Chalican, who was the mortal enemy of a certain powerful corporation, as they had quite a poor idea of the morality of that same corporation, and could recall cases of petty revenge. Their conjecture was believed to have more probability and justification. "What a good thing I did when I drove her from my house," said Sister Pensheng. "I don't want to have any trouble with the friars, so I urged her to find the money." The truth was, however, that she regretted Julie's liberty, for Julie prayed and fasted for her, and if she had stayed a longer time, would also have done penance. Why, if the curates pray for us and Christ died for our sins, couldn't Julie do the same for Sister Pensheng? When the news reached the hut where the poor Julie and her grandfather lived, the girl had to have it repeated to her. She stared at Sister Bali, who was telling it, as though without comprehension, without ability to collect her thoughts. Her ears buzzed. She felt a sinking at the heart and had a vague presentiment that this event would have a disastrous influence on her own future. Yet she tried to seize upon a ray of hope. She smiled, thinking that Sister Bali was joking with her. A rather strong joke, to be sure, but she forgave her beforehand if she would acknowledge that it was such. But Sister Bali made a cross with one of her thumbs and a forefinger, and kissed it, to prove that she was telling the truth. Then the smile faded forever from the girl's lips. She turned pale, frightfully pale. She felt her strength leave her, and for the first time in her life she lost consciousness, falling into a swoon. When by dint of blows, pinches, dashes of water, crosses, and the application of sacred palms, the girl recovered and remembered the situation. Silent tears sprang from her eyes, drop by drop, without sobs, without laments, without complaints. She thought about Basilio, who had had no other protector than Capitan Tiago, and who now, with the Capitan dead, was left completely unprotected and in prison. In the Philippines, it is a well-known fact that patrons are needed for everything, from the time one is christened until one dies, in order to get justice, to secure a passport, or to develop an industry. As it was said that his imprisonment was due to revenge on account of herself and her father, the girl's sorrow turned to desperation. Now it was her duty to liberate him, as he had done in rescuing her from servitude, and the inner voice, which suggested the idea, offered to her imagination a horrible means. Padre Camorra, the curate, whispered the voice. Julie gnawed at her lips and became lost in gloomy meditation. As a result of her father's crime, her grandfather had been arrested in the hope that by such means the son could be made to appear. The only one who could get him his liberty was Padre Camorra, and Padre Camorra had shown himself to be poorly satisfied with her words of gratitude, having with his usual frankness asked for some sacrifices, since which time Julie had tried to avoid meeting him. But the curate made her kiss his hand. He twitched her nose and patted her cheeks. He joked with her, winking and laughing he pinched her. Julie was also the cause of the beating the good curate had administered to some young men who were going about the village serenading the girls. Malicious ones, seeing her pass sad and dejected, would remark so that she might hear. If she only wished it, cabesang tales would be pardoned. Julie reached her home, gloomy and with wandering looks. She had changed greatly, having lost her merriment, and no one ever saw her smile again. She scarcely spoke and seemed to be afraid to look at her own face. One day she was seen in the town with a big spot of soot on her forehead, she who used to go so trim and neat. Once she asked Sister Bali if the people who committed suicide went to hell. "Surely," replied that woman, and proceeded to describe the place as though she had been there. Upon Basilio's imprisonment, the simple and grateful relatives had planned to make all kinds of sacrifices to save the young man. But as they could collect among themselves no more than 30 pesos, Sister Bali, as usual, thought of a better plan. "What we must do is to get some advice from the town clerk," she said. To these poor people, the town clerk was what the Delphic oracle was to the ancient Greeks. "By giving him a reel and a cigar," she continued. "He'll tell you all the laws so that your head bursts listening to him. If you have a peso, he'll save you, even though you may be at the foot of the scaffold. When my friend Simon was put in jail and flogged for not being able to give evidence about a robbery perpetrated near his house, for 2 reals and a half and a string of garlics, the town clerk got him out, and I saw Simon myself when he could scarcely walk, and he had to stay in bed at least a month. His flesh rotted as a result, and he died. Sister Bali's advice was accepted, and she herself volunteered to interview the town clerk. Julie gave her 4 reals and added some strips of jerked venison her grandfather had got. For Tandang, Silo had again devoted himself to hunting. But the town clerk could do nothing. The prisoner was in Manila, and his power did not extend that far. If at least he were at the capital, then, he ventured, to make a show of his authority, which he knew very well did not extend beyond the boundaries of Tiani, but he had to maintain his prestige and keep the jerked venison. "But I can give you a good piece of advice, and it is that you go with Julie to see the justice of the peace. But it's very necessary that Julie go." The justice of the peace was a very rough fellow, but if he should see Julie, he might conduct himself less rudely. This is wherein lay the wisdom of the advice. With great gravity, the honorable justice listened to Sister Bali, who did the talking, but not without staring from time to time at the girl, who hung her head with shame. People would say that she was greatly interested in Basilio, people who did not remember her debt of gratitude, nor that his imprisonment, according to report, was on her account. After belching 3 or 4 times, for his honor had that ugly habit, he said that the only person who could save Basilio was Padre Camorra, in case he should care to do so. Here he stared meaningly at the girl and advised her to deal with the curate in person. "You know what influence he has. He got your grandfather out of jail. A report from him is enough to deport a newborn babe or save from death a man with the noose about his neck." Julie said nothing, but Sister Bali took this advice as though she had read it in a novena, and was ready to accompany the girl to the convento. It so happened that she was just going there to get as alms a scapulary in exchange for 4 full reals. But Julie shook her head and was unwilling to go to the convento. Sister Bali thought she could guess the reason. Padre Camorra was reputed to be very fond of the women and was very frolicsome, so she tried to reassure her. "You've nothing to fear if I go with you. Haven't you read in the booklet Tandang Basio, given you by the curate, that the girls should go to the convento, even without the knowledge of their elders, to relate what is going on at home? Abba, that book is printed with the permission of the archbishop." Julie became impatient and wished to cut short such talk, so she begged the pious woman to go if she wished. But His Honor observed with a belch that the supplications of a youthful face were more moving than those of an old one. The sky poured its dew over the fresh flowers in greater abundance than over the withered ones. The metaphor was fiendishly beautiful. Julie did not reply, and the two left the house. In the street, the girl firmly refused to go to the convento, and they returned to their village. Sister Bali, who felt offended at this lack of confidence in herself, on the way home relieved her feelings by administering a long preachment to the girl. The truth was that the girl could not take that step without damning herself in her own eyes, besides being cursed of men and cursed of God. It had been intimated to her several times, whether with reason or not, that if she would make that sacrifice, her father would be pardoned, and yet she had refused, in spite of the cries of her conscience reminding her of her filial duty. Now must she make it for Basilio, her sweetheart. That would be to fall to the sound of mockery and laughter from all creation. Basilio himself would despise her. No, never. She would first hang herself or leap from some precipice. At any rate, she was already damned for being a wicked daughter. The poor girl had besides to endure all the reproaches of her relatives, who, knowing nothing of what had passed between her and Padre Camorra, laughed at her fears. Would Padre Camorra fix his attention upon a country girl when there were so many others in the town? Here the good women cited names of unmarried girls, rich and beautiful, who had been more or less unfortunate. Meanwhile, if they should shoot Basilio, Julie covered her ears and stared wildly about, as if seeking a voice that might plead for her, but she saw only her grandfather, who was dumb and had his gaze fixed on his hunting spear. That night she scarcely slept at all. Dreams and nightmares, some funereal, some bloody, danced before her sight and woke her often, bathed in cold perspiration. She fancied that she heard shots. She imagined that she saw her father, that father who had done so much for her, fighting in the forests, hunted like a wild beast because she had refused to save him. The figure of her father was transformed, and she recognized Basilio, dying, with looks of reproach at her. The wretched girl arose, prayed, wept, called upon her mother, upon death, and there was even a moment when, overcome with terror, if it had not been night time, she would have run straight to the convento, let happen what would. With the coming of day, the sad presentiments and the terrors of darkness were partly dissipated. The light inspired hopes in her, but the news of the afternoon was terrible, for there was talk of persons shot, so the next night was for the girl frightful. In her desperation, she decided to give herself up as soon as day dawned and then kill herself afterwards. Anything, rather than endure such tortures. But the dawn brought new hope, and she would not go to church or even leave the house. She was afraid she would yield. So passed several days in praying and cursing, in calling upon God and wishing for death. The day gave her a slight respite, and she trusted in some miracle. The reports that came from Manila, although they reached there magnified, said that of the prisoners some had secured their liberty, thanks to patrons and influence. Someone had to be sacrificed. Who would it be? Julie shuddered and returned home, biting her fingernails. Then came the night with its terrors, which took on double proportions. and seemed to be converted into realities. Julie feared to fall asleep, for her slumbers were a continuous nightmare. Looks of reproach would flash across her eyelids just as soon as they were closed. Complaints and laments pierced her ears. She saw her father wandering about hungry, without rest or repose. She saw Basilio dying in the road, pierced by 2 bullets, just as she had seen the corpse of that neighbor who had been killed while in the charge of the civil guard. She saw the bonds that cut into the flesh. She saw the blood pouring from the mouth. She heard Basilio calling to her, "Save me, save me. You alone can save me." Then a burst of laughter would resound, and she would turn her eyes to see her father gazing at her with eyes full of reproach. Julie would wake up, sit up on her pedate, and draw her hands across her forehead to arrange her hair. Cold sweat, like the sweat of death, moistened it. "Mother, mother," she sobbed. Meanwhile, they who were so carelessly disposing of people's fates, he who commanded the legal murders, he who violated justice and made use of the law to maintain himself by force, slept in peace. At last a traveler arrived from Manila and reported that all the prisoners had been set free, all except Basilio, who had no protector. It was reported in Manila, added the traveler, that the young man would be deported to the Carolines, having been forced to sign a petition beforehand, in which he declared that he asked it voluntarily. 3, the traveler had seen the very steamer that was going to take him away. This report put an end to all the girl's hesitation. Besides, her mind was already quite weak from so many nights of watching and horrible dreamispale, and with unsteady eyes, she sought out Sister Bali, and in a voice that was cause for alarm, told her that she was ready, asking her to accompany her. Sister Bali thereupon rejoiced and tried to soothe her, but Julie paid no attention to her, apparently intent only upon hurrying to the convento. She had decked herself out in her finest clothes, and even pretended to be quite gay, talking a great deal, although in a rather incoherent way. So they set out. Julie went ahead, becoming impatient that her companion lagged behind. But as they neared the town, her nervous energy began gradually to abate. She fell silent and wavered in her resolution, lessened her pace, and soon dropped behind, so that Sister Bali had to encourage her. "We'll get there late," she remonstrated. Julie now followed, pale, with downcast eyes, which she was afraid to raise. She felt that the whole world was staring at her and pointing its finger at her. A vile name whistled in her ears, but still she disregarded it and continued on her way. Nevertheless, when they came in sight of the convento, she stopped and began to tremble. "Let's go home, let's go home," she begged, holding her companion back. Sister Bali had to take her by the arm and half drag her along, reassuring her and telling her about the books of the friars. She would not desert her, so there was nothing to fear. Padre Camorra had other things in mind. Julie was only a poor country girl. But upon arriving at the door of the convento, Julie firmly refused to go in, catching hold of the wall. "No, no," she pleaded in terror. "No, no, no, have pity." But what a fool. Sister Bali pushed her gently along, Julie, pallid and with wild features, offering resistance. The expression of her face said that she saw death before her. "All right, let's go back, if you don't want to." At length, the good woman exclaimed in irritation, as she did not believe there was any real danger. Padre Camorra, in spite of all his reputation, would dare do nothing before her. Let them carry poor Basilio into exile, let them shoot him on the way, saying that he tried to escape, she added. When he's dead, then remorse will come. But as for myself, I owe him no favors, so he can't reproach me. That was the decisive stroke. In the face of that reproach, with wrath and desperation mingled, like one who rushes to suicide, Julie closed her eyes in order not to see the abyss into which she was hurling herself, and resolutely entered the convento. A sigh that sounded like the rattle of death escaped from her lips. Sister Bali followed, telling her how to act. That night comments were mysteriously whispered about certain events which had occurred that afternoon. A girl had leaped from a window of the convento, falling upon some stones and killing herself. Almost at the same time, another woman had rushed out of the convento to run through the streets shouting and screaming like a lunatic. The prudent townsfolk dared not utter any names, and many mothers pinched their daughters for letting slip expressions that might compromise them. Later, very much later, at twilight, an old man came from a village and stood calling at the door of the convento, which was closed and guarded by sacristans. The old man beat the door with his fists and with his head, while he uttered cries stifled and inarticulate, like those of a dumb person, until he was at length driven away by blows and shoves. Then he made his way to the gobernadorcillo's house, but was told that the gobernadorcillo was not there. He was at the convento. He went to the justice of the peace, but neither was the justice of the peace at home. He had been summoned to the convento. He went to the tenient mayor, but he too was at the convento. He directed his steps to the barracks, but the lieutenant of the civil guard was at the convento. The old man then returned to his village, weeping like a child. His wails were heard in the middle of the night, causing men to bite their lips and women to clasp their hands, while the dogs slunk fearfully back into the houses with their tails between their legs. "Ah, God, God," said a poor woman, lean from fasting, "in thy presence there is no rich, no poor, no white, no black. Thou wilt grant us justice." "Yes," rejoined her husband, "just so that God they preach is not a pure invention, a fraud. They themselves are the first not to believe in him." At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was rumored that more than 7 friars, proceeding from neighboring towns, were assembled in the convento to hold a conference. On the following day, Tandang Silo disappeared forever from the village, carrying with him his hunting spear. Chapter 31. The High Official. El espagni et sa, verdu, el espagni et sa grandeur. Tout s'en va, Victor Hugo. The newspapers of Manila were so engrossed in accounts of a notorious murder committed in Europe, in panegyrics and puffs for various preachers in the city, in the constantly increasing success of the French operetta, that they could scarcely devote space to the crimes perpetrated in the provinces by a band of Chalisanes, headed by a fierce and terrible leader who was called Madanglawan, one only when the object of the attack was a convento or a Spaniard. There then appeared long articles giving frightful details and asking for martial law, energetic measures, and so on. So it was that they could take no notice of what had occurred in the town of Tiani, nor was there the slightest hint or allusion to it. In private circles something was whispered, but so confused, so vague, and so little consistent, that not even the name of the victim was known, while those who showed the greatest interest forgot it quickly, trusting that the affair had been settled in some way with the wronged family. The only one who knew anything certain was Padre Camorra, who had to leave the town, to be transferred to another, or to remain for some time in the convento in Manila. "Poor Padre Camorra," exclaimed Benzabe in a fit of generosity. "He was so jolly and had such a good heart." It was true that the students had recovered their liberty, thanks to the exertions of their relatives, who did not hesitate at expense, gifts, or any sacrifice whatsoever. The first to see himself free, as was to be expected, was Macareg, and the last Isagani, because Padre Florentine did not reach Manila until a week after the events. So many acts of clemency secured for the general the title of clement and merciful, which Benzabe hastened to add to his long list of adjectives. The only one who did not obtain his liberty was Basilio, since he was also accused of having in his possession prohibited books. We don't know whether this referred to his textbook on legal medicine or to the pamphlets that were found, dealing with the Philippines, or both together. The fact is that it was said that prohibited literature was being secretly sold, and upon the unfortunate boy fell all the weight of the rod of justice. It was reported that His Excellency had been thus advised. It's necessary that there be someone, so that the prestige of authority may be sustained, and that it may not be said that we made a great fuss over nothing. Authority before everything. It's necessary that someone be made an example of. Let there be just one who, according to Padre Irene, was the servant of Capitan Tiago. There'll be no one to enter a complaint. Servant and student, asked His Excellency. That fellow, then, let it be he. Your Excellency will pardon me, observed the high official who happened to be present, but I've been told that this boy is a medical student and his teachers speak well of him. If he remains a prisoner, he'll lose a year, and as this year he finishes. The high official's interference in behalf of Basilio, instead of helping, harmed him. For some time there had been between this official and His Excellency strained relations and bad feelings, augmented by frequent clashes. Yes, so much the greater reason that he should be kept prisoner. A year longer in his studies, instead of injuring him, will do good, not only to himself, but to all who afterwards fall into his hands. One doesn't become a bad physician by extensive practice. So much the more reason that he should remain. Soon the filibustering reformers will say that we are not looking out for the country, concluded His Excellency with a sarcastic laugh. The high official realized that he had made a false move and took Basilio's case to heart. But it seems to me that this young man is the most innocent of all, he rejoined rather timidly. Books have been seized in his possession, observed the secretary. Yes, works on medicine and pamphlets written by peninsulars, with the leaves uncut, and besides, what does that signify? Moreover, this young man was not present at the banquet in the Pansiteria. He hasn't mixed up in anything. As I've said, he's the most innocent. So much the better, exclaimed His Excellency jocosely. In that way the punishment will prove more salutary and exemplary, since it inspires greater terror. To govern is to act in this way, my dear sir, as it is often expedient to sacrifice the welfare of one to the welfare of many. But I'm doing more. From the welfare of one will result the welfare of all. The principle of endangered authority is preserved. Prestige is respected and maintained. By this act of mine, I'm correcting my own and other people's faults. The high official restrained himself with an effort and, disregarding the allusion, decided to take another tack. But doesn't Your Excellency fear the responsibility? What have I to fear? Rejoined the general impatiently. Haven't I discretionary powers? Can't I do what I please for the better government of these islands? What have I to fear? Can some menial perhaps arraign me before the tribunals and exact from me responsibility? Even though he had the means, he would have to consult the ministry first, and the minister. He waved his hand and burst out into laughter. The minister who appointed me, the devil knows where he is, and he will feel honored in being able to welcome me when I return. The present one, I don't even think of him, and the devil take him too. The one that relieves him will find himself in so many difficulties with his new duties that he won't be able to fool with trifles. I, my dear sir, have nothing over me but my conscience. I act according to my conscience, and my conscience is satisfied, so I don't care a straw for the opinions of this one and that. My conscience, my dear sir, my conscience. Yes, General, but the country. Tut, 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 tut. The country, what have I to do with the country? Have I perhaps contracted any obligations to it? Do I owe my office to it? Was it the country that elected me? A brief pause ensued, during which the high official stood with bowed head. Then, as if reaching a decision, he raised it to stare fixedly at the general. Pale and trembling, he said with repressed energy, "That doesn't matter, General, that doesn't matter at all. Your Excellency has not been chosen by the Filipino people, but by Spain. All the more reason why you should treat the Filipinos well so that they may not be able to reproach Spain. The greater reason, General, the greater reason. Your Excellency, by coming here, has contracted the obligation to govern justly, to seek the welfare." "Am I not doing it?" interrupted His Excellency in exasperation, taking a step forward. "Haven't I told you that I am getting from the good of one the good of all? Are you now going to give me lessons? If you don't understand my actions, how am I to blame? Do I compel you to share my responsibility?" "Certainly not," replied the high official, drawing himself up proudly. "Your Excellency does not compel me. Your Excellency cannot compel me to share your responsibility. I understand mine in quite another way, and because I have it, I'm going to speak. I've held my peace a long time. Oh, Your Excellency needn't make those gestures, because the fact that I've come here in this or that capacity doesn't mean that I have given up my rights, that I have been reduced to the part of a slave, without voice or dignity. I don't want Spain to lose this beautiful empire, these 8 millions of patient and submissive subjects, who live on hopes and delusions, but neither do I wish to soil my hands in their barbarous exploitation. I don't wish it ever to be said that, the slave trade abolished, Spain has continued to cloak it with her banner and perfect it under a wealth of specious institutions. No, to be great Spain does not have to be a tyrant. Spain is sufficient unto herself. Spain was greater when she had only her own territory, wrested from the clutches of the Moor. I too am a Spaniard, but before being a Spaniard I am a man, and before Spain and above Spain is her honor, the lofty principles of morality, the eternal principles of immutable justice. Ah, you are surprised that I think thus, because you have no idea of the grandeur of the Spanish name. No, you haven't any idea of it, you identify it with persons and interests. To you the Spaniard may be a pirate, he may be a murderer, a hypocrite, a cheat, anything, just so he keep what he has. But to me the Spaniard should lose everything, empire, power, wealth, everything, before his honor. Ah, my dear sir, we protest when we read that might is placed before right, yet we applaud when in practice we see might play the hypocrite in not only perverting right, but even in using it as a tool in order to gain control. For the very reason that I love Spain, I'm speaking now, and I defy your frown. I don't wish that the coming ages accuse Spain of being the stepmother of the nations, the vampire of races, the tyrant of small islands, since it would be a horrible mockery of the noble principles of our ancient kings. How are we carrying out their sacred legacy? They promised to these islands protection and justice, and we are playing with the lives and liberties of the inhabitants. They promised civilization, and we are curtailing it, fearful that they may aspire to a nobler existence. They promised them light, and we cover their eyes that they may not witness our orgies. They promise to teach them virtue, and we are encouraging their vice. Instead of peace, wealth, and justice, confusion reigns, commerce languishes, and skepticism is fostered among the masses. Let us put ourselves in the place of the Filipinos and ask ourselves what we would do in their place. Ah, in your silence I read their right to rebel, and if matters do not mend, they will rebel some day, and justice will be on their side. With them will go the sympathy of all honest men, of every patriot in the world. When a people is denied light, home, liberty, and justice, things that are essential to life, and therefore man's patrimony, that people has the right to treat him, who so despoils it as we would the robber who intercepts us on the highway. There are no distinctions, there are no exceptions, nothing but a fact, a right, an aggression, and every honest man who does not place himself on the side of the wronged makes himself an accomplice and stains his conscience. True, I am not a soldier, and the years are cooling the little fire in my blood. But just as I would risk being torn to pieces to defend the integrity of Spain against any foreign invader, or against an unjustified disloyalty in her provinces, so I also assure you that I would place myself beside the oppressed Filipinos, because I would prefer to fall in the cause of the outraged rights of humanity to triumphing with the selfish interests of a nation, even when that nation be called as it is called, Spain. Do you know when the mail boat leaves? Inquired His Excellency coldly, when the high official had finished speaking. The latter stared at him fixedly, then dropped his head and silently left the palace. Outside he found his carriage awaiting him. "Some day when you declare yourselves independent," he said somewhat abstractedly to the native lackey who opened the carriage door for him, "remember that there were not lacking in Spain hearts that beat for you and struggled for your rights." "Where, sir?" asked the lackey, who had understood nothing of this and was inquiring whither they should go. 2 hours later, the high official handed in his resignation and announced his intention of returning to Spain by the next mail steamer. Chapter 32. Effect of the Pasquinades. As a result of the events narrated, many mothers ordered their sons immediately to leave off their studies and devote themselves to idleness or to agriculture. When the examinations came, suspensions were plentiful, and he was a rare exception who finished the course, if he had belonged to the famous association, to which no one paid any more attention. Pexin, Taddeo, and Juanito Peles were all alike suspended, the first receiving his dismissal with his foolish grin, and declaring his intention of becoming an officer in some court, while Taddeo, with his eternal holiday realized at last, paid for an illumination and made a bonfire of his books. Nor did the others get off much better, and at length they too had to abandon their studies, to the great satisfaction of their mothers, who always fancy their sons hanged, if they should come to understand what the books teach. Juanito Peles alone took the blow ill, since it forced him to leave school for his father's store, with whom he was thenceforward to be associated in the business. The rascal found the store much less entertaining, but after some time his friends again noticed his hump appear, a symptom that his good humor was returning. The rich Macareg, in view of the catastrophe, took good care not to expose himself, and having secured a passport, by means of money, set out in haste for Europe. It was said that His Excellency, the Captain General, in his desire to do good by good means, and careful of the interests of the Filipinos, hindered the departure of everyone who could not first prove substantially that he had the money to spend and could live in idleness in European cities. Among our acquaintances, those who got off best were Isagani and Sandoval. The former passed in the subject he studied under Padre Fernandez and was suspended in the others, while the latter was able to confuse the examining board with his oratory. Basilio was the only one who did not pass in any subject, who was not suspended, and who did not go to Europe, for he remained in Bilibid prison, subjected every 3 days to examinations, almost always the same in principle, without other variation than a change of inquisitors, since it seemed that in the presence of such great guilt all gave up or fell away in horror. And while the documents mouldered or were shifted about, while the stamped papers increased like the plasters of an ignorant physician on the body of a hypochondriac, Basilio became informed of all the details of what had happened in Tiani, of the death of Julie and the disappearance of Tandangsilo. Sinong, the abused cochero, who had driven him to San Diego, happened to be in Manila at that time and called to give him all the news. Meanwhile, Simeon had recovered his health, or so at least the newspapers said. Ben-Zabe rendered thanks to the Omnipotent who watches over such a precious life, and manifested the hope that the Highest would some day reveal the malefactor, whose crime remained unpunished, thanks to the charity of the victim, who was too closely following the words of the great martyr. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. These and other things Ben-Zabe said in print, while by mouth he was inquiring whether there was any truth in the rumor that the opulent jeweler was going to give a grand fiesta, a banquet such as had never before been seen, in part to celebrate his recovery, and in part as a farewell to the country in which he had increased his fortune. It was whispered as certain that Simeon, who would have to leave with the Captain General, whose command expired in May, was making every effort to secure from Madrid an extension, and that he was advising His Excellency to start a campaign in order to have an excuse for remaining. But it was further reported that for the first time His Excellency had disregarded the advice of his favorite, making it a point of honor not to retain for a single additional day the power that had been conferred upon him, a rumor which encouraged belief that the fiesta announced would take place very soon. For the rest, Simeon remained unfathomable, since he had become very uncommunicative, showed himself seldom, and smiled mysteriously when the rumored fiesta was mentioned. "Come, Señor Sindbad," Ben-Zabe had once rallied him, "dazzle us with something Yankee. You owe something to this country." "Doubtless," was Simeon's response with a dry smile. "You'll throw the house wide open, eh?" "Maybe, but as I have no house. You ought to have secured Capitan Tiago's, which Señor Pelli's got for nothing." Simeon became silent, and from that time on he was often seen in the store of Don Timoteo Pelli's, with whom it was said he had entered into partnership. Some weeks afterward, in the month of April, it was rumored that Juanito Pelli's, Don Timoteo's son, was going to marry Paulita Gomez, the girl coveted by Spaniards and foreigners. "Some men are lucky," exclaimed other envious merchants. To buy a house for nothing, sell his consignment of galvanized iron well, get into partnership with a Simeon, and marry his son to a rich heiress. Just say if those aren't strokes of luck that all honorable men don't have. If you only knew whence came that luck of Señor Pelli's. Another responded, in a tone which indicated that the speaker did know. "It's also assured that there'll be a fiesta and on a grand scale," was added with mystery. It was really true that Paulita was going to marry Juanito Pelli's. Her love for Isagani had gradually waned, like all first loves based on poetry and sentiment. The events of the Pasquinades and the imprisonment of the youth had shorn him of all his charmis to whom would it have occurred to seek danger, to desire to share the fate of his comrades, to surrender himself, when everyone was hiding and denying any complicity in the affair. It was quixotic. It was madness that no sensible person in Manila could pardon, and Juanito was quite right in ridiculing him, representing what a sorry figure he cut when he went to the civil government. Naturally, the brilliant Paulita could no longer love a young man who so erroneously understood social matters and whom all condemned. Then she began to reflect. Juanito was clever, capable, gay, shrewd, the son of a rich merchant of Manila, and a Spanish mestizo besides. If Don Timoteo was to be believed, a full-blooded Spaniard. On the other hand, Isagani was a provincial native who dreamed of forests infested with leeches. He was of doubtful family, with a priest for an uncle, who would perhaps be an enemy to luxury and balls, of which she was very fond. One beautiful morning, therefore, it occurred to her that she had been a downright fool to prefer him to his rival, and from that time on Peliz's hump steadily increased. Unconsciously, yet rigorously, Paulita was obeying the law discovered by Darwin, that the female surrenders herself to the fittest male, to him who knows how to adapt himself to the medium in which he lives, and to live in Manila there was no other like Peliz, who from his infancy had had chicanery at his fingertips. Lent passed with its Holy Week, its array of processions and pompous displays, without other novelty than a mysterious mutiny among the artillerymen, the cause of which was never disclosed. The houses of light materials were torn down in the presence of a troop of cavalry, ready to fall upon the owners in case they should offer resistance. There was a great deal of weeping and many lamentations, but the affair did not get beyond that. The curious, among them Simeon, went to see those who were left homeless, walking about indifferently and assuring each other that thenceforward they could sleep in peace. Towards the end of April, all the fears being now forgotten, Manila was engrossed with one topic, the fiesta that Don Timoteo Peliz was going to celebrate at the wedding of his son, for which the general had graciously and condescendingly agreed to be the patron. Simeon was reported to have arranged the matter. The ceremony would be solemnized 2 days before the departure of the general, who would honor the house and make a present to the bridegroom. It was whispered that the jeweler would pour out cascades of diamonds and throw away handfuls of pearls in honor of his partner's son. Thus, since he could hold no fiesta of his own, as he was a bachelor and had no house, improving the opportunity to dazzle the Filipino people with a memorable farewell. All Manila prepared to be invited, and never did uneasiness take stronger hold of the mind than in view of the thought of not being among those bidden. Friendship with Simeon became a matter of dispute, and many husbands were forced by their wives to purchase bars of steel and sheets of galvanized iron in order to make friends with Don Timoteo Peliz. Chapter 33. La Última Razón 1. At last the great day arrived. During the morning Simeon had not left his house, busied as he was in packing his arms and his jewels. His fabulous wealth was already locked up in the big steel chest with its canvas cover, there remaining only a few cases containing bracelets and pins, doubtless gifts that he meant to make. He was going to leave with the Captain General, who cared in no way to lengthen his stay, fearful of what people would say. Malicious ones insinuated that Simeon did not dare remain alone, since without the general's support, he did not care to expose himself to the vengeance of the many wretches he had exploited. All the more reason for which was the fact that the general who was coming was reported to be a model of rectitude, and might make him disgorge his gains. The superstitious Indians, on the other hand, believed that Simeon was the devil who did not wish to separate himself from his prey. The pessimists winked maliciously and said, The field laid waste, the locust leaves for other parts. Only a very few, smiled and said nothing. In the afternoon, Simeon had given orders to his servant that if there appeared a young man calling himself Basilio, he should be admitted at once. Then he shut himself up in his room and seemed to become lost in deep thought. Since his illness, the jeweler's countenance had become harder and gloomier, while the wrinkles between his eyebrows had deepened greatly. He did not hold himself so erect as formerly, and his head was bowed. So absorbed was he in his meditations that he did not hear a knock at the door, and it had to be repeated. He shuddered and called out, "Come in." It was Basilio, but how altered. If the change that had taken place in Simeon during those 2 months was great, in the young student it was frightful. His cheeks were hollow, his hair unkempt, his clothing disordered. The tender melancholy had disappeared from his eyes, and in its place glittered a dark light, so that it might be said that he had died and his corpse had revived, horrified with what it had seen in eternity. If not crime, then the shadow of crime had fixed itself upon his whole appearance. Simeon himself was startled and felt pity for the wretch. Without any greeting, Basilio slowly advanced into the room, and in a voice that made the jeweler shudder said to him, "Señor Simeon, I've been a wicked son and a bad brother. I've overlooked the murder of one and the tortures of the other, and God has chastised me. Now there remains to me only one desire, and it is to return evil for evil, crime for crime, violence for violence." Simeon listened in silence, while Basilio continued. "4 months ago you talked to me about your plans. I refused to take part in them, but I did wrong. You have been right. 3 months and a half ago the revolution was on the point of breaking out, but I did not then care to participate in it, and the movement failed. In payment for my conduct, I've been arrested and owe my liberty to your efforts only. You are right, and now I've come to say to you, put a weapon in my hand and let the revolution come. I am ready to serve you, along with all the rest of the unfortunates." The cloud that had darkened Simeon's brow suddenly disappeared. A ray of triumph darted from his eyes, and like one who has found what he sought, he exclaimed, "I'm right, yes, I'm right. Right and justice are on my side because my cause is that of the persecuted. Thanks, young man, thanks. You've come to clear away my doubts, to end my hesitation." He had risen, and his face was beaming. The zeal that had animated him when 4 months before he had explained his plans to Basilio in the wood of his ancestors reappeared in his countenance like a red sunset after a cloudy day. "Yes," he resumed, "the movement failed, and many have deserted me because they saw me disheartened and wavering at the supreme moment. I still cherished something in my heart. I was not the master of all my feelings. I still loved. Now everything is dead in me. No longer is there even a corpse sacred enough for me to respect its sleep. No longer will there be any vacillation, for you yourself, an idealistic youth, a gentle dove, understand the necessity and come to spur me to action. Somewhat late you have opened your eyes, for between you and me together we might have executed marvelous plans. I above in the higher circles spreading death amid perfume and gold, brutalizing the vicious and corrupting or paralyzing the few good, and you below among the people, among the young men, stirring them to life amid blood and tears. Our task, instead of being bloody and barbarous, would have been holy, perfect, artistic, and surely success would have crowned our efforts. But no intelligence would support me. I encountered fear or effeminacy among the enlightened classes, selfishness among the rich, simplicity among the youth, and only in the mountains, in the waste places, among the outcasts, have I found my men. But no matter now. If we can't get a finished statue, rounded out in all its details, Of the rough block we work upon, let those to come take charge. Seizing the arm of Basilio, who was listening without comprehending all he said, he led him to the laboratory where he kept his chemical mixtures. Upon the table was placed a large case made of dark shagreen, similar to those that hold the silver plate exchanged as gifts among the rich and powerful. Opening this, Simeon revealed to sight, upon a bottom of red satin, a lamp of very peculiar shape. Its body was in the form of a pomegranate as large as a man's head, with fissures in it exposing to view the seeds inside, which were fashioned of enormous carnelians. The covering was of oxidized gold in exact imitation of the wrinkles on the fruit. Simeon took it out with great care, and, removing the burner, exposed to view the interior of the tank, which was lined with steel 2 centimeters in thickness, and which had a capacity of over a liter. Basilio questioned him with his eyes, for as yet he comprehended nothing. Without entering upon explanations, Simeon carefully took from a cabinet a flask and showed the young man the formula written upon it. "Nitroglycerin," murmured Basilio, stepping backward and instinctively thrusting his hands behind him. "Nitroglycerin, dynamite." Beginning now to understand, he felt his hair stand on end. "Yes, nitroglycerin," repeated Simeon slowly, with his cold smile and a look of delight at the glass flask. "It's also something more than nitroglycerin. It's concentrated tears, repressed hatred, wrongs, injustice, outrage. It's the last resort of the weak, force against force, violence against violence. A moment ago I was hesitating, but you have come and decided me. This night the most dangerous tyrants will be blown to pieces, the irresponsible rulers that hide themselves behind God and the state, whose abuses remain unpunished because no one can bring them to justice. This night the Philippines will hear the explosion that will convert into rubbish the formless monument whose decay I have fostered." Basilio was so terrified that his lips worked without producing any sound. His tongue was paralyzed, his throat parched. For the first time he was looking at the powerful liquid which he had heard talked of as a thing distilled in gloom by gloomy men, in open war against society. Now he had it before him, transparent and slightly yellowish, poured with great caution into the artistic pomegranate. Simeon looked to him like the jinni of the Arabian Nights that sprang from the sea. He took on gigantic proportions. His head touched the sky. He made the house tremble and shook the whole city with a shrug of his shoulders. The pomegranate assumed the form of a colossal sphere. The fissures became hellish grins whence escaped names and glowing cinders. For the first time in his life Basilio was overcome with fright and completely lost his composure. Simeon, meanwhile, screwed on solidly a curious and complicated mechanism, put in place a glass chimney, then the bomb, and crowned the whole with an elegant shade. Then he moved away some distance to contemplate the effect, inclining his head now to one side, now to the other, thus better to appreciate its magnificent appearance. Noticing that Basilio was watching him with questioning and suspicious eyes, he said, "Tonight there will be a fiesta, and this lamp will be placed in a little dining kiosk that I've had constructed for the purpose. The lamp will give a brilliant light, bright enough to suffice for the illumination of the whole place by itself, but at the end of 20 minutes the light will fade. And then when someone tries to turn up the wick a cap of fulminate of mercury will explode. The pomegranate will blow up, and with it the dining room, in the roof and floor of which I have concealed sacks of powder, so that no one shall escape." There was a moment's silence, while Simeon stared at his mechanism, and Basilio scarcely breathed. "So my assistance is not needed," observed the young man. "No, you have another mission to fulfill," replied Simmoun thoughtfully. "At 9, the mechanism will have exploded, and the report will have been heard in the country round, in the mountains, in the caves. The uprising that I had arranged with the artillerymen was a failure from lack of plan and timeliness, but this time it won't be so. Upon hearing the explosion, the wretched and the oppressed, those who wander about pursued by force, will sally forth armed to join Cabesang Tales in Santa Mesa, whence they will fall upon the city, too, while the soldiers, whom I have made to believe that the general is shamming an insurrection in order to remain, will issue from their barracks ready to fire upon whomsoever I may designate. Meanwhile, the cowed populace, thinking that the hour of massacre has come, will rush out prepared to kill or be killed. And as they have neither arms nor organization, you with some others will put yourself at their head and direct them to the warehouses of Quiroga, where I keep my rifles. Cabesang Tales and I will join one another in the city and take possession of it, while you in the suburbs will seize the bridges and throw up barricades, and then be ready to come to our aid to butcher not only those opposing the revolution, but also every man who refuses to take up arms and join us." "All," stammered Basilio in a choking voice. "All," repeated Simmoun in a sinister tone. "All Indians, mestizos, Chinese, Spaniards, all who are found to be without courage, without energy. The race must be renewed. Cowardly fathers will only breed slavish sons, and it wouldn't be worthwhile to destroy and then try to rebuild with rotten materials. What do you shudder? Do you tremble? Do you fear to scatter death? What is death? What does a hecatomb of 20,000 wretches signify? 20,000 miseries less, and millions of wretches saved from birth. The most timid ruler does not hesitate to dictate a law that produces misery and lingering death for thousands and thousands of prosperous and industrious subjects, happy perchance, merely to satisfy a caprice, a whim, his pride. And yet you shudder because in one night are to be ended forever the mental tortures of many helots, because a vitiated and paralytic people has to die to give place to another, young, active, full of energy. What is death? Nothingness or a dream? Can its specters be compared to the reality of the agonies of a whole miserable generation? The needful thing is to destroy the evil, to kill the dragon and bathe the new people in the blood, in order to make it strong and invulnerable. What else is the inexorable law of nature? The law of strife in which the weak has to succumb so that the vitiated species be not perpetuated, and creation thus travel backwards. Away, then, with effeminate scruples. Fulfill the eternal laws, foster them, and then the earth will be so much the more fecund the more it is fertilized with blood, and the thrones the more solid the more they rest upon crimes and corpses. Let there be no hesitation, no doubtings. What is the pain of death? A momentary sensation, perhaps confused, perhaps agreeable, like the transition from waking to sleep. What is it that is being destroyed? Evil, suffering, feeble weeds, in order to set in their place luxuriant plants. Do you call that destruction? I should call it creating, producing, nourishing, vivifying. Such bloody sophisms, uttered with conviction and coolness, overwhelmed the youth, weakened as he was by more than 3 months in prison, and blinded by his passion for revenge. So he was not in a mood to analyze the moral basis of the matter. Instead of replying that the worst and cowardliest of men is always something more than a plant, because he has a soul and an intelligence, which, however vitiated and brutalized they may be, can be redeemed. Instead of replying that man has no right to dispose of one life for the benefit of another, that the right to life is inherent in every individual like the right to liberty, and to light, instead of replying that if it is an abuse on the part of governments to punish in a culprit the faults and crimes to which they have driven him by their own negligence or stupidity, how much more so would it be in a man, however great and however unfortunate he might be, to punish in a wretched people the faults of its governments and its ancestors, instead of declaring that God alone can use such methods, that God can destroy because he can create, God who holds in his hands recompense, eternity, and the future, to justify his acts, and man never. Instead of these reflections, Basilio merely interposed a cant reflection. What will the world say at the sight of such butchery? The world will applaud, as usual, conceding the right of the strongest, the most violent, replied Simeon with his cruel smile. Europe applauded when the Western nations sacrificed millions of Indians in America, and not by any means to found nations much more moral or more pacific. There is the North with its egotistic liberty, its lynch law, its political frauds. The South with its turbulent republics, its barbarous revolutions, civil wars, pronunciamientos, as in its mother Spain. Europe applauded when the powerful Portugal despoiled the Moluccas. It applauds while England is destroying the primitive races in the Pacific to make room for its emigrants. Europe will applaud as the end of a drama, the close of a tragedy, is applauded, for the vulgar do not fix their attention on principles, they look only at results. Commit the crime well, and you will be admired and have more partisans than if you had carried out virtuous actions with modesty and timidity. Exactly, rejoined the youth. What does it matter to me, after all, whether they praise or censure, when this world takes no care of the oppressed, of the poor, and of weak womankind? What obligations have I to recognize toward society when it has recognized none toward me? That's what I like to hear, declared the tempter triumphantly. He took a revolver from a case and gave it to Basilio, saying, "At 10 o'clock wait for me in front of the church of St. Sebastian to receive my final instructions. Ah, at 9 you must be far, very far from Cal Anlog." Basilio examined the weapon, loaded it, and placed it in the inside pocket of his coat, then took his leave with a curt, "I'll see you later." Chapter 34. The Wedding. Once in the street, Basilio began to consider how he might spend the time until the fatal hour arrived, for it was then not later than 7 o'clock. It was the vacation period, and all the students were back in their towns, Isagani being the only one who had not cared to leave, but he had disappeared that morning and no one knew his whereabouts. So Basilio had been informed when after leaving the prison he had gone to visit his friend and ask him for lodging. The young man did not know where to go, for he had no money, nothing but the revolver. The memory of the lamp filled his imagination, the great catastrophe that would occur within 2 hours. Pondering over this, he seemed to see the men who passed before his eyes walking without heads, and he felt a thrill of ferocious joy in telling himself that, hungry and destitute, he that night was going to be dreaded, that from a poor student and servant, perhaps the sun would see him transformed into someone terrible and sinister, standing upon pyramids of corpses, dictating laws to all those who were passing before his gaze, now in magnificent carriages. He laughed like one condemned to death and patted the butt of the revolver. The boxes of cartridges were also in his pockets. A question suddenly occurred to him. Where would the drama begin? In his bewilderment he had not thought of asking Simeon, but the latter had warned him to keep away from Cal Anlog. Then came a suspicion. That afternoon, upon leaving the prison, he had proceeded to the former house of Capitan Tiago to get his few personal effects, and had found it transformed, prepared for a fiesta, the wedding of Juanito Pelli's. Simeon had spoken of a fiesta. At this moment, he noticed passing in front of him a long line of carriages filled with ladies and gentlemen, conversing in a lively manner, and he even thought he could make out big bouquets of flowers, but he gave the detail no thought. The carriages were going toward Cal Rosario, and in meeting those that came down off the bridge of Spain, had to move along slowly and stop frequently. In one he saw Juanito Pelliz at the side of a woman dressed in white with a transparent veil, in whom he recognized Paulita Gomez. Paulita, he ejaculated in surprise, realizing that it was indeed she in a bridal gown along with Juanito Pelliz, as though they were just coming from the church. Poor Isagani, he murmured, what can have become of him? He thought for a while about his friend, a great and generous soul, and mentally asked himself if it would not be well to tell him about the plan, then answered himself that Isagani would never take part in such a butchery. They had not treated Isagani as they had him. Then he thought that had there been no imprisonment, he would have been betrothed or a husband at this time, a licentiate in medicine, living and working in some corner of his province. The ghost of Julie, crushed in her fall, crossed his mind, and dark flames of hatred lighted his eyes. Again he caressed the butt of the revolver, regretting that the terrible hour had not yet come. Just then he saw Simeon come out of the door of his house, carrying in his hands the case containing the lamp, carefully wrapped up, and enter a carriage, which then followed those bearing the bridal party. In order not to lose track of Simeon, Basilio took a good look at the cochero, and with astonishment recognized in him the wretch who had driven him to San Diego. Sinong, the fellow maltreated by the civil guard, the same who had come to the prison to tell him about the occurrences in Tiani. Conjecturing that Cal Anlog was to be the scene of action, thither the youth directed his steps, hurrying forward and getting ahead of the carriages, which were, in fact, all moving toward the former house of Capitan Tiago. There they were assembling in search of a ball, but actually to dance in the air. Basilio smiled when he noticed the pairs of civil guards who formed the escort, and from their number he could guess the importance of the fiesta and the guests. The house overflowed with people and poured floods of light from its windows. The entrance was carpeted and strewn with flowers. Upstairs there, perhaps in his former solitary room, an orchestra was playing lively airs, which did not completely drown the confused tumult of talk and laughter. Don Timoteo Pelliz was reaching the pinnacle of fortune, and the reality surpassed his dream as he was, at last, marrying his son to the rich Gomez heiress. And thanks to the money Simeon had lent him, he had royally furnished that big house, purchased for half its value, and was giving in it a splendid fiesta, with the foremost divinities of the Manila Olympus for his guests, to gild him with the light of their prestige. Since that morning there had been recurring to him, with the persistence of a popular song, some vague phrases that he had read in the communion service. Now has the fortunate hour come, now draws nigh the happy moment. Soon there will be fulfilled in you the admirable words of Simeon, I live, and yet not I alone, but the Captain General liveth in me. The Captain General, the patron of his son. True, he had not attended the ceremony where Don Custodio had represented him, but he would come to dine. He would bring a wedding gift, a lamp which not even Aladdin's. Between you and me, Simeon was presenting the lamp. Timoteo, what more could you desire? The transformation that Capitan Tiago's house had undergone was considerable. It had been richly repapered, while the smoke and the smell of opium had been completely eradicated. The immense sala, widened still more by the colossal mirrors that infinitely multiplied the lights of the chandeliers, was carpeted throughout, for the salons of Europe had carpets, and even though the floor was of wide boards brilliantly polished, a carpet it must have too, since nothing should be lacking. The rich furniture of Capitan Tiago had disappeared, and in its place was to be seen another kind, in the style of Louis Roman XV. Heavy curtains of red velvet, trimmed with gold, with the initials of the bridal couple worked on them, and upheld by garlands of artificial orange blossoms, hung as portieres and swept the floor with their wide fringes, likewise of gold. In the corners appeared enormous Japanese vases, alternating with those of Sevres of a clear dark blue, placed upon square pedestals of carved wood. The only decorations not in good taste were the screaming chromos which Don Timoteo had substituted for the old drawings and pictures of saints of Capitan Tiago. Simeon had been unable to dissuade him, for the merchant did not want oil paintings. Someone might ascribe them to Filipino artists. He, a patron of Filipino artists, never. On that point depended his peace of mind and perhaps his life, and he knew how to get along in the Philippines. It is true that he had heard foreign painters mentioned, Raphael, Murillo, Velázquez, but he did not know their addresses, and then they might prove to be somewhat seditious. With the chromos he ran no risk, as the Filipinos did not make them. They came cheaper. The effect was the same, if not better, the colors brighter and the execution very fine. Don't say that Don Timoteo did not know how to comport himself in the Philippines. The large hallway was decorated with flowers, having been converted into a dining room, with a long table for 30 persons in the center, and around the sides, pushed against the walls, other smaller ones for 2 or 3 persons each. Bouquets of flowers, pyramids of fruits among ribbons and lights, covered their centers. The groom's place was designated by a bunch of roses, and the bride's by another of orange blossoms and tuberoses. In the presence of so much finery and flowers one could imagine that nymphs in gauzy garments and cupids with iridescent wings were going to serve nectar and ambrosia to aerial guests, to the sound of lyres and Aeolian harps. But the table for the greater gods was not there, being placed yonder in the middle of the wide azotea within a magnificent kiosk constructed especially for the occasion. A lattice of gilded wood over which clambered fragrant vines screened the interior from the eyes of the vulgar, without impeding the free circulation of air, to preserve the coolness necessary at that season. A raised platform lifted the table above the level of the others, at which the ordinary mortals were going to dine, and an arch decorated by the best artists would protect the august heads from the jealous gaze of the stars. On this table were laid only 7 plates. The dishes were of solid silver, the cloth and napkins of the finest linen, the wines the most costly and exquisite. Don Timoteo had sought the most rare and expensive in everything, nor would he have hesitated at crime had he been assured that the Captain General liked to eat human flesh. Chapter 35. The Fiesta. Danzar Saber un Volcan. By 7 in the evening the guests had begun to arrive. First, the lesser divinities, petty government officials, clerks, and merchants, with the most ceremonious greetings and the gravest airs at the start, as if they were parvenus, for so much light, so many decorations, and so much glassware had some effect. Afterwards they began to be more at ease, shaking their fists playfully, with pats on the shoulders and even familiar slaps on the back. Some, it is true, adopted a rather disdainful air, to let it be seen that they were accustomed to better things. Of course they were. There was one goddess who yawned, for she found everything vulgar and even remarked that she was ravenously hungry, while another quarreled with her god, threatening to box his ears. Don Timoteo bowed here and bowed there, scattered his best smiles, tightened his belt, stepped backward, turned halfway round, then completely around, and so on again and again, until one goddess could not refrain from remarking to her neighbor, under cover of her fan, "My dear, how important the old man is. Doesn't he look like a jumping jack?" Later came the bridal couple, escorted by Doña Victorina and the rest of the party. Congratulations, handshakings, patronizing pats for the groom. For the bride, insistent stares and anatomical observations on the part of the men, with analyses of her gown, her toilette, speculations as to her health and strength on the part of the women. Cupid and Psyche appearing on Olympus, thought Ben-Zabe, making a mental note of the comparison to spring it at some better opportunity. The groom had in fact the mischievous features of the god of love, and with a little goodwill his hump, which the severity of his frock coat did not altogether conceal, could be taken for a quiver. Don Timoteo began to feel his belt squeezing him. The corns on his feet began to ache. His neck became tired, but still the general had not come. The greater gods, among them Padre Irene and Padre Salvi, had already arrived, it was true, but the chief thunderer was still lacking. The poor man became uneasy, nervous. His heart beat violently, but still he had to bow and smile. He sat down, he arose, failed to hear what was said to him, did not say what he meant. In the meantime, an amateur god made remarks to him about his chromos, criticizing them with the statement that they spoiled the walls. "Spoil the walls," repeated Don Timoteo, with a smile and a desire to choke him. "But they were made in Europe and are the most costly I could get in Manila. Spoil the walls." Don Timoteo swore to himself that, on the very next day, he would present for payment all the chits that the critic had signed in his store. Whistles resounded, the galloping of horses was heard, at last. The general, the captain general, pale with emotion, Don Timoteo, dissembling the pain of his corns and accompanied by his son and some of the greater gods, descended to receive the mighty Jove. The pain at his belt vanished before the doubts that now assailed him. Should he frame a smile or affect gravity? Should he extend his hand or wait for the general to offer his? Carambas! Why had nothing of this occurred to him before, so that he might have consulted his good friend Simeon? To conceal his agitation, he whispered to his son in a low, shaky voice, "Have you a speech prepared?" "Speeches are no longer in vogue, Papa, especially on such an occasion as this." Jupiter arrived in the company of Juno, who was converted into a tower of artificial lights, with diamonds in her hair, diamonds around her neck, on her arms, on her shoulders. She was literally covered with diamonds. She was arrayed in a magnificent silk gown, having a long train decorated with embossed flowers. His Excellency literally took possession of the house, as Don Timoteo stammeringly begged him to do. The orchestra played the royal march, while the divine couple majestically ascended the carpeted stairway. Nor was His Excellency's gravity altogether affected. Perhaps for the first time since his arrival in the islands he felt sad. A strain of melancholy tinged his thoughts. This was the last triumph of his 3 years of government, and within 2 days he would descend forever from such an exalted height. What was he leaving behind? His Excellency did not care to turn his head backwards, but preferred to look ahead, to gaze into the future. Although he was carrying away a fortune, large sums to his credit were awaiting him in European banks, and he had residences, yet he had injured many. He had made enemies at the court. The high official was waiting for him there. Other generals had enriched themselves as rapidly as he, and now they were ruined. Why not stay longer, as Simeon had advised him to do? No, good taste before everything else. The bows, moreover, were not now so profound as before. He noticed insistent stares and even looks of dislike, but still he replied affably and even attempted to smile. "It's plain that the sun is setting," observed Padre Irene in Benzabe's ear. Many now stare him in the face. The devil with the curate, that was just what he was going to remark. "My dear," murmured into the ear of a neighbor the lady who had referred to Don Timorio as a jumping jack. "Did you ever see such a skirt? Ugh, the curtains from the palace." "You don't say, but it's true. They're carrying everything away. You'll see how they make wraps out of the carpets." "That only goes to show that she has talent and taste," observed her husband, reproving her with a look. "Women should be economical." This poor god was still suffering from the dressmaker's bill. "My dear, give me curtains at 12 pesos a yard, and you'll see if I put on these rags," retorted the goddess in pique. "Heavens! You can talk when you have done something fine like that to give you the right." Meanwhile, Basilio stood before the house, lost in the throng of curious spectators, counting those who alighted from their carriages. When he looked upon so many persons, happy and confident, when he saw the bride and groom followed by their train of fresh and innocent little girls, and reflected that they were going to meet there a horrible death, he was sorry and felt his hatred waning within him. He wanted to save so many innocents, he thought of notifying the police, but a carriage drove up to set down Padre Salvi and Padre Irene, both beaming with content, and like a passing cloud his good intentions vanished. "What does it matter to me?" he asked himself. "Let the righteous suffer with the sinners." Then he added, to silence his scruples, "I'm not an informer, I mustn't abuse the confidence he has placed in me. I owe him more than I do them. He dug my mother's grave, they killed her. What have I to do with them? I did everything possible to be good and useful. I tried to forgive and forget. I suffered every imposition and only asked that they leave me in peace. I got in no one's way. What have they done to me? Let their mangled limbs fly through the air. We've suffered enough." Then he saw Simeon alight with the terrible lamp in his hands, saw him cross the entrance with bowed head, as though deep in thought. Basilio felt his heart beat fainter, his feet and hands turn cold, while the black silhouette of the jeweler assumed fantastic shapes enveloped in flames. There at the foot of the stairway, Simeon checked his steps, as if in doubt, and Basilio held his breath. But the hesitation was transient. Simeon raised his head, resolutely ascended the stairway, and disappeared. It then seemed to the student that the house was going to blow up at any moment, and that walls, lamps, guests, roof, windows, orchestra would be hurtling through the air like a handful of coals in the midst of an infernal explosion. He gazed about him and fancied that he saw corpses in place of idle spectators. He saw them torn to shreds. It seemed to him that the air was filled with flames, but his calmer self triumphed over this transient hallucination, which was due somewhat to his hunger. "Until he comes out, there's no danger," he said to himself. "The Captain General hasn't arrived yet." He tried to appear calm and control the convulsive trembling in his limbs, endeavoring to divert his thoughts to other things. Something within was ridiculing him, saying, "If you tremble now, before the supreme moment, how will you conduct yourself when you see blood flowing, houses burning, and bullets whistling?" His Excellency arrived, but the young man paid no attention to him. He was watching the face of Simeon, who was among those that descended to receive him, and he read in that implacable countenance the sentence of death for all those men, so that fresh terror seized upon him. He felt cold. He leaned against the wall, and with his eyes fixed on the windows and his ears cocked, tried to guess what might be happening. In the sala, he saw the crowd surround Simeon to look at the lamp. He heard congratulations and exclamations of admiration. The words dining room, novelty, were repeated many times. He saw the general smile and conjectured that the novelty was to be exhibited that very night by the jeweler's arrangement on the table whereat His Excellency was to dine. Simeon disappeared, followed by a crowd of admirers. At that supreme moment his good angel triumphed. He forgot his hatreds. He forgot Julie. He wanted to save the innocent. Come what might, he would cross the street and try to enter. But Basilio had forgotten that he was miserably dressed. The porter stopped him and accosted him roughly, and finally, upon his insisting, threatened to call the police. Just then Simeon came down, slightly pale, and the porter turned from Basilio to salute the jeweler as though he had been a saint passing. Basilio realized from the expression of Simeon's face that he was leaving the fated house forever, that the lamp was lighted. Alia jacta est. Seized by the instinct of self-preservation, he thought then of saving himself. It might occur to any of the guests through curiosity to tamper with the wick, and then would come the explosion to overwhelm them all. Still he heard Simeon say to the cochero, "The escolta, hurry." Terrified, dreading that he might at any moment hear the awful explosion, Basilio hurried as fast as his legs would carry him to get away from the accursed spot. But his legs seemed to lack the necessary agility. His feet slipped on the sidewalk as though they were moving but not advancing. The people he met blocked the way, and before he had gone 20 steps, he thought that at least 5 minutes had elapsed. Some distance away, he stumbled against a young man who was standing with his head thrown back, gazing fixedly at the house, and in him he recognized Isagani. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. "Come away." Isagani stared at him vaguely, smiled sadly, and again turned his gaze toward the open balconies, across which was revealed the ethereal silhouette of the bride clinging to the groom's arm as they moved slowly out of sight. "Come, Isagani, let's get away from that house. Come," Basilio urged in a hoarse voice, catching his friend by the arm. Isagani gently shook himself free and continued to stare with the same sad smile upon his lips. "For God's sake, let's get away from here." "Why should I go away? Tomorrow it will not be she." There was so much sorrow in those words that Basilio for a moment forgot his own terror. "Do you want to die?" he demanded. Isagani shrugged his shoulders and continued to gaze toward the house. Basilio again tried to drag him away. Isagani, listen to me. Let's not waste any time. That house is mined. It's going to blow up at any moment by the least imprudent act, the least curiosity. Isagani, all will perish in its ruins." "In its ruins," echoed Isagani, as if trying to understand, but without removing his gaze from the window. "Yes, in its ruins, yes, Isagani. For God's sake, come, I'll explain afterwards. Come. One who has been more unfortunate than either you or I has doomed them all. Do you see that white, clear light like an electric lamp shining from the azotea? It's the light of death. A lamp charged with dynamite in a mined dining room will burst and not a rat will escape alive. Come." "No," answered Isagani, shaking his head sadly. "I want to stay here. I want to see her for the last time. Tomorrow, you see, she will be something different. Let fate have its way," Basilio then exclaimed, hurrying away. Isagani watched his friend rush away with a precipitation that indicated real terror, but continued to stare toward the charmed window, like the Cavalier of Toggenburg waiting for his sweetheart to appear. as Schiller tells. Now the sala was deserted, all having repaired to the dining rooms, and it occurred to Isagani that Basilio's fears may have been well-founded. He recalled the terrified countenance of him who was always so calm and composed, and it set him to thinking. Suddenly an idea appeared clear in his imagination. The house was going to blow up and Paulita was there. Paulita was going to die a frightful death. In the presence of this idea, everything was forgotten. Jealousy, suffering, mental torture, and the generous youth thought only of his love. Without reflecting, without hesitation, he ran toward the house, and thanks to his stylish clothes and determined mien, easily secured admittance. While these short scenes were occurring in the street, in the dining kiosk of the greater gods, there was passed from hand to hand a piece of parchment on which were written in red ink these fateful words. Mean, Tekel fares too. Juan Crisostomo Ibarra. Juan Crisostomo Ibarra. Who is he? Asked His Excellency, handing the paper to his neighbor. A joke in very bad taste, exclaimed Don Custodio, to sign the name of a filibuster dead more than 10 years. A filibuster. It's a seditious joke. There being ladies present. Padre Irene looked around for the joker and saw Padre Salvi, who was seated at the right of the Countess, turn as white as his napkin, while he stared at the mysterious words with bulging eyes. The scene of the Sphinx recurred to him. "What's the matter, Padre Salvi?" he asked. "Do you recognize your friend's signature?" Padre Salvi did not reply. He made an effort to speak, and without being conscious of what he was doing wiped his forehead with his napkin. "What has happened to your reverence?" "It is his very handwriting," was the whispered reply in a scarcely perceptible voice. "It's the very handwriting of Ibarra." Leaning against the back of his chair, he let his arms fall as though all strength had deserted him. Uneasiness became converted into fright. They all stared at one another without uttering a single word. His Excellency started to rise, but apprehending that such a move would be ascribed to fear, controlled himself and looked about him. There were no soldiers present. Even the waiters were unknown to him. "Let's go on eating, gentlemen," he exclaimed, "and pay no attention to the joke." But his voice, instead of reassuring, increased the general uneasiness, for it trembled. "I don't suppose that mean, Tekel, fares, means that we're to be assassinated tonight," speculated Don Custodio. All remained motionless, but when he added, "Yet they might poison us," they leaped up from their chairs. The light, meanwhile, had begun slowly to fade. "The lamp is going out," observed the general uneasily. "Will you turn up the wick, Padre Irene?" But at that instant, with the swiftness of a flash of lightning, a figure rushed in, overturning a chair and knocking a servant down, and in the midst of the general surprise seized the lamp, rushed to the Azodia, and threw it into the river. The whole thing happened in a second, and the dining kiosk was left in darkness. The lamp had already struck the water before the servants could cry out, "Thief, thief," and rush toward the Azodia. "A revolver," cried one of them. "A revolver, quick, after the thief." But the figure, more agile than they, had already mounted the balustrade, and before a light could be brought, precipitated itself into the river, striking the water with a loud splash. Chapter 36. Benzabe's Afflictions. Immediately upon hearing of the incident, after lights had been brought, and the scarcely dignified attitudes of the startled gods revealed, Benzabe, filled with holy indignation, and with the approval of the press censor secured beforehand, hastened home, an entresol where he lived in a mess with others. to write an article that would be the sublimest ever penned under the skies of the Philippines. The Captain General would leave disconsolate if he did not first enjoy his dithyrambs, and this Ben Zabe, in his kindness of heart, could not allow. Hence he sacrificed the dinner and ball, nor did he sleep that night. Sonorous exclamations of horror, of indignation, to fancy that the world was smashing to pieces, and the stars, the eternal stars, were clashing together. Then a mysterious introduction, filled with allusions, veiled hints, then an account of the affair, and the final peroration. He multiplied the flourishes, and exhausted all his euphemisms in describing the drooping shoulders, and the tardy baptism of salad His Excellency had received on his Olympian brow. He eulogized the agility with which the general had recovered a vertical position, placing his head where his legs had been, and vice versa, then intoned a hymn to Providence for having so solicitously guarded those sacred bones. The paragraph turned out to be so perfect that His Excellency appeared as a hero and fell higher, as Victor Hugo said. He wrote, erased, added, and polished so that, without wanting in veracity, this was his special merit as a journalist. The whole would be an epic, grand for the 7 gods, cowardly and base for the unknown thief, who had executed himself, terror-stricken, and in the very act convinced of the enormity of his crime. He explained Padre Irene's act of plunging under the table as an impulse of innate valor, which the habit of a god of peace and gentleness, worn throughout a whole life, had been unable to extinguish. For Padre Irene had tried to hurl himself upon the thief, and had taken a straight course along the submensal route. In passing, he spoke of submarine passages, mentioned a project of Don Custodio's, called attention to the liberal education and wide travels of the priest. Padre Salvi's swoon was the excessive sorrow that took possession of the virtuous Franciscan to see the little fruit borne among the Indians by his pious sermons, while the immobility and fright of the other guests, among them the Countess, who sustained Padre Salvi, she grabbed him, were the serenity and sang-froid of heroes, inured to danger in the performance of their duties, beside whom the Roman senators, surprised by the Gallic invaders, were nervous schoolgirls frightened at painted cockroaches. Afterwards, to form a contrast, the picture of the thief. Fear, madness, confusion, the fierce look, the distorted features, and force of moral superiority in the race. His religious awe to see assembled there such august personages. Here came in opportunely a long imprecation, a harangue, a diatribe against the perversion of good customs, hence the necessity of a permanent military tribunal. A declaration of martial law within the limits already so declared, special legislation, energetic and repressive, because it is in every way needful. It is of imperative importance to impress upon the malefactors and criminals that if the heart is generous and paternal for those who are submissive and obedient to the law, the hand is strong, firm, inexorable, hard, and severe for those who against all reason fail to respect it, and who insult the sacred institutions of the fatherland. Yes, gentlemen, this is demanded not only for the welfare of these islands, not only for the welfare of all mankind, but also in the name of Spain, the honor of the Spanish name, the prestige of the Iberian people, because before all things else Spaniards we are, and the flag of Spain, etc. He terminated the article with this farewell. Go in peace, gallant warrior, you who with expert hand have guided the destinies of this country in such calamitous times. Go in peace to breathe the balmy breezes of Manzanares. One we shall remain here like faithful sentinels to venerate your memory, to admire your wise dispositions, to avenge the infamous attempt upon your splendid gift, which we will recover even if we have to dry up the seas. Such a precious relic will be for this country an eternal monument to your splendor, your presence of mind, your gallantry. In this rather confused way, he concluded the article, and before dawn sent it to the printing office, of course with the censor's permit. Then he went to sleep like Napoleon, after he had arranged the plan for the Battle of Jena. But at dawn, he was awakened to have the sheets of copy returned with a note from the editor, saying that His Excellency had positively and severely forbidden any mention of the affair, and had further ordered the denial of any versions and comments that might get abroad, discrediting them as exaggerated rumors. To Benzabe, this blow was the murder of a beautiful and sturdy child, born and nurtured with such great pain and fatigue. Where now hurl the Catalanarian pride, the splendid exhibition of warlike crime-avenging materials. And to think that within a month or two he was going to leave the Philippines, and the article could not be published in Spain, since how could he say those things about the criminals of Madrid, where other ideas prevailed, where extenuating circumstances were sought, where facts were weighed, where there were juries, and so on. Articles such as his were like certain poisonous rums that are manufactured in Europe, good enough to be sold among the Negroes, good for Negroes, too, with the difference that if the Negroes did not drink them they would not be destroyed, while Benzabe's articles, whether the Filipinos read them or not, had their effect. If only some other crime might be committed today or tomorrow, he mused. With the thought of that child dead before seeing the light, those frozen buds, and feeling his eyes fill with tears, he dressed himself to call upon the editor. But the editor shrugged his shoulders. His Excellency had forbidden it, because if it should be divulged that 7 of the greater gods had let themselves be surprised and robbed by a nobody, while they brandished knives and forks, that would endanger the integrity of the fatherland. So he had ordered that no search be made for the lamp or the thief, and had recommended to his successors that they should not run the risk of dining in any private house, without being surrounded by halberdiers and guards. As those who knew anything about the events that night in Don Timotio's house were for the most part military officials and government employees, it was not difficult to suppress the affair in public, for it concerned the integrity of the fatherland. Before this name, Benzabe bowed his head heroically, thinking about Abraham, Guzman Albuino, 3 or at least, Brutus and other heroes of antiquity. Such a sacrifice could not remain unrewarded, the gods of journalism being pleased with Abraham Benzabe. Almost upon the hour came the reporting angel bearing the sacrificial lamb in the shape of an assault committed at a country house on the Pasig, where certain friars were spending the heated season. Here was his opportunity, and Benzabe praised his gods. The robbers got over 2,000 pesos, leaving badly wounded 1 friar and 2 servants. The curate defended himself as well as he could behind a chair, which was smashed in his hands. "Wait, wait," said Benzabe, taking notes. 40 or 50 outlaws traitorously, revolvers, bolos, shotguns, pistols, lion at bay chair, splinters flying, barbarously wounded, 10,000 pesos. So great was his enthusiasm that he was not content with mere reports, but proceeded in person to the scene of the crime, composing on the road a Homeric description of the fight. A harangue in the mouth of the leader, a scornful defiance on the part of the priest, all the metaphors and similes applied to His Excellency, Padre Irene, and Padre Salvi would exactly fit the wounded friar, and the description of the thief would serve for each of the outlaws. The imprecation could be expanded, since he could talk of religion, of the faith, of charity, of the ringing of bells, of what the Indians owed to the friars. He could get sentimental and melt into Castellarian 4 epigrams and lyric periods. The senoritas of the city would read the article and murmur, "Ben Zabe, bold as a lion and tender as a lamb." But when he reached the scene, to his great astonishment, he learned that the wounded friar was no other than Padre Camorra, sentenced by his provincial to expiate in the pleasant country house on the banks of the Pasig his pranks in Tiani. He had a slight scratch on his hand and a bruise on his head, received from flattening himself out on the floor. The robbers numbered 3 or 4, armed only with bolos, the sum stolen 50 pesos. "It won't do," exclaimed Ben Zabe. "Shut up, you don't know what you're talking about." "How don't I know, puñals?" "Don't be a fool. The robbers must have numbered more." "You ink-slinger." So they had quite an altercation. What chiefly concerned Ben Zabe was not to throw away the article, to give importance to the affair, so that he could use the peroration. But a fearful rumor cut short their dispute. The robbers caught had made some important revelations. One of the outlaws under Matinglawen, Cabesang Tales, had made an appointment with them to join his band in Santa Mesa, thence to sack the conventos and houses of the wealthy. They would be guided by a Spaniard, tall and sunburnt, with white hair, who said that he was acting under the orders of the general, whose great friend he was, and they had been further assured that the artillery and various regiments would join them, wherefore they were to entertain no fear at all. The Chalisanes would be pardoned and have a third part of the booty assigned to them. The signal was to have been a cannon shot, but having waited for it in vain, the Chalisanes, thinking themselves deceived, separated, some going back to their homes, some returning to the mountains vowing vengeance on the Spaniard, who had thus failed twice to keep his word. Then they, the robbers caught, had decided to do something on their own account, attacking the country house that they found closest at hand, resolving religiously to give 2/3 of the booty to the Spaniard with white hair, if perchance he should call upon them for it. The description being recognized as that of Simeon, the declaration was received as an absurdity, and the robber subjected to all kinds of tortures, including the electric machine, for his impious blasphemy. But news of the disappearance of the jeweler having attracted the attention of the whole escolta, and the sacks of powder and great quantities of cartridges having been discovered in his house, the story began to wear an appearance of truth. Mystery began to enwrap the affair, enveloping it in clouds. There were whispered conversations, coughs, suspicious looks, suggestive comments, and trite second-hand remarks. Those who were on the inside were unable to get over their astonishment. They put on long faces, turned pale, and but little was wanting for many persons to lose their minds in realizing certain things that had before passed unnoticed. "We've had a narrow escape," who would have said? In the afternoon Ben Zabe, his pockets filled with revolvers and cartridges, went to see Don Custodio, whom he found hard at work over a project against American jewelers. In a hushed voice, he whispered between the palms of his hands into the journalist's ear mysterious words. "Really?" questioned Ben Zabe, slapping his hand on his pocket and paling visibly. "Wherever he may be found." The sentence was completed with an expressive pantomime. Don Custodio raised both arms to the height of his face, with the right more bent than the left, turned the palms of his hands toward the floor, closed one eye, and made 2 movements in advance. "SSH! SSH!" he hissed. "And the diamonds?" inquired Ben-Zabe. "If they find him." He went through another pantomime with the fingers of his right hand, spreading them out and clenching them together like the closing of a fan, clutching out with them somewhat in the manner of the wings of a windmill sweeping imaginary objects toward itself with practiced skill. Ben-Zabe responded with another pantomime, opening his eyes wide, arching his eyebrows and sucking in his breath eagerly as though nutritious air had just been discovered. SSSH. Chapter 37. The Mystery. To do, Sabe. Notwithstanding so many precautions, rumors reached the public, even though quite changed and mutilated. On the following night they were the theme of comment in the house of Orenda, a rich jewel merchant in the industrious district of Santa Cruz, and the numerous friends of the family gave attention to nothing else. They were not indulging in cards or playing the piano, while little Tinay, the youngest of the girls, became bored playing chonka by herself, without being able to understand the interest awakened by assaults, conspiracies, and sacks of powder, when there were in the 7 holes so many beautiful cowries that seemed to be winking at her in unison, and smiled with their tiny mouths half opened, begging to be carried up to the home. Even Isagani, who, when he came, always used to play with her and allow himself to be beautifully cheated, did not come at her call, for Isagani was gloomily and silently listening to something Chichoy, the silversmith, was relating. Mamoy, the betrothed of Sensia, the eldest of the daughters, a pretty and vivacious girl, rather given to joking, had left the window where he was accustomed to spend his evenings in amorous discourse, and this action seemed to be very annoying to the lorry whose cage hung from the eaves there, the lorry endeared to the house from its ability to greet everybody in the morning with marvelous phrases of love. Capitana Loleng, the energetic and intelligent Capitana Loleng, had her account book open before her, but she neither read nor wrote in it, nor was her attention fixed on the trays of loose pearls, nor on the diamonds. She had completely forgotten herself and was all ears. Her husband himself, the great Capitan Toringoy, a transformation of the name Domingo, the happiest man in the district, without other occupation than to dress well, eat, loaf, and gossip, while his whole family worked and toiled, had not gone to join his coterie, but was listening between fear and emotion to the hair-raising news of the lank Chichoy. Nor was reason for all this lacking. Chichoy had gone to deliver some work for Don Timorio Pelli's, a pair of earrings for the bride, at the very time when they were tearing down the kiosk that on the previous night had served as a dining room for the foremost officials. Here Chichoy turned pale, and his hair stood on end. "Naku," he exclaimed, "sacks and sacks of powder under the floor, in the roof, under the table, under the chairs, everywhere. It's lucky none of the workmen were smoking." "Who put those sacks of powder there?" asked Capitana Loleng, who was brave and did not turn pale, as did the enamored Mamoy. But Mamoy had attended the wedding, so his posthumous emotion can be appreciated. He had been near the kiosk. "That's what no one can explain," replied Chichoy. "Who would have any interest in breaking up the fiesta? There couldn't have been more than one, as the celebrated lawyer Senor Pasta, who was there on a visit, declared, either an enemy of Don Timotio's or a rival of Juanito's." The Orenda girls turned instinctively toward Isagani, who smiled silently. "Hide yourself," Capitana Loleng advised him. "They may accuse you. Hide." Again Isagani smiled, but said nothing. "Don Timorio," continued Chichoy, did not know to whom to attribute the deed. He himself superintended the work, he and his friend Simeon, and nobody else. The house was thrown into an uproar. The lieutenant of the guard came, and after enjoining secrecy upon everybody, they sent me away. But, stammered the trembling Mamoy. Naku, ejaculated Sensia, gazing at her fiancé and trembling sympathetically to remember that he had been at the fiesta. This young man, if the house had blown up. She stared at her sweetheart passionately and admired his courage. If it had blown up, no one in the whole of Cal Anlog would have been left alive, concluded Captain Toringoy, feigning valor and indifference in the presence of his family. I left in consternation, resumed Chitchoy, thinking about how, if a mere spark, a cigarette had fallen, if a lamp had been overturned, at the present moment we should have neither a general, nor an archbishop, nor anyone, not even a government clerk. All who were at the fiesta last night, annihilated. A Virgin Santissima, this young man, sus Mariosip, exclaimed Capitana Loleng. All our debtors were there, sus Mariosip, and we have a house near there. Who could it have been? Now you may know about it, added Chitchoy in a whisper, but you must keep it a secret. This afternoon I met a friend, a clerk in an office, and in talking about the affair, he gave me the clue to the mystery. He had it from some government employees. Who do you suppose put the sacks of powder there? Many shrugged their shoulders, while Captain Toringoy merely looked askance at Isagani. The friars. Quiroga the Chinaman. Some student. Macareg. Captain Toringoy coughed and glanced at Isagani, while Chitchoy shook his head and smiled. The jeweler Simeon. Simeon. The profound silence of amazement followed these words. Simeon, the evil genius of the Captain General, the rich trader to whose house they had gone to buy unset gems, Simeon, who had received the Orenda girls with great courtesy and had paid them fine compliments. For the very reason that the story seemed absurd, it was believed. Credo quia absurdum, said St. Augustine. But wasn't Simeon at the fiesta last night? Asked Sensia. Yes, said Mamoy. But now I remember. He left the house just as we were sitting down to the dinner. He went to get his wedding gift. But wasn't he a friend of the general's? Wasn't he a partner of Don Timoteo's? Yes, he made himself a partner in order to strike the blow and kill all the Spaniards. Aha, cried Sensia, now I understand. What? You didn't want to believe Aunt Tente. Simeon is the devil, and he has bought up the souls of all the Spaniards. Aunt Tente said so. Capitana Loleng crossed herself and looked uneasily toward the jewels, fearing to see them turn into live coals, while Captain Toringoy took off the ring which had come from Simeon. Simeon has disappeared without leaving any traces, added Chitchoy. The civil guard is searching for him. Yes, observed Sensia, crossing herself, searching for the devil. Now many things were explained. Simeon's fabulous wealth and the peculiar smell in his house, the smell of sulphur. Binde, another of the daughters, a frank and lovely girl, remembered having seen blue flames in the jeweler's house one afternoon when she and her mother had gone there to buy jewels. Isagani listened attentively, but said nothing. So last night, ventured Mamoy. Last night, echoed Sensia, between curiosity and fear. Mamoy hesitated, but the face Sensia put on banished his fear. Last night, while we were eating, there was a disturbance. The light in the general's dining room went out. They say that some unknown person stole the lamp that was presented by Simeon. A thief, one of the Black Hand. Isagani arose to walk back and forth. Didn't they catch him? He jumped into the river before anybody recognized him. Some say he was a Spaniard, some a Chinaman, and others an Indian. It's believed that with the lamp, added Chichoy, he was going to set fire to the house, then the powder. Mamoy again shuddered, but noticing that Sensia was watching him tried to control himself. "What a pity," he exclaimed with an effort. "How wickedly the thief acted. Everybody would have been killed." Sensia stared at him in fright. The women crossed themselves, while Capitan Toringoy, who was afraid of politics, made a move to go away. Mamoy turned to Isagani, who observed with an enigmatic smile. "It's always wicked to take what doesn't belong to you. If that thief had known what it was all about and had been able to reflect, surely he wouldn't have done as he did." Then, after a pause, he added, "For nothing in the world would I want to be in his place." So they continued their comments and conjectures until an hour later, when Isagani bade the family farewell, to return forever to his uncle's side. Chapter 38. Fatality. Madanglawan was the terror of Luzon. His band had as lief appear in one province where it was least expected as make a descent upon another that was preparing to resist it. It burned a sugar mill in Batangas and destroyed the crops. On the following day it murdered the justice of the peace of Tiani, and on the next took possession of the town of Cavite, carrying off the arms from the town hall. The central provinces, from Tayabas to Pangasinan, suffered from his depredations, and his bloody name extended from Albay in the south to Cagayan in the north. The towns, disarmed through mistrust on the part of a weak government, fell easy prey into his hands. At his approach the fields were abandoned by the farmers, the herds were scattered, while a trail of blood and fire marked his passage. Madanglawan laughed at the severe measures ordered by the government against the Chalisanes, since from them only the people in the outlying villages suffered, being captured and maltreated if they resisted the band, and if they made peace with it being flogged and deported by the government, provided they completed the journey and did not meet with a fatal accident on the way. Thanks to these terrible alternatives, many of the country folk decided to enlist under his command. As a result of this reign of terror, trade among the towns, already languishing, died out completely. The rich dared not travel, and the poor feared to be arrested by the civil guard, which, being under obligation to pursue the Chalisanes, often seized the first person encountered and subjected him to unspeakable tortures. In its impotence, the government put on a show of energy toward the persons whom it suspected, in order that by force of cruelty, the people should not realize its weakness, the fear that prompted such measures. A string of these hapless suspects, some 6 or 7, with their arms tied behind them, bound together like a bunch of human meat, was one afternoon marching through the excessive heat along a road that skirted a mountain, escorted by 10 or 12 guards armed with rifles. Their bayonets gleamed in the sun, the barrels of their rifles became hot, and even the sage leaves in their helmets scarcely served to temper the effect of the deadly May sun. Deprived of the use of their arms and pressed close against one another to save rope, the prisoners moved along almost uncovered and unshod, he being the best off who had a handkerchief twisted around his head. Panting, suffering, covered with dust which perspiration converted into mud, they felt their brains melting. They saw lights dancing before them, red spots floating in the air. Exhaustion and dejection were pictured in their faces, desperation, wrath, something indescribable, the look of one who dies cursing, of a man who is weary of life, who hates himself, who blasphemes against God. The strongest lowered their heads to rub their faces against the dusky backs of those in front of them, and thus wipe away the sweat that was blinding them. Many were limping, but if any one of them happened to fall, and thus delay the march, he would hear a curse as a soldier ran up brandishing a branch torn from a tree, and forced him to rise by striking about in all directions. The string then started to run, dragging, rolling in the dust, the fallen one, who howled and begged to be killed. But perchance he succeeded in getting on his feet, and then went along crying like a child, and cursing the hour he was born. The human cluster halted at times while the guards drank, and then the prisoners continued on their way with parched mouths, darkened brains, and hearts full of curses. Thirst was for these wretches the least of their troubles. "Move on, you sons of cried a soldier, again refreshed, hurling the insult common among the lower classes of Filipinos. The branch whistled and fell on any shoulder whatsoever, the nearest one, or at times upon a face to leave a welt at first white, then red, and later dirty with the dust of the road. "Move on, you cowards." At times a voice yelled in Spanish, deepening its tone. "Cowards," repeated the mountain echoes. Then the cowards quickened their pace under a sky of red-hot iron, over a burning road, lashed by the knotty branch which was worn into shreds on their livid skins. A Siberian winter would perhaps be tenderer than the May sun of the Philippines. Yet among the soldiers there was one who looked with disapproving eyes upon so much wanton cruelty, as he marched along silently with his brows knit in disgust. At length, seeing that the guard, not satisfied with the branch, was kicking the prisoners that fell, he could no longer restrain himself but cried out impatiently, "Here, Maudeng, let them alone." Maudeng turned toward him in surprise. "What's it to you, Carolino?" he asked. "To me nothing, but it hurts me," replied Carolino. "They're men like ourselves." "It's plain that you're new to the business," retorted Maudeng with a compassionate smile. "How did you treat the prisoners in the war?" "With more consideration, surely," answered Carolino. Maudeng remained silent for a moment, and then, apparently having discovered the reason, calmly rejoined, "Ah, it's because they are enemies and fight us, while these are our own countrymen." Then drawing nearer to Carolino, he whispered, "How stupid you are! They're treated so in order that they may attempt to resist or to escape, and then, bang." Carolino made no reply. One of the prisoners then begged that they let him stop for a moment. "This is a dangerous place," answered the corporal, gazing uneasily toward the mountain. "Move on." "Move on," echoed Maudeng, and his lash whistled. The prisoner twisted himself around to stare at him with reproachful eyes. "You are more cruel than the Spaniard himself," he said. Maudeng replied with more blows, when suddenly a bullet whistled, followed by a loud report. Maudeng dropped his rifle, uttered an oath, and clutching at his breast with both hands fell spinning into a heap. The prisoner saw him writhing in the dust with blood spurting from his mouth. "Halt!" called the corporal, suddenly turning pale. The soldiers stopped and stared about them. A wisp of smoke rose from a thicket on the height above. Another bullet sang to its accompanying report, and the corporal, wounded in the thigh, doubled over vomiting curses. The column was attacked by men hidden among the rocks above. Sullen with rage, the corporal motioned toward the string of prisoners and laconically ordered, "Fire!" The wretches fell upon their knees, filled with consternation. As they could not lift their hands, they begged for mercy by kissing the dust or bowing their heads, One talked of his children, another of his mother who would be left unprotected. One promised money, another called upon God. But the muzzles were quickly lowered, and a hideous volley silenced them all. Then began the sharpshooting against those who were behind the rocks above, over which a light cloud of smoke began to hover. To judge from the scarcity of their shots, the invisible enemies could not have more than 3 rifles. As they advanced firing, the guards sought cover behind tree trunks or crouched down as they attempted to scale the height. Splintered rocks leaped up, broken twigs fell from trees, patches of earth were torn up, and the first guard, who attempted the ascent, rolled back, with a bullet through his shoulder. The hidden enemy had the advantage of position, but the valiant guards, who did not know how to flee, were on the point of retiring, for they had paused, unwilling to advance. That fight against the invisible unnerved them. Smoke and rocks alone could be seen. Not a voice was heard, not a shadow appeared. They seemed to be fighting with the mountain. "Shoot, Carolino, what are you aiming at?" called the corporal. At that instant, a man appeared upon a rock, making signs with his rifle. "Shoot him," ordered the corporal with a foul oath. 3 guards obeyed the order, but the man continued standing there, calling out at the top of his voice something unintelligible. Carolino paused, thinking that he recognized something familiar about that figure, which stood out plainly in the sunlight. But the corporal threatened to tie him up if he did not fire, so Carolino took aim, and the report of his rifle was heard. The man on the rock spun around and disappeared with a cry that left Carolino horror-stricken. Then followed a rustling in the bushes, indicating that those within were scattering in all directions, so the soldiers boldly advanced, now that there was no more resistance. Another man appeared upon the rock, waving a spear, and they fired at him. He sank down slowly, catching at the branch of a tree, but with another volley fell face downwards on the rock. The guards climbed on nimbly, with bayonets fixed ready for a hand-to-hand fight. Carolino alone moved forward reluctantly, with a wandering, gloomy look, the cry of the man struck by his bullet still ringing in his ears. The first to reach the spot found an old man dying, stretched out on the rock. He plunged his bayonet into the body, but the old man did not even wink, his eyes being fixed on Carolino with an indescribable gaze, while with his bony hand he pointed to something behind the rock. The soldiers turned to see Caroline frightfully pale, his mouth hanging open, with a look in which glimmered the last spark of reason. For Carolino, who was no other than Tano, Cabesangtail's son, and who had just returned from the Carolines, recognized in the dying man his grandfather, Tandang Silo. No longer able to speak, the old man's dying eyes uttered a whole poem of grief, and then a corpse, he still continued to point to something behind the rock. Chapter 39. Conclusion. In his solitary retreat on the shore of the sea, whose mobile surface was visible through the open windows, extending outward until it mingled with the horizon, Padre Florentino was relieving the monotony by playing on his harmonium sad and melancholy tunes, to which the sonorous roar of the surf and the sighing of the treetops of the neighboring wood served as accompaniments. Notes long, full, mournful as a prayer, yet still vigorous, escaped from the old instrument. Padre Florentino, who was an accomplished musician, was improvising, and, as he was alone, gave free rein to the sadness in his heart. For the truth was that the old man was very sad. His good friend, Don Tiburcio de Espadaña, had just left him, fleeing from the persecution of his wife. That morning he had received a note from the lieutenant of the civil guard, which ran thus: "My dear chaplain, I have just received from the commandant a telegram that says, Spaniard hidden house Padre Florentino capture forward alive dead. As the telegram is quite explicit, warn your friend not to be there when I come to arrest him at 8 tonight. Affectionately, Perez. Burn this note. T. That V. Victorina. Don Tiburcio had stammered. She's C. capable of having me shot. Padre Florentino was unable to reassure him. Vainly he pointed out to him that the word Codra should have read Codra, one, and that the hidden Spaniard could not be Don Tiburcio, but the jeweler Simeon, who 2 days before had arrived, wounded and a fugitive, begging for shelter. But Don Tiburcio would not be convinced. Codra was his own lameness, his personal description, and it was an intrigue of Victorina's to get him back alive or dead, as Isagani had written from Manila. So the poor Ulysses had left the priest's house to conceal himself in the hut of a woodcutter. No doubt was entertained by Padre Florentino that the Spaniard wanted was the jeweler Simeon, who had arrived mysteriously, himself carrying the jeweled chest, bleeding, morose and exhausted. With the free and cordial Filipino hospitality, the priest had taken him in without asking indiscreet questions, and as news of the events in Manila had not yet reached his ears, he was unable to understand the situation clearly. The only conjecture that occurred to him was that the general, the jeweler's friend and protector, being gone, probably his enemies, the victims of wrong and abuse were now rising and calling for vengeance, and that the acting governor was pursuing him to make him disgorge the wealth he had accumulated, hence his flight. But whence came his wounds? Had he tried to commit suicide? Were they the result of personal revenge? Or were they merely caused by an accident, as Simeon claimed? Had they been received in escaping from the force that was pursuing him? This last conjecture was the one that seemed to have the greatest appearance of probability, being further strengthened by the telegram received, and Simeon's decided unwillingness from the start to be treated by the doctor from the capital. The jeweler submitted only to the ministrations of Don Tiburcio, and even to them with marked distrust. In this situation, Padre Florentino was asking himself what line of conduct he should pursue when the civil guard came to arrest Simeon. His condition would not permit his removal, much less a long journey, but the telegram said alive or dead. Padre Florentine ceased playing and approached the window to gaze out at the sea, whose desolate surface was without a ship, without a sail. It gave him no suggestion. A solitary islet outlined in the distance spoke only of solitude and made the space more lonely. Infinity is at times despairingly mute. The old man was trying to analyze the sad and ironical smile with which Simeon had received the news that he was to be arrested. What did that smile mean? And that other smile, still sadder and more ironical, with which he received the news that they would not come before 8 at night. What did all this mystery signify? Why did Simeon refuse to hide? There came into his mind the celebrated saying of St. John Chrysostom, when he was defending the eunuch Eutropius. Never was a better time than this to say vanity of vanities, and all is vanity. Yes, that Simeon, so rich, so powerful, so feared a week ago, and now more unfortunate than Eutropius, was seeking refuge, not at the altars of a church, but in the miserable house of a poor native priest, hidden in the forest on the solitary seashore. Vanity of vanities, and all is vanity. That man would within a few hours be a prisoner, dragged from the bed where he lay without respect for his condition, without consideration for his wounds. Dead or alive, his enemies demanded him. How could he save him? Where could he find the moving accents of the Bishop of Constantinople? What weight would his weak words have? The words of a native priest, whose own humiliation this same Simeon had in his better days seemed to applaud and encourage. Padre Florentine no longer recalled the indifferent reception that 2 months before the jeweler had accorded to him, when he had tried to interest him in favor of Isagani, then a prisoner on account of his imprudent chivalry. He forgot the activity Simeon had displayed in urging Paulita's marriage, which had plunged Isagani into the fearful misanthropy that was worrying his uncle. He forgot all these things and thought only of the sick man's plight and his own obligations as a host, until his senses reeled. Where must he hide him to avoid his falling into the clutches of the authorities? But the person chiefly concerned was not worrying, he was smiling. While he was pondering over these things, the old man was approached by a servant who said that the sick man wished to speak with him. So he went into the next room, a clean and well-ventilated apartment with a floor of wide boards smoothed and polished, and simply furnished with big, heavy armchairs of ancient design, without varnish or paint. At one end there was a large Camagon bed with its 4 posts to support the canopy, and beside it a table covered with bottles, lint, and bandages. A praying desk at the feet of a Christ and a scanty library led to the suspicion that it was the priest's own bedroom, given up to his guest according to the Filipino custom of offering to the stranger the best table, the best room, and the best bed in the house. Upon seeing the windows opened wide to admit freely the healthful sea breeze and the echoes of its eternal lament, no one in the Philippines would have said that a sick person was to be found there, since it is the custom to close all the windows and stop up all the cracks just as soon as anyone catches a cold or gets an insignificant headache. Padre Florentine looked toward the bed and was astonished to see that the sick man's face had lost its tranquil and ironical expression. Hidden grief seemed to knit his brows. Anxiety was depicted in his looks. His lips were curled in a smile of pain. "Are you suffering, Señor Simeon?" asked the priest solicitously, going to his side. "Some, but in a little while I shall cease to suffer," he replied with a shake of his head. Padre Florentine clasped his hands in fright, suspecting that he understood the terrible truth. "My God, what have you done? What have you taken?" He reached toward the bottles. "It's useless now, there's no remedy at all," answered Simeon with a pained smile. "What did you expect me to do? Before the clock strikes 8, alive or dead, dead, yes, but alive, no. My God, what have you done?" "Be calm," urged the sick man with a wave of his hand. "What's done is done. I must not fall into anybody's hands. My secret would be torn from me. Don't get excited, don't lose your head, it's useless. Listen, the night is coming on and there's no time to be lost. I must tell you my secret and entrust to you my last request. I must lay my life open before you. At the supreme moment, I want to lighten myself of a load. I want to clear up a doubt of mine. You who believe so firmly in God, I want you to tell me if there is a God. But an antidote, Señor Simeon. I have ether chloroform." The priest began to search for a flask, until Simeon cried impatiently, "Useless, it's useless. Don't waste time. I'll go away with my secret." The bewildered priest fell down at his desk and prayed at the feet of the Christ, hiding his face in his hands. Then he arose serious and grave, as if he had received from his God all the force, all the dignity, all the authority of the judge of consciences. Moving a chair to the head of the bed, he prepared to listen. At the first words Simeon murmured, when he told his real name, the old priest started back and gazed at him in terror, whereat the sick man smiled bitterly. Taken by surprise, the priest was not master of himself, but he soon recovered, and covering his face with a handkerchief again bent over to listen. Simeon related his sorrowful story. How, 13 years before, he had returned from Europe filled with hopes and smiling illusions, having come back to marry a girl whom he loved, disposed to do good and forgive all who had wronged him, just so they would let him live in peace. But it was not so. A mysterious hand involved him in the confusion of an uprising planned by his enemies. Name, fortune, love, future, liberty, all were lost, and he escaped only through the heroism of a friend. Then he swore vengeance. With the wealth of his family, which had been buried in a wood, he had fled, had gone to foreign lands and engaged in trade. He took part in the war in Cuba, aiding first one side and then another, but always profiting. There he made the acquaintance of the general, then a major, whose goodwill he won first by loans of money, and afterwards he made a friend of him by the knowledge of criminal secrets. With his money, he had been able to secure the general's appointment, and once in the Philippines, he had used him as a blind tool, and incited him to all kinds of injustice, availing himself of his insatiable lust for gold. The confession was long and tedious, but during the whole of it, the confessor made no further sign of surprise and rarely interrupted the sick man. It was night when Padre Florentino, wiping the perspiration from his face, arose and began to meditate. Mysterious darkness flooded the room, so that the moonbeams entering through the window filled it with vague lights and vaporous reflections. Into the midst of the silence, the priest's voice broke sad and deliberate, but consoling. "God will forgive you, Señor. Simeon," he said. "He knows that we are fallible. He has seen that you have suffered, and in ordaining that the chastisement for your faults should come as death from the very ones you have instigated to crime, we can see his infinite mercy. He has frustrated your plans one by one, the best conceived, first by the death of Maria Clara, then by a lack of preparation, then in some mysterious way. Let us bow to his will and render him thanks." "According to you, then," feebly responded the sick man, "his will is that these islands should continue in the condition in which they suffer," finished the priest, seeing that the other hesitated. "I don't know, sir. I can't read the thought of the inscrutable. I know that he has not abandoned those peoples who in their supreme moments have trusted in him and made him the judge of their cause. I know that his arm has never failed when, justice long trampled upon and every recourse gone, the oppressed have taken up the sword to fight for home and wife and children, for their inalienable rights, which, as the German poet says, shine ever there above, unextinguished and inextinguishable, like the eternal stars themselves. No, God is justice. He cannot abandon his cause, the cause of liberty, without which no justice is possible. Why then has he denied me his aid?" asked the sick man in a voice charged with bitter complaint. "Because you chose means that he could not sanction," was the severe reply. "The glory of saving a country is not for him who has contributed to its ruin. You have believed that what crime and iniquity have defiled and deformed, another crime and another iniquity can purify and redeem. Wrong. Hate never produces anything but monsters and crime criminals. Love alone realizes wonderful works. Virtue alone can save. No, if our country has ever to be free, it will not be through vice and crime. It will not be so by corrupting its sons, deceiving some and bribing others, no. Redemption presupposes virtue, virtue sacrifice, and sacrifice love." "Well, I accept your explanation," rejoined the sick man after a pause. "I have been mistaken, but because I have been mistaken, will that God deny liberty to a people, and yet save many who are much worse criminals than I am? What is my mistake compared to the crimes of our rulers? Why has that God to give more heed to my iniquity than to the cries of so many innocents? Why has he not stricken me down and then made the people triumph? Why does he let so many worthy and just ones suffer and look complacently upon their tortures? The just and the worthy must suffer in order that their ideas may be known and extended. You must shake or shatter the vase to spread its perfume. You must smite the rock to get the spark. There is something providential in the persecutions of tyrants, Señor Simón. I knew it, murmured the sick man, and therefore I encouraged the tyranny. Yes, my friend, but more corrupt influences than anything else were spread. You fostered the social rottenness without sowing an idea. From this fermentation of vices loathing alone could spring, and if anything were born overnight, it would be at best a mushroom, for mushrooms only can spring spontaneously from filth. True it is that the vices of the government are fatal to it, they cause its death, but they kill also the society in whose bosom they are developed. An immoral government presupposes a demoralized people, a conscienceless administration, greedy and servile citizens in the settled parts, outlaws and brigands in the mountains. Like master, like slave, like government, like country. A brief pause ensued, broken at length by the sick man's voice. Then, what can be done? Suffer and work. Suffer, work, echoed the sick man bitterly. Ah, it's easy to say that when you are not suffering, when the work is rewarded. If your God demands such great sacrifices from man who can scarcely count upon the present and doubts the future, if you had seen what I have, the miserable, the wretched, suffering unspeakable tortures for crimes they have not committed, murdered to cover up the faults and incapacity of others, poor fathers of families torn from their homes, to work to no purpose upon highways that are destroyed each day, and seem only to serve for sinking families into want. Ah, to suffer, to work, is the will of God. Convince them that their murder is their salvation, that their work is the prosperity of the home. To suffer, to work. What God is that? A very just God, Señor Simón, replied the priest. A God who chastises our lack of faith, our vices, the little esteem in which we hold dignity and the civic virtues. We tolerate vice, we make ourselves its accomplices, at times we applaud it, and it is just, very just that we suffer the consequences, that our children suffer them. It is the God of liberty, Señor Simón, who obliges us to love it by making the yoke heavy for us. A God of mercy, of equity, who while he chastises us, betters us and only grants prosperity to him who has merited it through his efforts. The school of suffering tempers, the arena of combat strengthens the soul. I do not mean to say that our liberty will be secured at the sword's point, for the sword plays but little part in modern affairs, but that we must secure it by making ourselves worthy of it, by exalting the intelligence and the dignity of the individual, by loving justice, right, and greatness, even to the extent of dying for them. And when a people reaches that height, God will provide a weapon, the idols will be shattered, the tyranny will crumble like a house of cards, and liberty will shine out like the first dawn. Our ills we owe to ourselves alone, so let us blame no one. If Spain should see that we were less complacent with tyranny and more disposed to struggle and suffer for our rights, Spain would be the first to grant us liberty, because when the fruit of the womb reaches maturity, woe unto the mother who would stifle it. So, while the Filipino people has not sufficient energy to proclaim, with head erect and bosom bared, its rights to social life, and to guarantee it with its sacrifices, with its own blood, while we see our countrymen in private life ashamed within themselves, hear the voice of conscience roar in rebellion and protest, yet in public life keep silence, or even echo the words of him who abuses them in order to mock the abused, while we see them wrap themselves up in their egotism, and with a forced smile praise the most iniquitous actions, begging with their eyes a portion of the booty. Why grant them liberty? With Spain or without Spain, they would always be the same, and perhaps worse. Why independence if the slaves of today will be the tyrants of tomorrow? And that they will be such is not to be doubted, for he who submits to tyranny loves it. Señor Simeon, when our people is unprepared, when it enters the fight through fraud and force, without a clear understanding of what it is doing, the wisest attempts will fail, and better that they do fail, since why commit the wife to the husband if he does not sufficiently love her, if he is not ready to die for her? Padre Florentino felt the sick man catch and press his hand, so he became silent, hoping that the other might speak, but he merely felt a stronger pressure of the hand, heard a sigh, and then profound silence reigned in the room. Only the sea, whose waves were rippled by the night breeze, as though awaking from the heat of the day, sent its hoarse roar, its eternal chant, as it rolled against the jagged rocks. The moon, now free from the sun's rivalry, peacefully commanded the sky, and the trees of the forest bent down toward one another, telling their ancient legends in mysterious murmurs borne on the wings of the wind. The sick man said nothing, so Padre Florentino, deeply thoughtful, murmured, "Where are the youth who will consecrate their golden hours, their illusions, and their enthusiasm to the welfare of their native land? Where are the youth who will generously pour out their blood to wash away so much shame, so much crime, so much abomination? Pure and spotless must the victim be that the sacrifice may be acceptable. Where are you, youth, who will embody in yourselves the vigor of life that has left our veins, the purity of ideas that has been contaminated in our brains, the fire of enthusiasm that has been quenched in our hearts? We await you, O youth. Come, for we await you." Feeling his eyes moisten, he withdrew his hand from that of the sick man, arose, and went to the window to gaze out upon the wide surface of the sea. He was drawn from his meditation by gentle raps at the door. It was the servant asking if he should bring a light. When the priest returned to the sick man and looked at him in the light of the lamp, motionless, his eyes closed, the hand that had pressed his lying open and extended along the edge of the bed, he thought for a moment that he was sleeping, but noticing that he was not breathing touched him gently, and then realized that he was dead. His body had already commenced to turn cold. The priest fell upon his knees and prayed. When he arose and contemplated the corpse, in whose features were depicted the deepest grief, the tragedy of a whole wasted life which he was carrying over there beyond death, the old man shuddered and murmured, "God have mercy on those who turned him from the straight path," while the servants summoned by him fell upon their knees and prayed for the dead man, curious and bewildered as they gazed toward the bed, reciting requiem after requiem. Padre Florentino took from a cabinet the celebrated steel chest that contained Simeon's fabulous wealth. He hesitated for a moment, then resolutely descended the stairs and made his way to the cliff where Isagani was accustomed to sit and gaze into the depths of the sea. Padre Florentino looked down at his feet. There below he saw the dark billows of the Pacific beating into the hollows of the cliff, producing sonorous thunder, at the same time that, smitten by the moonbeams, the waves and foam glittered like sparks of fire, like handfuls of diamonds hurled into the air by some jinni of the abyss. He gazed about him. He was alone. The solitary coast was lost in the distance amid the dim cloud that the moonbeams played through, until it mingled with the horizon. The forest murmured unintelligible sounds. Then the old man, with an effort of his Herculean arms, hurled the chest into space, throwing it toward the sea. It whirled over and over several times and descended rapidly in a slight curve, reflecting the moonlight on its polished surface. The old man saw the drops of water fly and heard a loud splash as the abyss closed over and swallowed up the treasure. He waited for a few moments to see if the depths would restore anything, but the wave rolled on as mysteriously as before, without adding a fold to its rippling surface, as though into the immensity of the sea a pebble only had been dropped. May nature guard you in her deep abysses among the pearls and corals of her eternal seas. Then said the priest, solemnly extending his hands. When for some holy and sublime purpose man may need you, God will in his wisdom draw you from the bosom of the waves. Meanwhile, there you will not work woe, you will not distort justice, you will not foment avarice.